A clear blue sky day at A Ling Chao Cheu Van Tong. Ninningu was in tatters kneeling in front of 4 worthless soldiers. They mocked him. Ninningu was once a genius of Han Mountain City, but now he has turned into a waste who can no longer practice. The master is difficult to deal with. I heard he was planning to violate Su Nuguyat, belonging to the Su family. The Su family directly opened their dantian. Hearing that, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart and frowned. Another guy added to the fire, this kind of person is still planning to enter our dynasty, it's really funny. After that, Ningingu told his own story. I was originally the prince of Han Mountain City, not yet 18 years old and had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement cultivation. At one time I looked down on even cold Mountain City. 10 days ago, the Su family, the first family in Han Mountain City, invited me to a party. Who would have thought that after 2 cups of wine fell into my stomach, I fell into a coma and lost consciousness. He helplessly continued, when I woke up I found my clothes in disarray lying in the moonlight room. But at this time, Nuguyat suddenly rushed in with the family, crying and accusing me of being drunk and violating her. In the picture we can see, he is lying naked in bed, and Nuguyat stood pointing and shouting, it's him Ninningu, he's the beast. Ninningu added, without waiting for me to explain, the family leader directly attacked and seriously injured me. Even more hateful, they even dug up my dantian. He even gleefully said, shameless child, I will destroy you. After that, I was thrown out the door like a dead dog by the Su family. I was seriously injured, under everyone's laughing eyes. I crawled back to Ninjia step by step, my dantian was destroyed, my cultivation was lost, I could no longer step on the path of practice. Ninningu crawled away covered in blood, behind. The people around saw this and spoke up, Tusk, I didn't expect that. A generation of geniuses in the Han Mountain City are such a despicable person, worthy of it, and dare to violate my goddess Nuguyat. We know people, we know their faces, but we don't know their hearts. Ninningu crawled away in anger. He continued, fortunately I remember my father clearly. Nin Chen had the gift of saving my life with Elder Tu Tu Luong of the Van Sek dynasty. As long as Tu Tuong was willing to accept me as a disciple, it is not a difficult task for me to cultivate the dantian. But what I didn't expect was that after arriving at Jiao Van Sect, I couldn't even enter the mountain gate of Jiao Van Sect. That soldier spurned him. Go away, Cheu Van Tong is a place where anyone can enter. Kneel down here and wait, he said. Then he went inside with a bundle of gold coins. So Ningingu just knelt there despite the storms and storms. After paying the price of 300 pieces of low-grade spirit stone, a disciple informed the monk, but it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. There was no news. You said it was hard. I knelt for 9 days and 9 nights. I can't give up. I will definitely fix Dandine. Look for Su family to find justice. 9 days and 9 nights later, Chu Tong, a private disciple, a group of people approached him. He crossed his arms and said, Master has an order, the Van Sect does not accept waste. Hearing that, he immediately replied, I have a life-saving kindness towards Elder Tu Tu, I respectfully request Elder Tu Tu to give me a chance. He stroked his chin. The master said, things are as old as smoke, there is no need to repeat them, but in honor of your father, he can accept you as the lowest-ranking housekeeper, serving the disciples of the Van Sect. Ningingu thought painfully, janitor, in Cheu Van Sect, janitor is the lowest existence, not even as good as the dog raised by Cheu Van Sect. The other guys also followed him. Didn't say thank you quickly, then washed our clothes. That's right, remember to wash my feet at night. The yellow dog and the sect must serve you well, otherwise I will break your leg. Ninningu didn't say anything. Then he stood up trembling and said, if that were so, Ninningu I will not worship in the Van Tong dynasty. Seeing this, Chu Thong was very angry and waved his hand back to the court, you are unreasonable, so go away. Suddenly he spoke up, wait. He turned his head and continued, what, do you regret it? But unlike what he thought, he held out his hand and said, return the spirit stone to me. He still thought that if he didn't enter the Van Sek dynasty, the spirit stone would have to be taken back. This was the Nin family's 10-year accumulation. Chu Thong was so angry that his neck was sore. I didn't inform you that you still wanted to return it. But you still insist on asking for it back, not finishing the job, on the contrary, insulting me. Why can't you take it back? So he was forced to return the item and gritted his teeth and said, okay, I don't accept you. Took the things and quickly left, saying that he threw the bag of gold on the ground in anger. Ninningu quickly took it. Then walked away quickly before the judgment of a few knowledgeable people. He waved his hand smugly. he said in a cunning tone, waiting for this trash to leave the area of Cheu Van Tong. Kill him for me, and get the spirit stone back. The other guys immediately replied, yes. The scene changed to a towering mountain. Ninningu is exploring in the forest. Suddenly his foot hit a tree branch along the road. He fell down with difficulty. Then coughed up bright red blood. He said, it seems I'm really about to die. Ninningu opened his palm. Inside was a sparkling spirit stone, that is, the only relic my mother left me. Suddenly it glowed again, making him very surprised. A golden dragon suddenly appeared behind him, making him hesitantly say, what is this? That dragon quickly rushed towards him. Then swallowed him into its mouth. Ninningu was a bit worried but didn't know what to do. The current scene is like a galaxy. He looks around and says, here, where is this? Then he suddenly saw something lying on a rock. Divine Demon Ranch, inheritance, he shouted. The surrounding gradually becomes more sparkling. Ninningu struggled to open his mouth and look at everything around him. He was surprised. The ghost farm, what is this? Suddenly, a brown-haired senior brother appeared. He said, submitting. Finally, that golden dragon was in his hands. A huge hand burst into flames as if it wanted to crush him. He scolded me, get out of here. And then the brother was also able to subdue him and lie down in a cylindrical tube. Seeing that scene, Ninningu was immediately bewildered and surprised and thought to himself, that's really powerful. A sparkling figure appeared before him. Ninningu was surprised, that was his mother. She saw that he was already in the plan. Fish, can you still come here? It seems everything is according to God's will. Immediately touched, tears also flowed out. Mother, 2 words filled with affection that have not been called for a long time. Then they put aside that brief emotion and discussed the big story. Looking at the island floating in front of him, he doubted, you heard me say, the god farm is the god of the world. Ancient times were destroyed by war, turned into 8 fragments that fell into this world, each fragment suppressed a giant. Today, you will become the owner of this fragment, and can slowly experiment with refining the giant suppressor within it. After saying that, she gradually disappeared. He regretfully called after her, Mother, where are you going? What should I do to find you? Remember, you don't have to come to find a motherland, you must continue to live well. Opening his eyes, his mother was no longer there, even the illusion had disappeared without a trace. He frowned, 2 lines of tears rolling down. Determined to become stronger, Ninningu wiped away her tears. Mother, the child will definitely come find you. A beast with enormous power, or rather, the embodiment of that power, was moving towards him. He clasped his hands into a triangle, gathering strength. If it's what his mother told him, no matter how strong you are, I will definitely refine you. The dragon still had no fate and was sitting on the island. Then it roared loudly. He was so angry that he spat out blood. My strength is too weak, I just barely refined my body and almost collapsed. A beam of yellow light flew towards him. What is this? A piece of scale, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The unicorn fan unexpectedly entered my dantian. This feeling is so comfortable. He sat down to meditate, absorbing them. I understand, the scale blade is replacing my broken dantian. The spiritual power is really powerful, and the absorption speed is also very fast. A yellow scripture appeared. There's also an additional harvest. Golden body technique, using spiritual energy to forge the body, can resist magical attacks. The total technique is divided into 12 levels. Cultivating to the highest level, can achieve the golden body of heaven. His eyes clearly showed greed. The golden body of heaven, how strong could it be? However, isn't this set of techniques too easy to practice? Cultivating the golden body technique at each level requires a large amount of spirit stones to assist. He also generously poured out a bag of spirit stones. Never mind, just practice first and think later. Fortunately, in the past, in the Vansek dynasty, I managed to reclaim 300 spirit stones, otherwise I wouldn't have known how to practice. He clasped his hands together, and the power radiated from him as its center. Half an hour later, the scene had changed. At this time, completing his practice, Ninningu opened his eyes. Even though I only have the 3rd level of chi refining, cultivating the enhanced body of the golden body technique feels much more powerful than before. In terms of speed and defense, it is enough to help me compete with the cultivator is at the 7th level of chi refining. A sword flew out of nowhere, intending to assassinate him. But the main character isn't the type of ordinary, nameless pawn that can't be discovered, huh? With one move, he easily avoided the fatal sword strike. That sword carried a stream of evil energy around and stabbed straight into the tree trunk. A man dressed in blue clothes arrogantly stepped forward. "I didn't expect that your trash could also dodge my attack." He also calmly asked again, "You want to kill me?" "Isn't that obvious?" he asserted. Chu Thong's senior brother had given instructions, but before he finished speaking, he rushed over. Shot him straight in the stomach, causing him to fly dozens of meters away. At this moment, he put on a vile face and trembled and said, "Impossible, you are a trash who has been abandoned in Dantian. How can you hurt me? I can not only hurt you, I can also kill you." He used a trick to call the sword from before, sword, back. The tree sword above moves, then rushed straight towards him. It then split into 6 different swords that revolved around him to protect him. "Ha, I have a sword to protect myself, let's see how you can harm me." His hands clenched into fists, a fire wrapped around them. He rushed forward and punched all of his swords with his bare hands. Then conveniently punched him in the stomach. It's impossible." He waved his hand away. He was just a helpless corpse falling to the ground, too weak. "Chu Thong, Tu Luong, when I deal with the Su family, I will definitely come to you to settle the matter. The sun is high near the top. In Ninjia Dai, Trot Han, Sun Tan." The people at Ninjia gathered together to hear the homeowner's announcement that the Prince of Ninningu was virtuous and incompetent, and now his Dandian was even disabled, unable to practice. "I propose to depose the Crown Prince of Ninningu. The person who is speaking is Nin Qian-kun, Nin Patriarch." "That's right, I can't let a trash man take on the job," Ninjia's great elder also nodded. Moreover, he still had the delusion of violating the family's reputation and tarnishing the reputation of our Nin family. He still has to be prosecuted, I agree. This old man's heart is showing an evil side. Okay, that's good. Just, Ningingu has gone to Zhao Yun's sect to worship the teacher. All he needs to do is become a disciple of Cheu Van's sect, and restore his Dandian to practice, and is not impossible. There's something the homeowner doesn't know. I just received news that Ninningu was summoned to Van Tong and refused to leave. He had already gone down the mountain. Hearing this news, he felt proud. Haha, as expected, Trash will be hated wherever he goes, so who do you think is most suitable to take on the position of Crown Prince? Of course he is the son of your landlord, young Master Nin Tan. The courtiers also said the same. Yes, young Master Nin Tan has achieved the 6th level of Qi refining. I am waiting to elect young Master Nin Tan as the Crown Prince of the family. I agree. If you said so, then fine. From now on, remove the position of Crown Prince of Ninningu and make Nin Tan the Crown Prince of the Nin family. The security guard hid behind the door. Right then, he was very happy. He came quickly. Thank you to my father and the elders, I will definitely lead the Nin Tan family to become the strongest family in Han Mountain City. The head of the family is wise, young Master Nin Tan is talented and virtuous, and becoming the Crown Prince is a dream, of course. That's right, young Master Nin Tan is not a prince, heaven will not forgive him. It's true that you sang well. Mother also showed a cunning and smug look on his face. I have something to say. Ninningu has had its Dandian destroyed. All cultivation resources should also be cut off. It cannot be wasted on a trash. Okay, from today onwards, stop all cultivation resources of Ninningu. At this moment, he appeared and boldly said loudly, "Who dares to stop my cultivation resources?" The surrounding people were angry. He was a trash named Ninningu, yet he dared to returned at the right time, defamed the family's honor, and must be held responsible. Ninningu, because of the family's life and death, today he wants to remove me from the position of Crown Prince. Shouldn't the head of the family make it clear? He angrily banged the table. Arrogant, a trash, what right did he have to question my landlord? At that time, if my father had not passed the throne to you, where would you have the right to be the head of the household? During these years, I have lived and died for the sake of my family, risking my life to fight with others in Mineral Mountain. You rats not only want to remove me from my position as Crown Prince, but also want to cut off all the cultivation resources, my actions. He gritted his teeth in anger, dreaming in vain. An idiot rushed forward, daring to insult the homeowner, deserving of death. Haha, Trash should have the enlightenment of Trash. Don't blame Ninho for oppressing you. When he was satisfied, he stepped forward and punched her in the stomach. He bled and flew far away in front of everyone. Speak carelessly. Ninningu boldly, anyone else, come out here. Another idiot. Huh, it's not your turn to speak here. Ninlong loudly declared, I'm here to test you trash. Is Ninlong brother of Ninho? He is a 4-level chi cultivator, even higher than Ninningu. This time Ninningu is dead for sure. Haha, dare to make noise here. Still thinking that I am? It's definitely Ninningu from before. Wait to see if the script is good. He kept talking even though I was rushing towards him. It's just a sneak attack on my brother and you're lucky enough to win. If you encounter me, you'll definitely die. He waved his arms and legs. Then unleashed a blue power. It's Ninlong's second-class fire technique. It seems Ninlong's attack was also brutal. Haha, if that trash dies, it won't matter. His fire and Ninningu were rushing towards each other. Ninlong smiled disdainfully and said, haha, stubbornly resisting my fire technique, do you want it to die? Ninningu didn't seem afraid at all but instead rushed in to counterattack. He gently penetrated his technique, causing Ninlong to exclaim in surprise, how was that possible? Before he could give him an answer, he was beaten by him, sending him flying a whole distance and unconscious in the middle of the room. He looked at him lying unconscious in the middle of the room and couldn't bear the blow. People around were talking loudly that this waste guy's dantian had been destroyed, but how could he have this much strength? Or some people said he was level 4 of Ninlong's chi refining. A person standing far away observed and asked how his body could be so strong. Elder Ninjia angrily rushed forward, while striking and declaring that he was so cruel to his clan, you deserve to die. He also refused to give up and continued the trick and asked and answered the old man who only knew how to rely on the big to bully the small, what was the fisherman afraid of? His attack was so strong that he fell and took a step back and then vomited blood. Just as he collapsed to the floor, the great elder approached. The old man used a move in his hand and then told the security fish to be unruly towards the homeowner and kill him on the spot. Nintan suddenly raised his voice and said goodbye. Elder Ninjia also wondered and lowered his hand to watch him approach Ninningu. He stood in front of me and asked if you were very dissatisfied. He still knelt on one knee and watched to see what he was planning to do. He offers something and then arrogantly tells you what it is. Everyone looked at the glowing thing in his hand and asked in surprise, were you chosen, or were you really the chosen one? My Nin family has hoped for a major shakeup. Someone else said loudly, haha, as expected of young Master Nintan, Ninningu is just like dog poop compared to you. His face darkened with confusion as he muttered, you were chosen. The so-called chosen one is one of the few special cultivators. They were born with the ability to absorb extremely powerful spiritual power and have extremely high aptitude, several times stronger than ordinary cultivators. Nin Kinkon proudly stroked his beard and said, he is worthy of being my son. He looked at him contemptuously and asked, do you think you have the qualifications to fight me? He was still in the kneeling position on the floor and looked up at him, saying that the chosen person was not a champion. He still arrogantly asked him that okay, then I will give you a chance. After 15 days, the big family competition will be determined to the death. Do you dare to participate? Taking the opportunity, he replied, why wouldn't he dare? He also acquiesced and said okay, then I will give you 15 days to prolong it. Hearing that he was giving him more time, he didn't say anything and quietly left. Nin Kinkon puzzled and asked his son why he didn't let the great elder kill him directly. Ning Cheng turned around and replied to his father that fusing with the spiritual force would trigger killing intent in his body. Just then, he took this opportunity to completely release it, helping him completely control the spiritual force. Nintan still proudly told his father that moreover, the family's big competition was also a good reason to eliminate Ninningu. During the competition, he was beaten to death, and others would not gossip. When his father heard the good idea, he laughed loudly and said, haha, okay, then give that trash a few more days to prolong his life. On the Ninningu side, he was entering the Ninfu manor. There was a man sleeping under a tree with bottles of wine filled to the bottom. That man is the father of Ninningu and Nin Chen. He helped his father into the room and told his father, the ground was cold, go inside and sleep. Once there, he gently placed his father on the bed to avoid alarming him. After everything was over, he made up his mind that we must quickly improve our strength to be able to fight the battle with Nintan. Right after that, he sat down to practice and then thought that the chosen one is naturally strong, but I don't have a chance of winning. Everyone in this world knows that the path of practice has evolved over thousands of years. Nowadays, spiritual bead cultivators only focus on powerful magic, but instead disregard physical training. Relying on the golden body technique, I can originally resist the opponent's magic. He looked at his bag of spirit stones and clicked his tongue, saying that the spirit stones that Kim Then Quet really needed were too many. After that, he thought about it a bit and calculated that cultivating the first level of the golden body technique would cost him approximately 300 pieces of low-grade spirit stone, but if he wanted to cultivate to the second level, he would still need 3,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit stone, jelly. After finishing his calculations, he turned around and walked out, telling himself that he should first go to the practice hall and collect the spirit stones to practice this month. As long as you are a disciple of the Ning family, you can spend every month in the practice hall collecting spirit stones for cultivation. Ninningu was entering the practice hall when he was stopped by two guards. One of them raised his hand and said, "Stand still, you can't come in." He frowned angrily and replied to leave. That guy waved his hand again, signaling that the homeowner had an order to cut off all your cultivation resources and go away. Hearing that, he immediately became angry and used his strength to attack that guy. That guy is no different, using a shield and then smirking and saying that he's just a trash who lost his dantian. "Watch me teach you a lesson." He didn't think that trash's attack could break his shield and punch him far away. After that blow, he lay trembling on the ground looking at him approaching him. He went to strangle him, held him up in the air and asked that even a servant dares to insult me. A man walked up from afar and shouted impulsively, not even stopping. That man is the fifth elder of the cultivating hall. He pointed his finger at him and shouted loudly at Ninningu, "Please let me go." He glanced at him and asked him, "Just now when he insulted me, why didn't I see you come out and stop him?" He immediately tried to deflect it and scolded him to stop talking nonsense, "Otherwise don't blame me for killing you." Hearing that, he immediately kicked the other guy towards him and challenged him, saying, "You can try." Seeing that his men were beaten to pieces, he angrily scolded him that he deserved to die. He launched an attack but was blocked and thrown away. Seeing that he was able to block his attack, he contemptuously said that you have lived a peaceful and happy life these past few years, but your cultivation has become so weak. Being called weak by others made him even angrier and replied, "Little mongrel, don't be proud." He threw the sword at him and shouted, his body was strong, so what if he used a flying sword to kill you? He remained silent as he watched the sword rush forward and raised his hand to catch it. He was surprised by his actions and exclaimed, "This is the flying sword I've been cultivating for decades, how could this happen?" He crushed the sword and scornfully said he couldn't withstand a blow. After his sword was crushed, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. He didn't say much but held out his hand and told me to give him this month's spirit stone. He still stubbornly said don't try. He still seriously asked again, "Is that so?" Because he was so scared, he also explained that now the entire Nin family takes the chosen person as their leader, and only the chosen person can lead our Nin family to become stronger. He didn't say anything but gently approached him, making him tremble but still speechless, and said that even if your dantian is not destroyed, you are not worthy of competing with the chosen one. Hearing what he said was so harsh, he punched him in the face and told me to say it again, giving it to me. His face was covered in blood and wounds, so he cried and said no, the practice path does not have spirit stones. He looked puzzled and asked why. He did not dare to be speechless anymore but quickly explained that everything had already been provided to the chosen person. Ninningu silently cursed that he didn't think Ninquiankan could do such a thing. Suddenly, the five elders interrupted his thoughts and said that the Hidden Dragon platform is open today. If you need spirit stones, you can go there and try it. He heard a good suggestion, so he smiled happily and replied potential long radio, okay. The next second he left the practice hall, ignoring the old man who was still sitting there. After a while, Elder Ninjia and some servants discovered him and helped the five elders stand up and go home to rest. Ninjia's great elder angrily told the little beast, "Go away, you will surely die." Hidden Long Dai is a special existence of Han Mountain Citadel, open once every 2 years. While the Hidden Dragon platform is open, cultivators can place bets on the competition platform, and the winner can receive the opponent's bet money. There are thousands of strange things to bet on, the most of which are cultivating spiritual stones. But Hidden Dragon Stage also has 2 rigid regulations. The first is that participating cultivators cannot be older than 25 years old. The second is that during competitions, outsiders cannot interfere. Everyone watching the match also turned to look at the person who had just entered and looked disgusted. One guy pointed at him and shouted at Ninningu, "You are shameless and dare to come to this place." Seeing him being insulted but not protesting, everyone took turns insulting him more. A guy called a scoundrel trying to stain Miss Tu even appeared. The other guy said it was Ninningu. Wasn't he crippled by dantian? Why did he come here? The third guy slandered him and said haha, basically waiting for Nin family to kill him. Couldn't wait, so he wanted to find a way to die, right? Suddenly, an authoritative and smirking man approached and told me to see where that trash was. The guy who said that was none other than Defan. Without having to observe much, he approached him and said haha, I heard that you were kicked out by the Cheu Van sect, trash is trash, and still had the illusion of climbing up to the Cheu Van sect to rise, not knowing your own strength. Ninningu angrily gritted his teeth and called Defan, but in his heart he knew clearly that this person was Tavu's younger brother, Defan. Previously in the De family, it was his father who destroyed my dantian. He still wanted to pick a fight with him, so he walked past him and asked if Hidden Long Dai was also a place where you could go. A dead dog shouldn't be walking around. Be careful, I'll kick you to death. After he finished speaking, he immediately left, but everyone around heard what he said, so they got extremely excited and chased him away. They kept scolding him, telling him that young Master Su was right. Go away, or you're shameless. Don't dirty the Hidden Dragon platform, or you're a damn dog. Go away. Ninningu said nothing but walked up to the ring and raised his hands in the air to announce that I bet my life. You do as you like. Does anyone dare to bet? The people below were laughing to tears at his bet. Some people say it's true. If you lose your dantian, there's no difference whether you live or die. Another guy pointed at him and smiled and asked haha, does this trash guy really not want to live anymore? In the end, a person scolds someone who loses face and shame, so deserving of death. Tefan seemed to despise him, so he said that since you want to die, I will fulfill it for you. Suddenly there was a man who volunteered and puffed out his chest and announced that there was no need to bother young Master Su. I was here to deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he came out and attacked him. He smiled triumphantly and said trash could die in my hands. Before he finished speaking, he was sent flying out of the ring with a hook to his chin. His whole body trembled right after that, and he approached and said that if he wanted to live, he would take out the spirit stone to exchange. As soon as he heard him say that, he immediately took out his own bag of spirit stones and gave them to him and said, I have spirit stones, all for you. He got what he needed, so he turned around and shouted again. The other guy left sullenly after his chin hook. Another arrogant guy flew up and told you arrogant thing, leave me alone. As soon as he flew in, he kicked him in the cheek, so he fell down and went back to the ring. He continued to hold out his hand and told me to give him the spirit stone. He continued to collect spirit stones, so he happily told everyone to continue. Everyone below the ring was a bit wary of him, so they only dared to stand there without moving. Tefan saw this, so he told his subordinates that his body was strong. Tam, kill him. Tam immediately received it and replied clearly. He then gently walked up to the stage and told him that the young master wants you to die. You must die. Ninningu didn't listen well, so he attacked and said he was talking too much nonsense. His attack was too weak, so the other man dodged it. As soon as he dodged, he immediately used magic and looked contemptuously, calling his body strong. So what? In front of him, magic is just trash. Everyone standing below looked at the situation in the ring and then evaluated it. Someone asked if this was a third-grade blood ring magic. Another person replied that the guy who asked was right. It was said that this blood ring knife uses spiritual energy to gather and can cut even rocks. There was another exclamation worthy of the Su family. Even the guards were third-grade magic. Ninningu in the ring doesn't look too good. What he was thinking in his heart was that Tefan's bodyguard was already at the 4th level of chi refining, so my body could probably withstand his body's third-grade magic. That Tam saw him standing still, so he immediately attacked and asked if he had given up resistance. Haha, I'll send you on your way. Tefan saw that the attack just now was quite strong, so he guessed that this trash was probably dead. Tam was chuckling when suddenly he rushed out from the pile of dust and smoke and attacked him. Tam couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, no way, why aren't you dead yet? Ninningu did not bother to answer but punched him and flew into the sky. Not stopping there, he immediately flew up and gave him another kick in the stomach. Finally, he fell unconscious at Ninningu's feet. Tefan's 2 remaining servants felt dissatisfied and thought that if they dared to touch my brother, they wanted to die. Suddenly an old man interrupted them and scolded them for being arrogant and considering the rules of the Hidden Dragon platform as invisible. Then, with a stern face, he said that if anyone dared to violate the rules of the Hidden Dragon station, they would be killed on the spot. Finally, there was silence below and Ninningu looked at Tefan. Bow according to the rules. Tefan, exchange the life of your guardian with crystals. He felt humiliated because his guardian lost, so he replied that if he was only a little bit dead, then life would be a waste. He was so heartless, but the other two guards were not. They knelt down to beg, and then one of them said, "Young master, please save Atam's life." He replied uncomfortably, "I will not save the waste, do you understand?" Ninningu looked at the guy lying unconscious at his feet and said, "It looked like your master didn't want to save you." After thinking for a while, he said, "But I don't want to kill anyone." He gave those two guards hope to save him, so he told the other two that you give me the spirit stone on both of your bodies, and I will spare his life. The two of them gathered the spirit stones and gave them to him. Then carried his brother away. After everything was resolved, he turned around and asked if anyone else wanted to bet. The audience was suddenly silent at this moment. Seeing everyone like that, he turned around and walked away, waving his hand and saying, "If there was no one, then I'm leaving." Suddenly, Tufan stepped onto the ring and called out. He pointed his finger at him contemptuously and called you a dog. This young master said he wanted to beat you to death. He looked at him, then crossed his arms and replied with a smug look that according to the rules of the potential dragon station, I could refuse. The other guy thought he was being sneaky, so he approached and asked, "If you weren't very arrogant just now, are you scared now?" He just leisurely replied that I was tired and didn't want to fight anymore. He was upset at being looked down upon by his brother, so he angrily shouted that you bet your life, I also bet my life on you. He was secretly happy that he took the bait, so he smiled and thought, I've been waiting for this sentence from you. Below the stands, Tufan's subordinates worriedly shouted and wanted to advise him, "Young master, please think again." Hearing his subordinate say that, he angrily turned around and shouted, "Shut up, are you doubting that this young master can't kill this dog?" After saying that, Tufan turned around, proudly pointed his thumb at himself with a smug look on his face and said to the male lead, "Ningingu, I have now reached the 5th level of chi refining. Even before being crippled by you, there was no way to win against me, let alone now." Hearing him say that, Ningingu happily took an offensive stance to provoke him, "So let's try it out." Then he launched a move towards where Tufan was standing. He didn't dodge Ninningu's attack flying towards him, but just laughed contemptuously at him and whispered, not knowing how to control his own strength, "Do you really think I'm that useless, Tam?" Then he used his palm to create ice around him. They flew up and condensed. The spectators standing below all gasped in surprise at this attack. A boy in a purple shirt saw this and immediately exclaimed, "It was the Su family's 4th grade ice and snow magic." Another man standing behind continued, 4th grade magic in the entire cold mountain city is definitely a top existence. The security guard above the stands is avoiding the ice. A piece of ice fell on the hem of his shirt, making him gasp and silently exclaim, "Worthy of being a 4th grade magic." Seeing Ninningu struggling to dodge, Tufan was able to use his magic to turn ice into swords, pointing towards the male lead. "I'm afraid, you might die." He flew into the sky and used his power to shoot flying swords to attack Ninningu. Seeing his attack approaching, he was startled and quickly leaned forward to dodge the attack. Ninningu realized that after not hitting him, they immediately turned back to attack again. He observed and then thought to himself, "Come next." The male protagonist angrily punched the swords. "Take one of my punches." The yellow stream of power wrapped around his hand to create force, but it did not work. When he punched hard, the sword still did not break. On the contrary, Ninningu was hit by the cold air emitted from it, making him shiver, his nose runny, and he said, "It's too cold." From above, he landed hard. The swords still surrounded him. Ningingu said uncomfortably, panting. He couldn't escape, it seemed like he had to use all his strength to strike. Tufan was still aiming at Ninningu. From afar he shouted and threw his sword, "Die." Seeing him so eager to attack her, Ninningu resolutely shouted, "Let's risk our lives." He put all his strength into throwing a series of punches at Tufan's ice sword. Although he was injured to the point of vomiting blood due to the impact of the attack, the male protagonist still managed to destroy the ice sword. Ninningu hugged his stomach and smiled happily. It was a success. After Tufan's sword was broken by Ningingu, he was hit so hard that he held his stomach and vomited blood. His face sank and he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Fisherman Nin took advantage of this opportunity and rushed forward. He jumped up and threw a punch at Tufan, thinking to himself, "This is the moment." Tufan only had time to look up at the male lead and scream, "Ah!" Then he fainted before the attack and couldn't react in time. Everyone around was frightened by Ninningu's strength. When he knocked Tafan unconscious, there began to be loud and small whispers. Tafan had failed. Why? This is the Su wind of the Su family, the 5th level of Qi cultivation, 4th grade magic, just like that. Is this trash really that strong? No matter what everyone is talking about as for himself, Ninningu still stood there silently looking at his opponent who had just been defeated at his hands. Everyone watching was very surprised by this result. The 2 subordinates following the Fawn saw that Ninningu defeated their young master and both showed their anger. 2 people rushed forward at the same time. The bearded subordinate shouted from afar to warn the male lead, "Don't hurt our young master." An old man who seemed to be from the Ko-Deep Newt library stood in the way. He used his palm to blow away 2 of Tafan's subordinates, causing them to vomit blood. The old man put his hands behind his back in annoyance and said, "Do you think the old man doesn't exist anymore?" Above the stands, Ninningu was standing looking at Tafan's defeat at his hands. As he wiped his mouth, he said, "You lost, so I want your life." Hearing you say that, his whole body trembled in fear. However, Tafan was still arrogant and did not regard the male lead as anything, just smirked and said, "Who are you? You dare to kill me? My father will not forgive you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ninningu kicked Tafan's left leg, making him cover his face in pain. Ninningu's face stiffened when he heard the words he had just uttered. He challenged Tafan, "So I wanted to try instead." Tafan seemed to have clearly noticed Ninningu's anger. He was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He knelt down and hugged the male lead's leg with tears and snot, begging him, "Don't kill me, please don't, kill me." Seeing that he was so scared of him, the male lead only spoke softly, looking for the dragon platform. He only said one word. As soon as he heard Ninningu say that, Tafan's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. He took out a blue secret book from his pocket and tried to beg the male lead, "I have this, I can bring the 4th grade of ice and snow, for you, please release me." Hearing him mention the 4 products of cold ice and snow, Ninningu was startled and exclaimed, "The 4 products of cold ice and snow, my mind is currently filled with thoughts about it. Currently, the golden body technique that I am cultivating, I only focus on physical training, but in terms of magic, I still don't have a suitable technique. Before, when I practiced Ning Jia Gong, it was only 3rd grade, not as good as the cold ice and snow in front of me." Seeing that the secret book was valuable to him, Ninningu accepted the offer and then held it up and said to Tafan, "Okay, I will spare your life." Listening to him briefly, he was very happy. Suddenly, Ninningu threw a palm right into Tafan's stomach, causing him to suddenly become defenseless and vomit blood. After beating Tafan, Ninningu turned around and was about to leave. Before leaving, he turned around and said to Tafan, who was holding his stomach in pain and sitting on the ground in silence, "It's okay to spare your life, but you have to let go your field." When Ninfan was gone, the old man who had stopped 2 of Tafan's subordinates stood behind him, watching him stroke his beard and think for a moment. Then he went back inside. "Report to the girl behind the curtain, what do you think, miss?" The other person seemed very interested in Ninningu and just smiled lightly and commented that he had a very strong body, but without dantian, there was no way to move up to a higher position. Hearing her say that, the old man gently stroked his beard and expressed his opinion on the male lead. "With our strength, helping him improve his dantian is not a difficult task." The beautiful beauty behind the curtain also appeared. She gently clasped her hands together and gave her instructions. "Observe a little more. People from other sects have arrived. This small Hanshan city is really bustling." Into family. The head of the Damin family and his subordinate Man Hang, the general guardian of the Da family, were sitting next to Tafan's bed. On the bed was Tafan, his whole body bandaged, trembling in pain. Seeing his son in such pain, Tamin angrily hit the table. He clenched his hand into a fist and gritted his teeth as he said, "The Da family's son was actually crippled and taken to dantian. This was really blatantly hitting the Su family in the face. If I knew this in advance, I should have killed that trash before." Hearing his father say that, Tafan cried and said, "Father, you must help me take revenge." Seeing his son beg for him like him, Tamin became even angrier, turned and pointed straight at Tafan who was lying on the bed and scolded, "You are a disobedient child, and you gave the ice and snow of my Su family to that trash." And there as he had no face to live, he just had no words to listen to his father's scolding and said nothing. After scolding his son, Tamin turned around and prepared to leave. "Your sister is in a critical period of seclusion and cultivating, but you caused an unfortunate incident for me at this time. What a shame and shame." Man Hang stood on one side silently before speaking up to report, "The homeowner doesn't need to be angry. That waste dantian is destroyed. Even if he gets cold ice and snow, he won't be able to practice. I'll go on a trip now. Kill that waste, take it back." Hearing his subordinate say that, Tamin's face gradually calmed down and agreed with Man Hang's opinion. It's okay, with you taking action, I naturally feel reassured. That trash is not worth mentioning, it's still necessary. Pay attention to the chosen person of the Nin family. He poses a great threat to our Su family. When he heard Tamin give him instructions, he responded with a submissive tone. It was clear. This time in Black Cloud Mountain. The forest of Black Cloud Mountain is full of high-level animals. The sound of footsteps got closer. Ninningu has arrived at the cave. He entered the dark cave, thinking in his heart that if the family lost their ice arts, they would definitely not be willing to let it go. Now, he must first hide in the Black Cloud Mountain and learn the ice arts first. Entering the cave, he took out a golden bag containing many sparkling blue gems. He poured them out and sighed. The distance to the goal of 3,000 was still far away. Although Kim Ninquet was strong, he was slow. Refining really takes spirit stones. He picked up a handful of spirit stones and looked at them intently. Instead of absorbing these spirit stones first, he raised his level and then decided. He was secretly happy in his heart. On the outside, I was still a trash who had his dantian destroyed, relying on his strong body to fight. I was thinking while absorbing the spirit stone, but in reality I have recovered to the 3rd level of smithing. This is my hidden trump card. After 3 hours, he slowly regained his breathing. Looking at the book in his hand, he chuckled. It's been 3 hours now and his cultivation has recovered to the 5th level of chi refining. Good, next let's start learning the ice technique. After saying that, he sat down again and opened the book of recipes, which was truly a 4-level exercise, truly magical. After saying that, he immediately performed as instructed in the secret book. Ice sword. Tens of thousands of ice appeared. After he succeeded, he immediately closed the recipe book. I was secretly smiling in my heart. Even though I had only practiced the 1st level of the cold ice technique, I still hadn't reached the power of Tufan's performance, but if the opponent wasn't careful and launched a sneak attack, it could still be somewhat effective. As soon as he finished training, he walked out of the cave until he went to the ghost breeding farm to see how things were going. He immediately cast spells and appeared in the strange purple space that was the demon farm. He was standing in front of a golden dragon thousands of meters larger than him. I raised my hand towards it and tried to refine you. The golden dragon seemed to understand what people meant. It was surrounded by a golden light. It roared angrily. Ninningu immediately spit out a mouthful of blood and his whole body trembled. But he still tried to stand up and reach out to the golden dragon. I can't waste my time coming here, at least I can vomit something. At this moment, a bright green pearl emerged from the dragon's mouth. The pearl flew towards him and gradually landed in his hand. He was surprised and picked up the pearl, wondering what this was. He immediately put it on the small fire in his hand. The pearl immediately reacted, emitting a blinding light. He quickly covered his eyes with his hand. The pearl flew straight at him and merged into one. At this time, Ninningu in the farm began to shiver from the cold. His face started to freeze and he gritted his teeth. Damn, I was tricked. After saying that, he cast spells to create fire to keep his body warm. But he still started to freeze his body. It gradually freezes the body. 2 hours later he broke the ice to go out. As soon as he came out, he smiled. Haha, good stuff. I didn't expect that this thing merged with my dantian and could quickly become one with spiritual energy like that. Now in my spiritual energy there is a colder energy. When using cold ice magic, spiritual power will be doubled. He smiled confidently. Even though we are not on the same page, we should still thank you. The golden dragon was still glowing and looking towards him. After merging, he immediately went out of the cave. As he was leaving, he heard a strange noise. It was getting louder and louder. What was that sound? He hid behind the rocks in the cave and there was a large black snake slithering through the trees moving forward. After the black snake left, he went out to look at it. He didn't expect there to be a monster here. Such a huge monster. I'm afraid it's capable of fighting a 6th level cultivator. Suddenly, a man and woman in the sky flew over and saw Ninningu. Ninningu also saw them and immediately recognized them as disciples of Cheu Van Tong. The pair of men and women landed in front of him. When they saw him, they immediately chanted Dandin without wavering, turning out to be just a peasant. He just smiled and bowed down respectfully to the two people to meet the two immortals. On the outside, he smiled happily, but inside, he secretly thought that these two people had both reached the 8th level of chi refining. After all, he had a problem with me. Cheu Van Tong should not be teased for the time being. The other guy crossed his arms to see if he saw a giant python passing by. Hearing that, he immediately pointed towards the forest and it had gone the other way. The man on the other side raised his hand towards the other person, the other brother. If you let that animal go into the mountain, it will be difficult for us to catch it. The other person with a sulky face rubbed his hair and said, but the mixed golden python's flesh and blood is a very good alchemy material. He caught it enough to refine a dozen second-grade medicinal pills that will help me grow up in the future. Sister, wouldn't it be easier? Hearing that, the other person could only laugh and scratch his head, but deep inside the Great Black Mountain, it was extremely dangerous. She didn't listen and ran to hug his hand and cooed at his senior brother. People wanted to be mixed with gold. When the other guy heard that, he immediately grabbed the other woman's hand and pulled out something purple, then let senior brother go into the mountain to catch it. Anyway, when we fought with it for a while before, we got a piece of its scale, so the finding it will be very easy. Ninningu heard them say that and just bowed down to the two immortals. If there's nothing wrong, I'll go first. The other guy also waved his hand and chased him away. As soon as he turned away, the other woman called him back. Her face was black and she had a sly smile on her face. This countryman can go into the mountains to cut wood. Surely he knows the way in the mountains, so why not let him lead us into the mountains? That guy is just an ordinary person. How could he get deep into the mountain? He just nodded in agreement. But she whispered in that guy's ear, senior brother, wait until we go deep into the mountain, then we can use him as bait like mixed metal and bring it out. Wouldn't it be easier to catch him? The two disciples of the Van Dong dynasty were proud to turn out to be such junior sisters, which was indeed not bad. After saying that, he pointed at the boy Ninningu and took us deep inside and said, I will make sure you become a servant disciple of the entire Van Sek dynasty. Ninningu just scratched his head and smiled wryly. Up until now, the two immortals had only been outside here chopping wood and had never gone in. One of the two people, with a black face and full of anger, cast a spell at Ninningu. Why don't you want to? If you disobey my orders, the outcome won't be very good. On the outside, he was scared and still humbled the two villains to listen to the two immortals, but in his heart he couldn't help but want to tear them apart. These two people are much more cultivated than me. Now I only go one way, step by step. Look, step by step, this male and female dog couple is waiting for me. After saying that, he left, leaving the cuddling couple behind. As he walked, he thought to himself that the animals were not quite right. According to logic, deep in the Black Cloud Mountain is where demonic beasts gather, but on the way there was no attack by any demonic beast. While walking and thinking, suddenly a voice called him to stop. The name of the male and female couple said that as he pulled out a compass from inside him. He performed a magic trick to rotate the compass so that we could use the compass to detect the location of the golden python. He raised the compass high and a blue column appeared. When he saw that, he immediately ran in the direction of the green light that quickly pointed to the nearby golden python. Three people ran quickly following the green light towards the forest. Arriving at an open area in the forest, three people stopped and stood on a cliff facing far away and right here. She was with that guy and then turned around and said to him in a contemptuous voice, this golden python is very smart, someone must lead it out and give you this mission. When he heard that, he was scared and asked the two fairies to spare the life of the villain. In his heart, he secretly thought that he wanted me to be the bait. You bastard. Hearing that, she looked unhappy and angry. Looking at you, do you have the right to tell me conditions? That guy saw his junior sister so angry and also approached him. Ha, you can act as bait, that's your destiny. When he touched me, my eyes flashed at that moment. He poured spiritual energy into his hand and punched him straight, but before he could react, he was sent flying away. He looked at him with hate and anger. As expected of the 8th level of Qi refining, that punch just now, if the 7th level of Qi refining cultivator doesn't die, he will lose his fighting power. The girl next to her saw her senior brother being beaten by a security guard, so she cast a sword at him, wanting to die. That guy also refused to give up and cast spells to help his junior sister. The shameless little thief who dared to sneak attack me died. The two joined forces to attack him, but he still had no intention of resisting when the two swords were coming. He raised his fist again to block the two swords. It immediately created a huge explosion. He flew away to look at the explosion and couldn't help but admire how powerful the magic weapon was. Before he could recover, the other man threw the compass at him, wanting to run away. I have a magic spell here, can you run away? He covered his mouth and face with worry, thinking to himself what kind of magic weapon was bound by it and he couldn't escape at all. He fell hard to the ground when the magic weapon shined his light on the guy. Seeing him like that, he immediately wiped the blood from his mouth and went to his place. The little thief really hit it well. How dare he hurt me? Looking at him lying on the ground, that woman still reminded that fellow brother that this thief was really hateful and must cut him into 1,000 pieces. The other guy looked at him lying weak on the ground and smiled contemptuously. He bent down and told him that killing him like that would be a bit too lenient. "Sister, go and set up a formation. I will lure this golden snake out. I want him." That little thief became food for this monster. Hearing that, she also understood and gave a cold smile, agreeing with her senior brother's idea. That light shined on Ninningu's body, making it impossible for him to escape and resist with all his strength. "I can't believe that he will die here." It suddenly occurred to him that if there was a chance, this compass was indeed a powerful magic weapon, but because the Zhou Shen's cultivation level was not too high. Therefore, there is no trigger to release the full power of the compass. Seeing him like that, the other woman immediately stood up and finished the fight. The other guy immediately cast a spell for me to bring out the golden python. At this time, the golden python appeared, causing heaven and earth to shake in the forest. When he saw the golden python come out, he laughed out loud. "Little thief waiting to die, haha." Kim Python saw him and immediately came forward. His body trembled faster and he was almost able to escape from the binding. The python crawled towards him and then it rushed and bit towards the compass. The compass followed inertia and flew away, and at this moment he also immediately broke free of the constraints and flew away. When the other two saw that, their faces turned black and their mother immediately urged the boy to change his formation and want to run away. "Your face turns black and you want to kill me, it's just a dead fish." After saying that, he rushed towards the other two people who were standing surprised at something. The python was also angry, its bloodshot eyes looked at the other two people and rushed forward. He ran in another direction, ignoring the two people who were angry at the little pirate named Tien. He ran and looked back, so they continued to play slowly. The other guy threw the compass towards the python. The python was immediately tied up and could not move. That woman continuously cast spells to create a brooch that stabbed towards the python. The python roared in pain. The other guy pointed at the python. "Ha ha, sister, quickly take this animal back." Hearing that, the woman took out a red bag and threw it at the python. From the bag, many golden ropes came out to tie the python tightly. With a sound of retracting, the python immediately went into the red bag there. Holding the red bag in her hand, she was overjoyed while the other guy stood next to her and took back the magic weapon, congratulating Junior Sister. "This mixed golden python belongs to Junior Sister." She was so happy that thanks to Senior Brother's support, Junior Sister would definitely thank Senior Brother. She was happy when Ninningu stopped and punched her hard in the back. She followed the momentum and fell to the ground. When the other guy saw that, he shouted to his sister. His face turned black and filled with anger, looking at the damn little thief Ninningu. The woman fell and the guy immediately rode down on his magic weapon to block it. He held that woman's hand in his arms, worried that his junior sister was okay. He looked angrily at him. "Little thief, are you trying to force me?" He let his junior sister down and took out the compass even though he was rushing towards him. The two spellcasters rushed to fight. His face was extremely confident. "Nebula discussed protecting me to see how you could hurt me." He continued to swing his fist at him. He went out of his way to create thousands of useless swords. "You could just die." Thousands of swords appeared above his head, surprised by the Nam-Min sword formation. He ran to avoid the swords that kept coming towards him so fast. The swords surrounding him tore him back painfully. He exclaimed so strongly that the golden body's forged body almost couldn't withstand the opponent's flying sword. The swords rushed towards him again with some bravery to see how many blows he could still withstand. He gritted his teeth and endured the risk of destroying his magic weapon. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the other guy. His swords also immediately turned around. His face also turned black and smiled until he died. He rushed forward and punched the other guy's shield hard. It was effective. He used all his strength to punch and break me. The other guy's shield immediately shattered and the punch hit him straight, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he was also stabbed directly by swords. He also stepped back. He also hugged his stomach and leaned against the tree. He could use spiritual energy that could not be quenched. It was clear that there was no dantian. He raised his fist again and aimed at him. Why did he need to ask so many questions? He rushed forward, but he hugged his junior sister and summoned a magic weapon to kill me. It wouldn't be that easy. He hugged the mosquito monk, rode on the magic weapon and left. "Little thief, wait until my wound heals. I will definitely chop your family into pieces." If you create the ice sword too late, you won't have a chance to live anymore, ice and snow. He was surprised and didn't understand what caused the ice swords to pierce his body. Are you a member of the Su family? Ninningu successfully defeated the two of them. He sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. He almost died here, but it was still due to his lack of strength. A moment later, he staggered and slowly stood up in fatigue. Go to where the two of them are lying to see if there are any treasures. He rummaged around and took out a red bag. He smiled at them. He had to leave here quickly. But as he was about to leave, suddenly the sky and earth shook, making him almost unsteady on his feet. An octopus tentacle gradually appeared. Gradually more and more giant tentacles appeared. Ninningu quickly moved away a bit. Those giant tentacles moved gracefully and attacked Ninningu. He quickly scanned its attacks. What is this? He looked at it in fear. Too strong, too terrible. There was not a single trace of a monster here. It turned out to be because of this monster. He gradually backed away. Then ran away, running away from that giant tentacled octopus. But it didn't let him escape and even played along. In just 1 second, it successfully wrapped tightly around Ninningu, making him unable to move. He thought to himself, am I about to die? No matter how strong a monster is, I have no resistance at all. The monster gradually opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, his necklace glowed. The head of a dragon appeared. Ninningu was a bit surprised. The scale turned into a dantian. The scale immediately jumped out and entered the mouth of this big monster. It was as if boiling water had been poured into it, its body writhing and releasing the fish. He quickly jumped away from it a little. He realized that it was the ghost that existed in the livestock farm that had acted. In just a few seconds, this beast's head exploded and blood splattered out. The blood shot out like it was creating a blood rain. Dragon scales shine brightly in this rain of blood. He approached it. The existence in that demon breeding farm did not expect to be able to manipulate a scale to destroy this beast, so couldn't the demon breeding farm completely suppress it? He fell into the sea thinking, if it wanted to kill me, wouldn't it be very easy? He fell into a bit of contemplation. No, he had to go in and see. Thinking about it, he immediately used his magic and lifted his body up. Then go inside to see the situation. He raised his voice and asked, I know you have the ability to kill me, why don't you do it? But when facing it, Ninningu felt a little scared in his heart. Why wouldn't he really kill him now? The dragon closed his eyes again and contemplated. I had no choice but to escape and sigh, not caring at all. Now the urgent task is to quickly leave the Black Pattern Mountain. He immediately activated his acceleration and left. Everything in the demon farm is far beyond my current level. I have no control over any of it at all, and the things were also given to me by my mother, and my mother will definitely not harm me. He ran away, leaving the beastmen looking at him. They still didn't give up and tried to run to Ninningu's place. The tyrant now rose from the ground. Immediately scared the beastmen. Just by sitting down, they would have retreated 10 meters to avoid it. The aura on that kid's body is really strange. I'm waiting here, you will definitely come back. 3 hours later he also reached the village. Looking back, Manhwa had been standing there for a long time. He was a bit startled and realized that this was the general manager of the house, Manhwa. If I remember correctly, he was a cultivator on the 9th level of alchemy. He opened his mouth to speak first. You trash, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Ninningu asked, have you come to kill me? Manhwa immediately released his power and destroyed young Master Dafan's dantian. Do you think you can still live? Do you realize it? This is the cold ice technique. What if you get it? It's a waste without dantian. You can't practice forever. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately released an ice-cold dart towards Ninningu. He quickly dodged his attack. Then put strength into his fist, continuously punching him with ice-cold darts. But in just a moment, he was thrown away. He realized the power of the strong, cold air. He saw that he was able to repel him a little easier and chuckled smugly, annoyed. My cold ice technique is much stronger than young Master Dafan. He creates a circle around Ninningu, then you will die. The ice surrounds it and creates a thick layer of ice. It enveloped both of them in that block of ice. Ninningu tried to punch the ice wall with his bare hands, but there was still no crack. After punching him for a while, he realized it was too hard to break. He was proud. No matter how strong his body was, it was just a cannon fodder. Entering my ice prison, I could tease you to death any way I wanted. Having finished speaking, Manhwa immediately released his cold ice towards Ninningu. He had difficulty resisting his moves. The stronger you are, the more satisfied you are. Rest assured, I will let you die very painfully. A moment later, the ice outside was gradually broken by him. He smiled proudly at his masterpiece. Ninningu's whole body was frozen, and that was his masterpiece. He provoked back, unable to withstand a single attack. I only blame you for being a waste. No one will know when you die. Manhwa walked closer to me. But looking at Ninningu's face, he saw that he was smiling and glaring at him. Then he broke the ice in front of Manhwa's fear. He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" But he didn't surprise him for long. He next punched him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Manhwa crawled up and asked with a trembling voice, "Was it all fake?" He continued to create a ring of ice to attack, "But you can't kill me." At this time, Ninningu calmly approached him. Ninningu took out a blue jade brooch with 3 small pearls connected to the large pearl on the brooch and said, "Is that so?" He launched the brooch at quite a fast speed, causing a golden light to appear. The brooch pierced straight into Manhwa's kneeling on the ground, right at his heart. He looked slightly surprised and said, "Here." He fell down on the ground. He put his hands on his waist, smiled and thought to himself, "The treasure that was stolen from the couple of Cheu Van sect is really powerful. If you hit him directly, you will die, otherwise I wouldn't be able to do it. Keep him." Clear blue sky. He sat down and examined him. He smiled softly and thought, "See if he has any treasures on him, then quickly leave here." Ninningu's house has a yard. In the middle is the road leading to the house. On both sides of the road are planted some shade trees, with a place for spears. Ninho and his subordinates aggressively pushed open the door and entered. 2 subordinates stood behind him. One crossed his arms across his chest, the other rubbed his wrists. He pointed his finger arrogantly and said, "The great elder has an order. Smash all the trash's belongings, and let him later." He went to the hospital to stay. They started breaking chairs and things in the house. His subordinates were still destroying things, but suddenly he seemed to have discovered something and turned his back. He walked over to where Nin Chen was sitting against the wall sleeping, still holding a jar of wine in his arms. A creepy smile appeared on his face and he said, "Sleeping soundly like death, my son is trash, you are also trash." He turned and pointed at him and ordered his subordinates to throw this old man out to me. 2 subordinates carried him and threw him out the door. He looked at him lying on the ground. He smiled evilly and thought, "That trash dares to hurt our brothers. Today I will behead this old man." He pulled out his knife and smiled dangerously. He stabbed the knife down. When the knife was still a few kilometers away from him, he suddenly stopped when he heard a voice and stopped. A stone rushed straight into his hand, causing the knife to fall. Ninningu walked in step by step. His body was surrounded by a layer of yellow light. His face looked a bit angry. He walked slowly to Ninho's place. He held his hands in pain and trembled and said, "Ninningu." The subordinate stood behind him. He held his hands in panic and said, "What do you want to do? We are just following the orders of the great elder." He clenched his hands into fists. Yellow light emitted around him. He spoke. "He died." I punched him straight in the stomach. He panicked and said, "What?" He stood and watched him fall to the ground. His subordinates trembled. One pointed his finger and said, "You dare to kill young Master Ninho?" Ninningu asked in a serious voice, "You all started to destroy my house." Ninho's 2 subordinates knelt down on the ground, humbly begging, "Young Master Ninningu, please spare your life, we are only following orders to work." He frowned and said, "If you broke it, leave one hand behind." Suddenly, the great elder came and shouted loudly, arrogantly, "Who gave you that right?" He walked over and saw Ninho lying on the ground. He panicked and asked, "What, Nin, why did you kill Ninho?" Ninningu replied, "If he touches my father, then I will kill him." He pointed at him and scolded, "Too cruel, this old man will kill you today, this cruel beast." Then he gathered energy into his palm. He calmly said, "If you have the courage, try it." His wind palm hit him but he used his fire shield to block it. He was knocked away. He looked up at him and scolded in annoyance, "You old bastard, as a great elder you are not much inferior." The great elder summoned blue flames, signaling to attack him while challenging him, "I'll see how long you can endure." A series of blue flames shot towards him. Ninningu stopped him and said no less, "Old dog, why should I still be afraid of you?" He tried to block a blue flame. Then he collapsed. He angrily scolded, "Damn, the difference in cultivation is too big." The great elder summoned a flame in his hand. He said, "I can't stand it anymore, I'll send you on your way." He shouted loudly to stop, "Wait." He laughed and replied, "Ha ha, now I want to ask for forgiveness, it's too late." Ninningu used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his mouth. He calmly said, "You can't kill me." The blue flame was still burning in his hand. He smiled and replied, "Ha ha, are you scared to death? I killed you easily." He sat down and calmly explained to him, "Then you need to think carefully about how to explain to Nintan that, as a noble chosen person, he sent someone to secretly kill me, not daring to fight fairly. If it gets out, it won't be good at all." The great elder heard that and stroked his beard. He thought to himself, Nintan needs to borrow Ninningu to release his killing intent. If he kills Ninningu now, there is really no way to talk to Nintan. He paced nervously, then turned around and walked out, "Not forgetting to threaten me, letting you live a few more days." He smiled and replied, "Rest assured, we will live a long life." At a forest, Ninningu carried his bag from the top of the mountain looking down at the nearby village. He entered the village and saw many people sitting on the street. He thought as he walked, "This is the entrance to the black market outside Hansun City. You remember, before, I killed 2 disciples of the Vansek dynasty and a guard of the De family, in total obtaining 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3 magical treasures." He walked in front of an old man, always thinking in his heart. Magic weapons were divided into 9 grades, from 1st to 9th grade. In Lingqiao, only the sect knew how to refine magic weapons, so Dharma treasures are extremely valuable. Unfortunately, these 3 treasures have been marked by others. I have absolutely no control over them, so I have to sell them on the black market. He placed a few scrap silver bars in front of the old man and asked, "I want to go to the black market." The old man picked up the silver and said to Ninningu, "Follow me." He followed the old man, thinking to himself, "The black market is called Banlong. I don't know who opened it. All the things that cannot be bought and sold openly in Hansun City can be bought and sold on the market, black." The old man stopped in front of a large stele, knelt down, clasped his hands and chanted a spell. The beer sank. It revealed a secret staircase. The old man pointed to the staircase and said, "Go in." Ninningu nodded. He walked down the stairs. Below was a large cave. A moment later, he walked out of the cave. Outside is a bustling market selling all kinds of things. He held the bag in his hands and thought to himself, the black market also has a high and low hierarchy. The guard stalls are where the truly powerful traders gather. At a store, a sleeping shopkeeper, a security guard, walked in and asked a question. The clerk woke up immediately. He smiled approvingly and asked him, "This objective person, what do you want to buy? The store has everything." He opened the bag. In the bag was a golden compass and a pair of swords. He said, "I want to sell things." A moment later, the shopkeeper evaluated the sword and seemed dissatisfied. He held out a bronze-colored magic weapon with complex patterns and opened his eyes wide in surprise. He put it on the table and seriously asked Ninningu, "Did you use a special method to get these 3 things?" He asked again, "Why don't you buy it?" He replied, "Of course not. In this place, there's nothing I don't dare buy. Let's do this. Wait a moment, I'll take the things to the back and ask the boss." A moment later, the shopkeeper presented 3 magic weapons and respectfully said, "Miss, please look at these." A maid stepped out. She took 3 magic weapons from the shopkeeper's hand. She entered the room and offered it up, inviting the young lady to see. The so-called young lady asked the shopkeeper from the room, "Isn't this the flying sword of the outer sect disciples of the Van sect? Even the nebula table is here. Who took it out?" He replied, "It was the little words you told me to pay attention to." A slender hand touched the 3 magic weapons. The young lady said, "Oh, he can kill the outer sect disciples of the Van sect. That's a bit interesting." The young lady in a purple dress was so beautiful, she put her hand to her mouth and smiled, wondering if her body was this strong. "I really want to see him." A moment later, the shopkeeper came out of the back door and asked Ninningu, 3 types of magical weapons, a total of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you guys think? "I agree, okay." He placed 5 sparkling stones on the cash register, explaining to him, "These are 5 top-grade spirit stones. You take them." "That's right. If you want to buy anything, I can buy anything here." "Yes, if you want to find out the news, you can go to the left in front of the restaurant. I hold my fist and bow, thank you." He left the store, then entered a building. The second lady saw him and came out to greet him, inviting the guests inside. He looked around and thought, "This place is a place to gather information." He sat at the table. The second lady poured tea for him, invited the guests to drink tea. Suddenly a beautiful lady with her face covered walked in. The surrounding guests looked at her constantly. These little girls are really beautiful. You covered your face, but how do you know that I'm so beautiful? It's nothing about that body, this aura. Old man, this is the first time seeing it. How can it not be beautiful? The girl entered the shop and immediately noticed Ninningu sitting alone. She walked over and asked him, "Can we sit here?" He was silent. She didn't care, sat down and spoke. "You didn't speak, which means you silently agreed, right?" Suddenly a guy holding a bottle of wine walked over and said, arrogant and careless, "Beautiful lady, would you like a drink with me?" The girl looked at him silently. That guy sat down next to her, gave her a cup of wine, and kept saying, "Miss, drink a glass with me to make you feel incredibly refreshed." When the customers in the shop heard that, they laughed loudly and mocked. The girl sentimentally refused, "That would be too embarrassing, so let me ask my husband first." The man in black asked in surprise, "Husband?" The girl looked at Ninningu and said, "It was him." Ninningu choked on tea. The hoodlum banged on the table and stood up, asking him, "Are you her husband?" He slowly took out his handkerchief and replied, "No." The girl hugged his hand and pretended to say, "Husband, it's just a little argument, you don't have to do that to me." The hooligan saw that, pointed at him and arrogantly asked, "Boy, your fate is not bad, can you give me your woman to play with for a bit?" Ninningu pushed the girl away, and before his surprised eyes, agreed, "Okay." He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, very reasonable." He put his hands on his hips and continued to speak, "But my prince hates those who are reasonable the most. After playing with women, including you, I don't believe you won't come looking for me to get revenge." Ninningu frowned and asked him, "Then what do you want?" The king of luck, thunder and lightning surrounded his hands. He smiled sinisterly and replied, "Of course, killing people to eliminate future troubles." A guy sitting behind him said, "This kid is really unlucky, he was targeted by the king." A fat guy laughed, "No problem, who told him to marry such a beautiful girl?" One guy covered his face, continued, "I could only blame him for being black." Ninningu calmly said, "I don't want anything, don't force me." Vuong Tam bent down to look at him. He was arrogant and provocative. "So what if I keep causing trouble with you?" In a large hall, with sparkling lights, two men were facing each other, their eyes full of challenges. A man with a majestic appearance, dressed in pure white clothes, looked straight at his opponent and said, "The rules of the black market, stabbing and slashing is forbidden. You dare to disobey." Opposite him, another man, looking cunning look, smirking mouth, cold eyes replied contemptuously, "You explain the rules to me." The man standing next to him, holding a cup of wine, burst out laughing, "Ha ha, this kid must be his first time going to the black market, right?" He turned his head to look at the person next to him, continuing in a sarcastic tone, "This idiot, he's already dead and doesn't even know it." Another person also chimed in, his tone no less disdainful, "The king's brother is the captain of the black market guard, he is the rule here." The initially majestic man was unfazed, still remaining calm, looking coldly at his opponent. The opponent continued to laugh loudly, his mouth talking but his hand ready to strike. "Rest assured, I will make you die without any pain." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a ball of bright energy, carrying terrible power, rushing towards the opponent at terrifying speed. But surprisingly, Ninningu's entire body remained intact without any damage. Vuong Tam's eyes formed an A and his mouth opened wide. "What?" Everyone around was also stunned. How could this be possible? This kid was actually okay. The person sitting next to him was also stunned. Could it be that the third king wanted to spare his life? Wasn't the famous king? Cruel tricks. Vuong Tam continued to use his strength to deal more fatal blows. But in time, Ninningu quickly came and strangled him, then said, "I have endured you for too long." Vuong Tam was sweating and tried to struggle free, but was kicked out of the door by security guard. "Go away." He fell down and lay on the ground. Everyone was surprised. This person looked young, they didn't expect to be so powerful. Ninningu sat at the table with Willow Huyen Tan and achieved his goal. "I have never offended you, right?" She replied, "We never knew each other." He angrily slammed his hand on the table and replied, "Then why do you want to harm me?" She turned her face away and replied, "I feel you should solve the problem at hand first." From outside the door, a tall and majestic-looking man walked in. Next to him was the prince who had just been beaten. It was him who had beaten his brother. Boss Wang asked provocatively, "Kid, are you going to kill yourself or do you want me to do it?" Ninningu replied, "It's your brother who wants to kill me." Boss Wang arrogantly pointed straight and said without explanation, "No matter what the reason is in this black market, if you dare to touch the head of my boss's brother, you will have to pay the price." Around Ninningu and Willow Tuyan Citadel were surrounded by soldiers. When Willow saw this, he said, "What a big show, clearly it was your brother who teased me first, now you don't ask about right or wrong, you want to kill someone, it's really like brother, like brother." He pointed at himself and raised his voice provocatively, "You're right, this black market is heaven, when this brat is finished, my brother will take possession of you." She turned around and took off her veil, "So what?" Ninningu stood still. Boss Wang's face turned pale and his voice trembled, "Young lady." Vuong Tam saw this and turned to ask, "What's wrong, brother?" Old man Vuong threw a straight punch, causing him to fall down and kneel down for him. Willow Xuantan said, "Long time no see, Boss Vuong, you have great skills, you dare to tease me too." He knelt down and bowed his head, "My lady really didn't know it was you." He ended up crying, "If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to tease you even if he had given you the courage to do so." She continued leisurely, went to receive 50 strokes herself, and was demoted to a member of the guard team. He bowed his head and said, "Thank you, miss, thank you, miss." Then he pulled Vuong Tam and ran with him. She turned to Ninningu and said, "Let's get acquainted, my name is Willow." He replied, "Did you deliberately challenge me?" She replied, "Because you are one of the subjects we care about." "What do you mean?" asked Ninningu. Willow Tuyantan felt it was inconvenient to talk here, so she took Ninningu to another place. Entering the closed room, she invited him to sit. "Sit down," she asked, "Did you kill a disciple of Cheu Van sect?" He answered briefly, "Yes." She continued, "You want to know why the Van Cheu Van sect came to Han Mountain Tan Kong?" He replied, "I also want to know." "Do you know the Chosen One?" she asked. He immediately replied, knowing, Nintan was the Chosen One. She continued, "But do you know that there is not only one chosen person in Han Mountain City, right?" He answered with a slight sweat on his face, "There was not just one person, the chosen person was not an ordinary thing that was easy to find but was found everywhere, even in the past hundreds of years. Han Sun City had never appeared before, which one to choose?" She continued, "You have also heard the legend about the Chosen One being invincible to those of the same realm." The male protagonist also continued, "So the Van Sect dynasty came for the Chosen One." She said with serious eyes, "Yes but not really. On the one hand not only the Van sect, the 4 great sects had people coming, of course they wanted to bring the chosen person into their sect, but on the other hand, the sect's people also wanted to investigate clearly, how could this small cold mountain city awaken a chosen person?" Ninningu looked dumbfounded and thought, "So that's it." Ninningu sat on the chair and said calmly, "What does it have to do with me?" Willow sat opposite him and said, "Of course the chosen one is, but I'm extremely interested in you." He pursed his lips, looked away and said, "Backing down to seek second place, seeing that he's not qualified to compete for the chosen one, that's why he's paying attention to them or what?" She sat down on the chair, pointed her index finger and said, "You are very smart, but I'm only interested in you. Whether or not you can become the person I'm looking for remains to be seen." He stood up, looked at her and spoke, "I don't know what you're planning, but I'm probably not the person you're looking for. Today, if you test me, I'll just ignore it." As he walked, he looked back and said, "But please don't come looking for me in the future." She looked at his back and said, "People are not as good as God, looking forward to our next reunion." He walked out the door, his face tensed, thinking, from Willow's words, he could feel that the so-called chosen one was stronger than I imagined, otherwise, he wouldn't have let me down. The 4 great sects value it so much. With 10 more days to go, they must quickly advance the golden body technique to the 2nd level. He walked in the middle of the main road. On both sides of the road there were several people packing things. From afar, he saw someone standing in front of him. Vuong Tam stood with his arms crossed on his chest and said, "Kid, I've been waiting for you for half a day." Ngu Ning calmly looked at him and said, "Do you want to block my way? Aren't you afraid that the city will pursue me?" He stood with his arms crossed and smiled viciously. "Do you really think you're a big man? You punished me just because I offended you. It has nothing to do with you." He didn't move. He pointed at him and said, "A small character like you cannot fall into the eyes of the lady. If I kill you, the lady will not blame you." He used internal energy to fly up and said, "It seems to make sense." He stood on the spot, raised his hands to perform the merit. A green beam appeared in his hand. He smiled dangerously. The boy died. He waved his hand and threw it at him. He crossed his arms to block it. Suddenly it exploded, causing smoke all around. He happily laughed loudly and said, "If you dare to stab your head into my lightning, then you will surely die." He came out of the smoke, startling him. He used the force to transmit power to his hand. When he saw that, he panicked and shouted, "It's impossible." He hit him from below. One shot on the handle made him spit out blood. In the study room, Willow Huyen Tan was standing reading a book. The servant came in, stood outside the door and announced, "Miss, Boss Vuong is dead." She still stood calmly reading the book and said, "Well, she found her own way to die, how could she blame her?" The servant outside the door said, "It's Vuong Tam." She suddenly interrupted and asked, "Has it been taken care of yet? Let's clean it up a bit." Black Cloud Mountain, he was holding his sword in the air, thinking to himself, the aura of the Zhou god disappeared on this side. He landed and saw him lying on the ground covered in blood. He angrily shouted, "Who is it, who killed my brother?" After calming down, he took out a bronze mirror from his hem and said, "Show me who the murderer is." He used internal energy to make the mirror fly into the air, illuminating the place where he was lying. Small blue dots suddenly appeared on his body. When he saw that, he spoke up, freezing the ice and snow. He angrily raised his right hand and clenched it tightly, saying every word, "Su family is very good, dare to kill my senior brother, I will have to destroy your entire sect." Early in the morning, light shone from the Nin family street. 5 members of the Nin family stood in front of the gate to welcome an important person. From afar, a red-colored relative flashed across the sky. Nin Qian-kun saw that person and immediately rejoiced. The red-shirted man landed. He quickly ran over to pay respects. The red-shirted man also walked up to him and quickly bowed down to pay his respects. "Sir." The man in red is a member of the fire sect named O Duong Min. He also bowed his head and said, "Patriarch Nin is very polite. We have known each other for a long time. Now Nin Tan has become the chosen one. I am also serving his orders." The sect that came hoped he could join the fire sect. Hearing that, Nin Kinkon said warmly, "Mr. O Duong, rest assured, Nin Tan will still give priority to choosing the fire sect." After speaking, he secretly thought, "This is the position of the person who is chosen from all 4 great sects." At the front door of the house, lay bricks. O Duong Min looked at the sign of Nin Jia's house and smiled and asked. Nin Kinkon heard that Nin Chen had become a drunkard. When he heard Nin Chen, his smile faded and he asked, "Do you still remember him?" O Duong Min's face darkened. He remembered Nin Chen. "He told me that 13 years ago, I was just coming to rape a civilian woman, but Nin Chen intervened and even injured me." The old man was extremely angry and continued, "At that time, Nin Chen's reputation was resounding everywhere. Now I am fortunate to become an outer disciple of the Lie Hoa sect. This time I came to accept a specially chosen person for the Nin family. There you are." Nin Qiankun just calmly answered him, "Mr. O Duong can rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." After saying that, he ordered the family members to bring Nin Chen here for me, so that Mr. O Duong can handle it. A moment later, in the large banquet hall of the Nin family's house, delicious dishes were displayed on the table. Nin Kinkon sat on the homeowner's chair. The people in the Nin family sat around the magnificent atmosphere of the banquet. At this time, the housekeeper violently threw a person into the banquet hall. "Get out," said and pushed him in. O Duong Min saw that and immediately slammed the table and stood up. He happily looked at the person in front of him. "Haha Nin Chen, I didn't expect that you would also have this day." As he spoke, he grabbed Ning Chen's neck and raised his face full of anger. "Remember me, these past few years, I've been dreaming about wanting to seek revenge from you." At this time, Nin Chen looked at him with dull eyes. "I want wine." O Duong Min immediately gave him a slap. The old man kept kicking him while he was lying on the ground in pain. "Haha, wasn't that motherfucker very powerful before? Were you in the ring before without limitless authority?" When he got tired of peddling, he turned to security and asked if there was a knife. Really disgusting. Hearing that, he happily waved his hand and asked someone to go get the knife. Someone brought the knife. Immediately, the family brought a knife and gave it to O Duong Min. The old man looked at the person lying in front of him and smiled cruelly. He held the knife high in front of his chest and Ning Chen said, "Rest assured I will make 13,000 cuts on your body, then let you die." After saying that, he raised his knife and stabbed Nin Chen. "See if you can withstand my knives." Suddenly, out of nowhere, the stone lion statue in front of the gate was thrown inside by great force. Seeing this, O Nin Duong panicked. The old man quickly dodged aside. The lion statue immediately flew and hit the wall right behind Nin Qian-kun. Seeing this scene, he angrily hit the table and shouted, "Who is it?" At this time, Ninningu was filled with murderous aura and went straight into the banquet. He pointed his finger at his face and said, "You dirty old man, my father gave me the title of head of the family to you, but you treat my father like that. It's really ungrateful and ungrateful." Nin Qiankun was angry and immediately stood up to protest. You are so insolent that you dare to attack Mr. O Duong. How do you plan this crime? O Duong Min saw that Nininggu had taken action and immediately said that if he dared to offend the old man, he would have to pay the price. He couldn't avoid it in time and was hit by the old man's blow. He sweated and thought to himself, too strong, I'm afraid he's a bad boy. He took the full blow and was thrown far away, his body hitting the ground hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was in pain, but O Duong Min had no intention of forgiving him. He approached him to deliver the decisive blow. Haha, the old man is trash, you are also trash. Today I will deal with all of you at once. In the setting of an ancient temple, Nin Qiankun stood in front of O Duong Min with a serious and determined expression. He held a bright red flame in his hand, his cold eyes looking towards the young man sitting on the ground. Weak and unable to resist, Nin Qiankun shouted, Wait, Mr. O Duong, my son is in retreat to fuse his spirit and will. He also told me that when he leaves the customs, he wants to use the platform to kill this trash to release his killing intent. O Duong Min, with a fire in his hand, after listening, smiled slightly. Nin Qiankun continued and begged, so please keep his life temporarily. The old man smiled, so that's it, okay, let Nin Tan kill this little trash, then the old trash will be handed over to me to deal with. He nodded and replied, of course. After finishing, O Duong Min looked down at Nininggu and said, don't you go away. As he walked, he guided Nin Chen into the room. Even though he was injured, he thought, the basic bamboo cultivator stage completely left me without any resistance. I must quickly practice the golden body technique to the second level. From the cloth bag, he took out 5 precious gems. On the black market, I traded for 5 high-grade spirit stones equal to the weapons I took. With this amount, he was enough for me to practice the golden body technique to the second level. After sitting and cultivating, a light of terrible power glowed, causing everyone to pay attention. Looking out from the security room, there was a supernatural phenomenon. Could it be that my son has made a breakthrough? Everyone in the room happily congratulated. It was definitely young Master Nin Tan. Only he could create this heavenly phenomenon. The person next to him also contributed. That's right, it's truly a blessing from the Nin family. O Duong Min knelt down and clasped his hands together to pay his respects, congratulating the Master Nin. Heavenly and earthly phenomena. Even if the chosen person rarely creates heavenly and earthly phenomena, you Nin family, you see it's like a super genius has appeared. If Nin Tan can enter our fire sect, he will at least become an inner disciple. Nin Qiankun is constantly happy. Thank you, Mr. O Duong. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The head of the Ho family said in surprise, it's gone. Can Love City cause heaven and earth phenomena? The Nin family is about to rise again. At the Lan family, the head of the Lan family gritted his teeth and assessed that the hateful Nin family had such a genius. At the De family, the head of the De family, Tamin, banged on the table and asked angrily, had Mon Hang returned yet? The subordinates reported that the homeowner had not returned yet. The head of the De family held his head and thought, could it be that heaven wants to destroy my De family? Suddenly a subordinate ran in to report, homeowner, it's not okay, it's not okay. The head of the De family scolded and panicked, what kind of system is this? The subordinates announced, family, head of the house, someone wants to rush in the door. Tamin stood up and asked solemnly, look, there's no one in my De family. The person from Cheu Van Tong pushed the door and walked in, making him think in surprise, Cheu Van Tong. He bowed down to greet him. He did not know that the great immortal was coming and could not welcome him in advance. The man from the Van sect clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and asked, you are very good, dare to kill my brother. He asked in bewilderment, what did the fairy mean by that? He opened his Qiankun bag. The 2 corpses of Chu Thong and Tinaguyat appeared. Tamin gasped in horror. He knelt down and bowed his head while saying, Immortal Min Jiam, give my Su family more courage and don't dare to attack the disciples of the Van sect. He crossed his arms and asked, on my elder brother's body it is clearly your Su family's cold ice technique, how do you explain it? Tamin quickly blamed it, it was Mon Hang, it must have been Mon Hang behind my back, no Nin family had the killing ability of the Van sect dynasty, it could only be Mon Hang. People from the Van Tong dynasty asked, where is he? Su Min replied that I sent him to kill that trash named Nininggu. From that day on, he was never seen again. The person from the Cheu Van sect stood up angrily. He threatened, in other words, there was no evidence. Could it be that your Su family's experts couldn't deal with a trash man? Today the Su family, you must tell me clearly, don't try to delay the time. A girl suddenly walked forward and said, I will explain to the immortal. She is a member of Tavu's family, Tavu. The man from the Yunzong dynasty asked contemptuously, "What can you do?" She replied, "Let me join Cheu Van Tong, then consider this matter settled." He laughed loudly and arrogantly asked, "Ha ha, are you crazy? You want to join the Van Sek dynasty? There are as many people wanting to join as cow hair. Who do you think you are?" Tavu smiled and lifted her hair. On her forehead was a yellow seal. He asked in surprise, "The chosen one?" She answered, "Exactly. Today the people of the three great sects have come to Ninjia to dispute the chosen person, but I can now join the Van Sek dynasty. What do you think? Even though Nin Tan is leading the heavens, it's a strange phenomenon, but I Su Vu is definitely no worse than him. When I entered the Van Sek dynasty, you were the one who led me in." He smirked and thought to himself, he didn't expect that the Su family would have someone chosen. If she really joined the Cheu Van sect, the future would be unpredictable, and I would also be able to spread the aura along with it. Tavu sinisterly said that making people of the Van Sek's dynasty look black, they were just their brother, stepping on the path of practice, the so-called intimacy was just a passing cloud of smoke. He replied, making her happy, "Okay, I agree with this." At Nin's house, after the light of Ninningu's breakthrough disappeared, two figures appeared in the courtyard of the mansion. A muscular man wearing green armor introduced himself. The Tian Sword sect. Li Qin paid his respects. A man wearing a blue cloak that covered his eyes also introduced his name, and sent the Great River King to pay their respects. Nin Kinkon stepped out to welcome. Welcome to come." The king held his hand and said, "Patriarch Nin, congratulations." Li Qin also said, "The Nin family has a child like this, it will definitely bring glory to the family." Nin Cannot tactfully replied, don't dare, invite the two of you in." Entering the palace, O Duong Min, Li Qin and Vuong Tuan sat in the same row. O Duong Min smiled and said, "Patriarch Nin, I will say it right away, the fire sect is willing to let Nin Tan have the status of an inner sect disciple, and also be able to choose an inner sect elder to be his master." The king also said that the Daiha sect is willing to grant Nin Tan the status of a personal disciple, and moreover, he will teach him the Great River technique of the Daiha sect. Li Qin pointed at himself. He laughed, "Haha, isn't the Lai Fire sect being a bit stingy? Not only is the Tian Kiem sect willing to give Nin Tan the identity to pass on as head of the sect, but in the future we can also participate in the competition for the position of sect leader." Nin Ken did not smile to please. Yes, please sit and wait for a while. Today the strange vision has dissipated. My son will probably be discharged soon. He thought to himself, just now, but my Kinkon Nin family can welcome three great sects to sit at the same table like this. Oh, my son is so powerful. Half an hour later, Nin Tan's entire body was enveloped by a red aura. Nin Kank said happily, "My son has been released from prison." He walked into the room and called, "Father." The three people of the three sects looked at him and praised him. He was indeed the chosen one. "Great, my status as a direct disciple of the Great River sect is yours." Okay, this kind of sharp aura, suitable to enter our Heavenly Sword sect." Nin Tan smiled arrogantly and said, sending invitations to other families, then letting everyone come to Nin Tan to be able to witness the powerful strength of the chosen one like Nin Tan. Nin Kan did not laugh loudly. He praised him. "Ha, very good, worthy of being my son." Leaving the living room, Nin Tan walked to the front door of Ninningu's house. He shouted loudly, "You trash Ningyu, I can't wait any longer, this young master will kill you now. Do you dare to come and fight?" In the yard, Ningingu was meditating. He happily thought, the second level of the golden body technique, the bone refining is complete. Now my body's strength is enough to fight against the second level of foundation monks. He opened his eyes, golden light appeared in his eyes. He stood up, shouted in response to Nin Tan, "Why don't you dare? You and I will meet in the family arena." At the clan's arena, the crowd was noisy. The elders along with the heads of the Nin family and the De family sat in the front rows of the arena. Ning Tan's attack, bright red aura surrounded his body. One of the elders praised, as expected of the chosen one, "This aura seems to have surpassed the 9th level of chi refining." Another elder continued, "The chosen one, it seems that the rumors of being of the same level are also invincible, it's not word of mouth." Nin Kinkon laughed happily. He stroked his beard and said, "Ha, my son's natural talent is really strong. I'm afraid no one in this entire Han Mountain city can compete with him, otherwise how can he attract attention? Please pay attention to the three great sects at the door." The elders flattered, "That is indeed the case, the chosen person who can cause heaven and earth phenomena, has never appeared in Han Mountain City. If Ning family has Ning City, there is hope of rising." Ninkin did not look at Tamin. He asked, to family, what do you think? In his heart, he thought, if Nin family wants to become the strongest family, the biggest obstacle is Su family. Tamin smiled slightly and complimented, Nintan is really not bad. Ninkan didn't smirk and replied, naughty, just not bad, just wait and see. Ning Cheng's attack, a crazy red aura surrounded his body. He shouted provocatively, waste, don't you dare come. The surrounding crowd was noisily discussing, did that trash named Ninengu run away? It was certain, when facing Nintan, he would definitely only die, not survive. What would he do if he didn't run? This was just a one-sided massacre. Ninengu stepped onto the stage. He slowly said, are you in such a hurry to die? He calmly walked away. He happily listened to the crowd's chatter. My God, this trash guy actually dared to stand up, even spoke wildly. I don't know if even one of Nintan's moves can handle this. He's about to die, he said and left. Nintan clasped his hands and said loudly, I thought your trash wouldn't even dare to come. Ninengu smiled back, you don't have the right to make me afraid. He used the red aura to surround him. He laughed loudly and provoked him. Ha ha, soon I will break your head. He suddenly reached out his hand to stop her, saying no. The crowd below the stage whispered again, this trash wanted to ask for forgiveness. How could it be wrong? Just now he was oppressed, now he's probably afraid of peeing his pants. Unfortunately it's too late, this trash is probably dead. Ninengu looked at Ninkin Kong. He said, I want to confirm something with you. He stroked his beard and laughed loudly and asked, ha ha, do you want to leave a will? He shook his head and replied, in this duel, there will be life and death, no one can interfere. He frowned and asked, is that true? He shouted, of course. I heard that and shouted loudly, we can start now. Ningtan was impatient, a bright red aura surrounded him. He shouted loudly, I couldn't wait any more. He rushed up like a ball of fire. Ninengu still calmly stood still. The audience below the stage kept discussing, as expected of the chosen one, the intensity of the aura was enough to reach the 9th level of chi refining. There was no doubt that Ninengu was dead. Ninengu had no dantian, there was no doubt at all, can receive this one attack. Security rushed in, the fireball exploded. Chuthong also came to see. He smirked and commented, my master was indeed right, this trash guy was burned to death in one blow. Tavu smiled sinisterly. She thought to herself, Ninengu in my eyes is just roadside trash. Nintan stopped gathering energy. He laughed loudly, ha ha, unable to withstand the blow. Nin cannot happily announce, I declare, the winner is. The fireball slowly spread out. Ninengu stood still and asked, what's the hurry? The fire gradually disappeared, and he stood there without a scratch. Ninkin Kong shouted in disbelief, impossible, that attack just now, how could he withstand it? Ninengu calmly said, looking splendid and splendid, there was actually nothing. Nintan gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect you to have some ability. He raised his hands to the sky, golden light was summoned above his head. He said, but next, I will send you trash on your way. A person below the stage shouted in surprise, this is the power of the spirit, the person chosen is truly terrifying. Tavu crossed his arms and smiled, assessing that if he used the power of spirit, Ninengu would definitely die. Nintan turned the power of his spirit into a formation in front of him. He laughed loudly and provocatively, you will understand the next attack, I will kill you more simply than squeezing an ant to death. He waved the formation at Ninengu. He worked hard, pale yellow light surrounded his body. He shouted loudly, keep going. The crowd below the stage looked at him in surprise and then disgust. That trash wants to rely on his hard body to resist the force of his spirit. Maybe he was so scared that he became stupid. He deserved it. Nintan's formation collided with Ninengu's body. He jumped up, away from the purple smoke. When security forces used magic again, he shouted loudly, die for me. The force of his spirit formed rows of purple smoke, piercing straight into the circular armor covering his body. He looked at the purple smoke through the armor. He shouted and evaluated, it seems that the power of the spirit is also a bit interesting, isn't it? He looked at him in bewilderment and shouted, what kind of magic is that? That's not right, I can't feel any spiritual energy, it can't be magic. The purple smoke couldn't penetrate his armor. Ninengu smiled provocatively, is the power of the spirit only this little powerful? He was angry, madly performing magic. He was angry and shouted loudly. He was still hard, it seemed like he was going to smash you to pieces. He gritted his teeth, fending off the purple smoke trying to penetrate the golden armor. Min looked at the tense match from the outside and thought that his strength was so powerful, he was already approaching the basic stage. This kid's future was limitless. Nintan's spiritual force collided with Ning and Gu's body armor, creating a huge explosion. Nintan laughed happily, listening from above to the flattering words of the crowd. This time death is certain, right? Maybe there won't even be much left of ashes. Ha ha, young master Nintan is mighty. Li Qin shouted loudly. Tian Qian's sect invites Nintan to join the sect. Vuong Tuoyan also quickly shouted loudly. Dai Ha sect invites Nintan to join the sect. O Duong Min also shouts. Li Hoa sect I invite Nintan to join the sect. Nin Qinkon stroked his beard. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, you three don't be in a hurry, it's best to see my son's wishes. From above, Ning and Gu mobilized and destroyed the purple smoke. You don't have a scratch, you smile while assessing, as expected of your spiritual strength, but it also causes quite a bit of trouble for me, right? The audience was surprised, continuously discussing, no way, this trash is not dead yet, can he resist the attack of the power of spirit? Li Qin and Vuong Tuan opened their mouths. O Duong Min shouted in disbelief, you must know that this is the power of the spirit, only the chosen person can use it, even cultivators of the same level in the sect, there's no way to counter it either. Nintan shouted angrily, that's impossible, how could you be unharmed, you should have been beaten to ashes by me. Ninengu clasped his hands, smiled and said, I'm done with my tricks, it's my turn. He rushed towards him, golden light surrounding his body. He was also angry with his luck, red light enveloped his body, he screamed, you can't win against me. He smirked and asked again, so what? He punched him in the chest. His red aura shield shattered, he was punched in the chest and coughed up blood and coughed. Ninengu was surrounded by a layer of golden aura, he flew into the sky and shouted loudly, but that was not the end of it. He flew behind the panicked security city, he shouted loudly, I told you, the chosen one is not the champion. Then, he punched his waist. He was punched and flew straight to the ground, the surrounding aura spread out in golden circles. His body was knocked to the ground, he coughed up blood and groaned. The crowd was surprised and disgust, that was Ning Cheng, the chosen one, the super genius who created the vision of heaven and earth, how could he be so easily defeated by Ning and Gu? Li Qin exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that someone as powerful as Nintan could be defeated so miserably. O Duong Min's mouth opened wide, but Wang Yin continued in panic, and he was still defeated by the trash who had destroyed Dandian. The people of the Vansek dynasty gritted their teeth and roared, how could this be possible? Tavu shouted in disbelief, it's impossible. Ninengu landed on the ground, he stood next to the small hole created by Nintan's attack. He molded the aura, forming a spear of light in his right hand, he announced, the battle of life and death, I will give you life and death. Nin Qinkon angrily shouted loudly and insolently. He jumped up, summoning a series of power balls that shot towards him. Ninengu blocked the balls, he shouted, you mongrel, I knew you wouldn't follow the rules. You destroyed all of his orbs, then gathered all your strength and rushed towards him, he panicked, what? He kicked him away. The elders under the stage began to summon strength, one person shouted loudly, protecting the homeowner and killing Ninengu. A series of purple air blasts shot at him, he jumped high to avoid it. Then he landed on the ground and asked, is there still a council meeting in the arena? Nin Qinkon was supported by a subordinate, he held his chest and shouted loudly, Ninengu, don't be too harsh. He laughed loudly and replied, ha ha, that's too much, we said it was a life and death duel, yet outsiders intervened, you bunch of cunning old men surrounding me and harming me, what a shamelessness. The head of the Ho family sneered, Patriarch Ning, you let us come here to watch so we can see you all attack a disciple of the family. The head of the Lam family continued, saying that he would don't get involved, your old man really has thick skin. Nin Qinkon gritted his teeth and shouted, Ninengu, you have to be generous and forgive others. Ninengu patted his forehead and laughed loudly as he replied, ha ha, well said, being generous and forgiving others. Just now when Ningtan wanted to kill me, you all jumped up and cheered, now you want me to be generous and forgive me. He glared threateningly, do you still have any face? Nin Qinkon looked at his unconscious son, he thought to himself that Nintan's bones were broken, there was only a faint breath left, if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose his life, no way, absolutely, Ninengu cannot be allowed to continue living. He pointed at him and ordered, if Ninengu dared to insult a disciple of the Nin family, kill him for me. The crowd murmured in shock, what, this is the last bit of dignity you don't even want to leave behind. It's true that Ninkin is not. The Nin family has a homeowner like that. It really makes people feel ashamed. It can't be helped. He's his eldest son. Ninningu angrily applied his energy. His yellow aura was like a fire surrounding his body. He shouted loudly, "Very good, go all the way up, see what Ninningu is afraid of." The audience below the stage asked each other, is it about to take action? The elders of the Ning family waved purple aura towards Ninningu. One person shouted loudly, "We old man will suppress you." Ninningu stood still even though those purple gas streams were shooting towards him. Ninningu punched hard in the air, "Ha!" followed by a high jump floating in the sky. Once again, he curled his arms and put all his strength into punching straight at the startled opponent. He shouted, "Let me deal with you first." He jumped far away after being stunned, only having time to scream, "Ah!" The remaining people also rushed forward one by one, but they didn't mean anything to him. Ninningu became even more aggressive and killed. The people who had just been defeated were lying on the tile floor. Some people were surprised and wondered why he was so strong. The rest of the crowd could only freeze on the spot, not daring to make a move and complain, including Ninkan Kon and the 5 great elders. There must have been 6 monks cultivating weapons with frequency 8 or more, but they could not take on Ninningu one trick. When Ninkan saw this scene, he was extremely angry and grimaced and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Quickly kill Ninningu." They all looked at each other in fear without saying a word. After a while, the whole group decided to rush together with great spirit, killing. He stood before just turning his head slightly with a glance. Suddenly, before I could do anything, a huge beam of light appeared in the sky, causing everything to stop. The 2 men in there stammered in shock, "That is, the old ancestor has left the customs." The biggest reason why the 4 great families of Han Mountain City have been able to survive for hundreds of years is that each family has an old ancestor with a basic foundation who is sitting in town, often ignore worldly affairs and practice in seclusion, but everyone does not dare to underestimate it. The light disappeared and the man surrounded by blue light that looked like a fire gradually appeared in the air with everyone's cautious gaze. That was Ninjia Patriarch, Ning Keen. He landed with a very majestic demeanor. Everyone knelt down to worship him and pay their respects to the old ancestor. He said, "How many years has our Nin family not been this noisy?" Suddenly he turned his eyes in another direction. That's Nin Kan Kon's side. He's speechless. "Old man, son." The old man sternly criticized, "Daring to break the rules of the arena, you should no longer be the homeowner." When he heard that, he panicked, "What?" Not talking about Ninkan Smart anymore, he turned to ask Ninningu, "Did you defeat Nintan?" He replied, "Yes." Nin Chan is a bit interested. His dantian is crippled, he can't use his spiritual power, but he can defeat the chosen one. That's a bit interesting. The 5 great elders all retreated for 3 months. Ninningu will have its previous treatment restored. Everyone said in unison, "Yes, ancestors." He asked him, "Are you satisfied with this treatment?" He replied, "I have no opinion." But then pointed down at the person lying on the tile floor, "But you and him are a life and death duel. There is no life or death, there is no end." Hearing that, Nin Kan Kon rushed over and shouted, "Old ancestor, Nin Tan is the chosen one, Ninningu is just a trash who lost his dandian." He pointed at him and explained that even if he defeated Nin Tan now, he would not be able to reach the bamboo realm in the future, and Nin Tan's future was limitless. He angrily refuted Nin Chan's opinion. "Dear Elder Tong Min, Nin Tan is the future of Nin family." Elder Ninjia also continued, "I agree that Nin Tan should not die." Ninjia Patriarch ignored the words of the 3 of them, turned his eyes to Ninningu, and questioned his actions. "They are all descendants of the family, why do you have to be destroyed like that?" He looked at him with eyes full of resentment. He asked him in a harsh voice, "Did you know when my child almost died?" He replied calmly, "Knowing." He continued to ask him the next question running in his mind, "Did he know when my father was humiliated?" It was not surprising that the Ninjia Patriarch still calmly replied, "Knowing." It seemed like the conversation between the 2 of them became more and more tense. Ninningu continued to ask, "Did you know when I was disqualified from the family and went to Dandin?" He still calmly answered him, "Knowing." At this point, he did not let Ninningu ask any more. He concluded, "I know everything you encountered, but from beginning to end, this old man had no reason to act." He pointed at him and continued, "Because at that time in my eyes you were not qualified." When Ninningu heard the words of the Nin family patriarch, he could only hold his head and burst out laughing, "Ha ha." He quickly regained his composure and retorted, "If a family is like this, why would Ninningu stay here?" After hearing his response, everyone around them expressed their displeasure at his attitude. One person was loud and bold, another person was also not suitable, an insolent, damned person. The last person spoke up, "I would like to suggest you a solution. Please give me an order to hunt down this thief." Ninkeen didn't seem to listen to those words. He calmly asked Ninningu again, "What do you want?" Seeing that he seemed to have humbled himself to listen to him, he was now filled with enthusiasm. He didn't let him wait too long. He replied, "Of course, to let the duel continue." He saw his confident look and immediately asked, "What if I don't allow it?" Ninningu did not seem to be fazed by the important words of the old master Ninningu. He calmly replied, "Unless you protect him every day, I will always have the opportunity to take action." Ninkeen glared at him, full of dissatisfaction with his attitude just now. "How dare you refuse to listen to the old man's words?" Ninningu seemed to be tired of those harsh words. He firmly affirmed in front of everyone that from today onwards, Ninningu is no longer a descendant of this Nin family. Hearing that, Ninkeen was angry, gathered all his strength, smiled and replied, "Very good, very good." He put all his strength into giving him a blow as a farewell, "So let the old man see you off." He saw a stream of light gradually approaching him, and quickly responded. His teeth clenched and hissed, "He only lived a few years longer than me." Then he poured his strength into the purple light of his ancestor and concluded, "Pretending to be what?" Seeing the two streams of light blending together, Elder Nin was stunned. "What?" he thought to himself, "has Ninningu's strength surpassed my expectations? I thought it would at most be close to Bach company, but it seems that Ninningu's physical strength is already on par with that of a monk." Quickly regaining his composure, he asked the person in the distance, "I ask you again, let's stop this, okay?" He seemed to realize that he didn't want the battle to happen, so he calmly replied, "If you want to fight then fight, where did you get so many meaningless words?" His anger grew higher and higher. He raised his voice. This kid absolutely couldn't hold back. The people around saw Ninningu's power and kept talking about spiritual energy turning into food, the most obvious manifestation of a bamboo monk. A monk who reaches the bamboo realm can turn spiritual energy into a weapon, physical gas. Its power is extremely great. The last person seemed to be dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude, so he decided that Ninningu did not know the height of the sky and the earth. This time he would surely die. A stream of purple light from Nindine's sword shined straight towards Ninningu. Before his surprise, he shouted loudly and died. Seeing Ninkeen's actions for him, Ninningu gritted his teeth, threw punches, and shouted to confirm that Ninningu was not afraid. Two strong streams of light collided, creating a huge explosion that startled everyone around. Seeing that scene, many people began to talk loudly. The mighty ancestor, one sword of the mighty ancestor, one sword of the ancestor, would definitely kill that evil beast without a doubt. He looked pleased and thought that his death would not be regrettable. Suddenly, from the smoke, Ninningu stepped out, panting. But he quickly regained his form to continue. Causing Ninjia Patriarch to widen his eyes in surprise, "He didn't die." He replied to him in a voice full of disdain, "Is that all?" The person from earlier also quickly spoke up, looking dissatisfied and insolent. Before he could recover, he brought the second sword towards the opponent. It seemed that at this moment he had nothing to regret anymore and quickly entered the fight. Ninningu gritted his teeth and launched a new attack. My clone ran around Ninkan. Seeing so many people who looked the same, he had a headache and looked around to see where they were. Ninningu, a real person, took advantage of his vulnerability and joined forces to deliver a powerful blow to his body. But unfortunately, Ninjia Patriarch discovered you in time and found you. Quickly pointed the sword at him and laughed loudly, "Haha, go die." It seemed like the person he slashed at was a fake. As soon as he brought the sword to his body, the figure suddenly disappeared. He was upset. Where is he? Ninkinkon saw his entire process from afar, so he shouted loudly to Nin Chan, "Old ancestor, in the air." He heard a startled scream, "What?" Before he could react, a beam of light hit him straight in the face. It turned out that it was Ninningu who gave him a strong blow. Seeing that scene, the head of the Nin family and everyone were surprised. The patriarch, after being attacked by his brother, his face was stained with blood, his hands covered his face, shouting loudly, "Ah!" Ninkinkon looked in fear at the scene before his eyes. His ancestor had also failed. How strong was he? Tavu was also equally shocked. This was still the trash whose Dandin had been destroyed. Chuthong angrily hit the chair. How could it be so strong that even the bamboo monk was defeated? His face turned black and he gritted his teeth in anger. At first, I not only insulted Ninningu but also kicked him out of the outer gate, but today, Ninningu can still have the ability to defeat a bamboo monk if later on, if he wants revenge, he'll be in trouble. Tvu panicked and shouted at Chu Thong, whose face was dark and dark. He was absolutely not allowed to live. If he wasn't already dead, neither my family nor you would be able to rest in peace. When Chu Thong heard that, he couldn't sit still and ordered him to be killed. Han said, then jumped onto the scaffold. Tvu and Tamin followed Chu Thong and joined forces to kill him. Oduang Min couldn't sit still. He stood up if he had that intention. The king cannot see anymore. My great river sect attaches great importance to the security of the city, so let me help clear the obstacles. The head of the Lam family and the head of the Ho family looked at each other without saying anything. The crowd surrounding Nin and Guan shouted a bunch of shameless mongrels. Tamin looked at him and formed a broken fist to stop talking nonsense. Today I will definitely not let you survive. Ninningu confidently looked at the group of people in front of him, so go ahead, Ninningu, even if he dies in battle, you won't be left completely dead. Saying that, he rushed to Su Ming, the old mongrel. He dared to destroy my dantian. Today, new enemies and old debts will be paid off. Tvu stood next to stop Ninningu. Vuong Tuan looked at the chosen person and gritted his teeth. Indeed, Han Mountain City was not the only one chosen. Oduang Min also looked in awe at how small Han Mountain City was, but it was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Tvu used a method to tie Ninningu up high so that he could not move. I used the power of spirit to control him. Please use all your strength to kill him. I thought she had tied Ninningu, but he managed to escape and break her bonds. It was such a beautiful dream. After saying that, he rushed towards Su Min and killed him. Tvu, standing behind, only looked dark and used the power of his spirit to tie him up again. Damn him. Su Min on this side has also set up a layer of ice to block your attack that wants to kill me. It's not that easy. But Tamin did not expect that he would be able to break the ice that he had created. Tamin couldn't believe that he was defeated at the hands of the person he considered a waste. After receiving a blow from Ninningu, Tamin spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing his father like that, Tvu also shed tears but could not do anything to his father. After finishing dealing with Tamin Ninningu, he looked at Chu Thong and pointed at him. The next one was you. Chu Thong did not hesitate to attack Ninningu, so don't be arrogant. From above Ninningu's head appeared tens of thousands of swords that began to descend. Oduang Min also helps Chu immediately produce fire clouds. The king also released a hidden weapon and helped Chu Thong destroy Ninningu. Let me help you say it and create a great whirlwind. Swords, fire and wind create a towering tornado above the field. That tornado surrounded Ninningu. He created a protective circle with spiritual energy to prevent himself from being hurt. However, he alone could not fight against her. He could only hold out for a while. All three streams of spiritual energy simultaneously attacked the protective circle. Ninningu only had time to exclaim, but before he knew it, the protective circle had already broken. He was thrown to the ground by 3 blasts of force. The ground also cracked. He vomited a mouthful of blood and cried out in pain. Ah! Chu Thong, Oduang Min, and Vuong Tuan all worked hard. Please shout out and kill him. Sword, wind and fire simultaneously rushed towards the fish's body, creating a fierce explosion. He used spiritual energy to cover his body and jumped up to avoid the attack. The sound of killing echoed in the air. Oduang Min grimaced and warned, don't let him get close. Chu Thong rushed in front of Ninningu. He mocked him with a triumphant face, trashing his strong body. She could become a target. He clasped his hands and asked again, so what? A bright yellow aura enveloped his body. He was surprised. What, your Freemasonry hasn't been cancelled? The king also wondered what was going on. Oduang Min angrily said, this kid has not been destroyed yet. The master thought restlessly, if such a powerful body can still control spiritual energy, then what is a person like that if he is not a super genius? Hateful, now I regret it a bit. 1 Ninningu is colder than 10 Nintan. Duang Min seemed to realize his thoughts. He reminded him, don't think too much, now we have no way to turn back, we can only kill him. At the intersection, suddenly a series of spirit swords flew towards him, making him scared. His face turned pale. He shouted a warning, be careful. He heard the sound and quickly tried to avoid it. But there was no time, because the spirit sword was just a lure. The real attack was Ninningu's powerful punch hitting straight into his stomach. He immediately flew away, screaming in pain, ah! Ninningu, under the impact of the force of soldiers, also frowned and cried out, it was so painful. Chu Thong did not give up yet. He held his chest and released a series of swords, full of determination, saying, "I want to kill you." The sword rushed towards him. He thought in a disheveled appearance, "Can you lend me your strength?" In his mind, he stood in front of a giant prison cell with stone walls and iron spines created by giant trees 5 times taller than him. A thought appeared in his mind at that time, but there was no response. He shouted, "As long as you can lend me your strength, you can pay any price." The prison cage remained silent without a sound. He was angry, staring at the incoming sword, hateful, still ignoring me. Suddenly from the air, a purple shirt full of flowers hit the tail of the sword, deflecting the sword's trajectory. The sword just grazed his shoulder a little. Everything happened so fast that he was a bit startled. The owner of that shirt gently lowered it from above in front of him. A clear voice spoke up, "One of my people had never been bullied like that." "That's a bit excessive. That person is Willow Shuen Tan." Willow gently landed on the ground, bored with the life in front of Ninningu. Chu Thong asked her, "Who are you?" She ignored his question, turned towards him, and praised him, unexpectedly, "You are quite strong." He sighed in difficulty. Wasn't he about to die? Chu Thong was angry behind him. He secretly launched a move, "Let me dare to ignore me." The sword rushed towards her at breakneck speed. She still calmly stood there. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You alone dare to attack my lady." Chu Thong's sword seemed to have been caught in a fierce storm and was completely broken. He knelt down to cover his chest, gasped and asked loudly, "Who was it?" Standing in front of him was a majestic old man. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking at him with a proud demeanor, in complete contrast to his disheveled appearance. He angrily gritted his teeth, "Do you know who I am?" The old man scornfully turned his hand to his face, "You are." Uncle Thong frowned and frowned, "I am a disciple of Cheu Van sect. You dare to hurt me. Aren't you afraid of revenge from Cheu Van sect?" The old man standing in front of him waved his hand and said eloquently, "Just relying on you to dare to attack the young lady. Killing someone 100 times is not enough. Don't say it's you. Even if the sect masters of your 4 great sects come, I won't be afraid." Vuong Tuan En and Yu Duong Min were both stunned by that harsh statement. Both the head of the Ho family and the head of the Lam family were also stunned by the old man's aura. Chu Thong touched his head and laughed mockingly, "Haha, you're an arrogant old man, but you dare to look down on my Cheu Van sect. If you're good, tell me your background and see if the Van sect dynasty dares to touch you." Yu Duong Min also clasped his hands in warning, "The arrogant old man dares to brag in front of our 4 great sects. Is he tired of living?" Vuong Tua En also asked, telling his background, "I want to see what force can be so arrogant." Willow Tuyen Tan whispered to the old man, "Uncle, take Ninningu ahead." The old man turned towards her, nodded slightly and said, "Okay." Yu Duong Min quickly made a move, shouted, insolently, "Pretend we don't exist." A ring of fire quickly accumulated and rushed towards the old man, causing Fish and Willow to form. The old man gently waved his hand, and the ring of fire suddenly dissipated. He snorted softly. The old man was suspicious and asked why it was like that. There were thousands of questions in his mind right now. The opponent only had to scare away his flame attack. His strength was immeasurable. He clasped his hands into fists and stood in front of the old man, speaking loudly, hoping to speak politely so that we could explain to the sect. The other 2 people standing behind him agreed. Willow Shuen Tan supported Ningingu and said softly, "Tell them to go." The old man threw something into Chu Thong's hand. He opened his hand. It was a token engraved with the 4 words "Dry Leaf Library." He was full of surprise, trembling as he read out loud, "The library was dry with leaves." Everyone knelt down, scared in unison. We didn't know our identities and asked our seniors to forgive us. Ninningu was secretly surprised. He thought, he didn't expect Willow Huyen Tan's background to be so strong. For the people of Cold Mountain City, the 4 great sects were the strongest forces they could come into contact with. However, there is still a force that dominates the 4 great sects, that is the Dry Leaf Library. No one knows how strong the Dry Leaf Library is, but one thing can be seen, that is the person who built the 4 great sects from the Dry Leaf Library. For many years, the Dry Leaf Library has placed a huge mountain on top of the 4 great sects that cannot be reached, let alone overcome. The old man loudly questioned, "Isn't this bunch of blind eyes very arrogant?" Chu Thong was still in a kneeling position with his head bowed, thinking to himself, who would have thought that the woman in front of him was this old man who actually came from the Dry Leaf Library. Willow gracefully called out to the old man. The old man glanced at her. She said, "Fook Bo," telling them to stand up. At this time, the people of the Dry Leaf Library had already arrived. The young lady all stood up and left. Willow Xuantan stood before the king. Tua Tianj, Chu Thong and O Duong Min stood next to Ninningu and said that this young lady is now interested in Ninningu. You stand in front of everyone and loudly declare that he cannot die, understand? Agreed, and the other two only knew yes. She pointed at the three of them again and said, I know that the elders of the Cloud sect are good at fortune-telling. They must have calculated that two people chosen by heaven appeared in Han Mountain related to Black Cloud Mountain, right? Chu Thong didn't dare to argue, he only knew how to be humble. Young lady Min Min Tan, Han's son appeared, God's chosen person, the elders of the Van sect. I also predicted that it was related to Black Cloud Mountain, so I sent Chu Then and Lu Nok to investigate. He was sweating as he spoke, but he didn't expect that these two people would be killed by security forces. Willow Tuyen Tan frowned and asked when he was ready to explore Black Cloud Mountain. Chu Thong only replied that 3 days later. I know your face is calm, she said while looking at Ninningu. 3 days later, I will give you a chance to end your grudges. Chu Thong and the two of them clasped their hands happily to thank the young lady, but in their hearts, Chu Thong secretly thought that it would be okay to let Ninningu live for 3 more days. She waved her hand, if no one stops her, then go away and don't be an eyesore here. After the three of them left, Li Qin looked at Ninningu and complimented him, you're quite good. Ninningu also smiled and replied that I also felt that I was quite good. Li Qin's face darkened and he looked at Ninningu without saying anything. But with a serious face, I will not move to Black Cloud Mountain. Li Qin looked at Ninningu and smiled. He also politely replied thank you. Li Qin also waved his hand and walked away. No need to thank me. If you were a weak ant, I wouldn't have paid attention and stomped to death, but you are a powerful cultivator, so you deserve my respect. Ninningu only looked at Li Qin's back, has left. Willow leaves the city looking at Ninningu, who is seriously injured. You owe me your life. He just smiled and asked her what you want. Willow did not hide it and told the truth. I am very interested in you, especially your strong body. 3 days later, I need you to go to Black Cloud Mountain to explore as the final test, for you. As she said, she gave him a condition. If you survive, I will suggest you take the library's exam to become a student of the library. Saying this, her face suddenly turned dark. But if you die, I will not regret this world where big fish eat small fish. You're calm on the outside, I understand, but in your heart you're agitated. The trip to Black Cloud Mountain is almost a lifelong journey. The common people will absolutely not allow you to live, but this is also your chance. Lu Tuyen Tan seriously repeated that, if you can't continue to stay at Nin family, then come with me for now. While she and the staff of the Dry Deep Library were talking, from the gate, Ninningu was helping a person who was seriously injured. The person who helped Ninningu was his father. Looking at your father was also an arrogant character, but he did not expect to fall into this path. The person in the Dry Leaf Library always had a serious face and felt like this drunkard from Nin Chen gave me a strange feeling, but it only appeared for a split second and then disappeared. Am I wrong? At this time, Ninningu was taking care of his father who was lying on the bed in a coma. He covered his father with a blanket and thought that the next 3 days would definitely be the end of his life for me. He turned towards the door and thought that if he wanted to overcome this fate, he would have to quickly improve his strength. The next day, early in the morning on the mountain, the fog had not yet cleared. Ninningu was already on the grass looking into the distance. He was secretly determined to fight with the pine trees and harvest quite a rich harvest. He looked at what he had achieved. His face became more and more determined. Even though my physical body was enough to resist the attack of the second-level foundation cultivator, it was because the realm was too low. He closed his eyes tightly so that even if the sneak attack was successful, there was no way to kill Chu Thong. When he opened his eyes, he saw bright eyes in the cage looking after him. His face was steadfast, looking at those eyes. Today, he really wanted to borrow me from them to kill me. In his heart, he secretly thought that when he was most desperate, this guy still didn't lend his strength to me. His eyes just shook his head. I saw his sweaty face and he was shaking his head. This was the first time he communicated with me. He looked through that iron frame. His face darkened. I want to improve my realm within 3 days. Can you help me? Those bright eyes kept looking intently at Ninningu. He also looked into that iron cage waiting for something to happen. It took a long time before a glowing fire gem was thrown from the iron cage. Ninningu held the jade in his hand and stared at the powerful spiritual energy. Just holding it in his hand, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone was already flowing madly into his body. He stood in front of the iron cage with his hands clasped in gratitude. Then he returned from the Willow Road to the city. In Ninningu's Willow Palace, he chose to stay behind the forest to practice. He placed the pearl on the ground to prepare to meditate. Unexpectedly, the pearl began to glow and a huge power poured into his body. He immediately tried to calm the violent spiritual energy in his body to slow down a bit. Suddenly, the spirit stone grew more and more energetic. You try to sit and absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual stone. The spiritual energy of this spiritual stone is too violent and we have to resist. Ninningu kept practicing from the 6th floor to the 7th floor, trying to absorb all the aura so he could upgrade faster. Level 8 of Qi refinement at this time, he was tired of the spiritual energy in the gem and was also exhausted. Your face is brighter than the 8th level of Qi refining. I have to thank you for this vitality. The next day, he and Willow will go up the mountain together. She looked at him and there was still time to regret it. He ignored her words unnecessarily. She told him as she walked, "Did you know that the 4 great sects in the Da family, as well as your Nin family members, all entered Black Cloud Mountain and at that time you were their common enemy?" He was still normal when she said that, so why don't we go to the Black Mountain and the outcome will be different. She glanced lightly at him, looking pleased. Willow smiled gently and said, "I appreciate you more and more." Ninningu looked away and said, "Thank you." There were a few mountains around where the two of them stood. She looked at him and said, "Go, while you are in Black Cloud Mountain, your father will be under my care." He smiled and said, "Okay." He turned his back and walked forward. She stood looking at his back. Suddenly she heard a voice calling, "Little sister." Behind her was the man from the Dry Leaf Library. The black man put his hands together and said, "You're taking him a bit too seriously." She crossed her arms and turned around to speak. Why did she say that? He looked at her seriously and said, "Although his physical body is strong, the most important thing for a cultivator is to rely on magic to fight. Although his dantian has been cultivated, his natural talent is not high enough." When she heard him say that, she spoke up, "Maybe you're right." She said with a slight smile, "But doesn't this young lady just like to do things that others see will definitely result in losses?" He remained silent, not knowing what to say, looking at her. She said as she walked, "Moreover, this lady trusted him very much." On the Ninningu side, he was walking into a forest. Suddenly, many bats appeared above his head. He said, sweating, "In here were the roars of demonic beasts." Suddenly he heard something said, some sound. In front of him appeared a black rabbit surrounded by a purple halo. He recognized it and spoke, supplementing the rabbit's spirit. It bared its teeth and growled. He continued to say, "The soul-filling rabbit is a rare monster. Its strength is equivalent to the 5th level of a cultivator in the Qi refining stage, but if you eat its meat, you can nourish its flesh body, strengthen vitality and blood." He sped up and ran towards the direction it spoke. "Good guy." He chased after it, but its speed was too fast for him to catch up. He chased after it and said, "The speed was too fast." Half an hour later, he was still running behind the rabbit. At this time, the rabbit was a bit tired and sweating profusely. His eyes were sharp. Suddenly a tree branch fell. The tree branch fell right on him. He used the momentum to step on the tree. The person facing him said, "I won't let you run away." The black rabbit gasped in surprise, as if hearing a thunderbolt strike. Ninningu's 5 ears were about to wave. He said excitedly, "Luck has come to you." The rabbit raised both front legs. It made a sound, thud, 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 as if to protest. He brought it forward, helplessly saying, "How naughty." Suddenly he heard the sound of leaves rustling, not the gentle, poetic sound of leaves as usual, but a hiss full of murderous intent. He looked down at the ground, where it was covered with green stones carrying spiritual history. They surrounded him forming a circle. He exclaimed, "Not good." The blue light around the stones seemed to be sucked up, the light becoming larger and larger. They are coming together, vertical rays, horizontal rays. The light gradually becomes more intertwined. The light line formed an arch-shaped net that surrounded him. Ninningu asked softly, "What's going on?" Coming from the deep, dark forest was a group of people. He heard their arrogant laughter. They stood around the outside of the light grid, forming a circle. I don't know who ridiculed him first. He is truly a brainless piece of trash. Oh, they are no strangers. Those are Chu Thong, O Duong Min, Tavu, Nin Chan, and Vuong Tuan. They both laughed loudly with hateful, disdainful faces as if wanting to mock and humiliate him. Ninningu said sharply, "It turned out to be in your trap. Chu Thong is arrogant and only knows how to cultivate his body, but you are the best bait to nourish your soul." He put his hand in his pocket to search and said as he searched, "You guys are really good to me." He felt a little angry when he saw that his words had no impact on him. Last time someone from the dry leaf library saved you, now even someone with wings will have a hard time escaping. He provoked, "Then try it." As he spoke, he swung his fist towards the cage. The power of his fist hits the cage, creating a powerful visual effect. However, he realized that the cage was unharmed. He was surprised, rubbing his wrist. Chu Thong chuckled, "Haha, this is the beast trap formation of my Vansek dynasty, I'll see how you solve it." The spiritual energy in the formation will continuously absorb the person's blood energy, causing the person's body to weaken quickly. The person you rely on is just the strength of your body, and this beastly siege is reserved for you. He pointed down at the ground, his tone arrogant. "Inside this formation, you will become a complete waste." The four sides shook, the blue light became stronger. He wondered, what was going on? His hand was still shaking from the blow just now. He clenched his fists in determination, preparing for the next blow. He was determined that he must fight quickly and win quickly. Another powerful punch rushed towards the cage. Chu Thong confidently said, "Haha, it's true that grasshoppers kick elephants, this guy will slowly torment people to death." Ningingu swung a series of punches carrying spiritual energy towards the cage created by blue light. A series of punches followed each other faster and faster. But he felt the feeling of weakness in his body becoming more and more obvious and had to think of a way to create a chance to escape. He clasped his hands tightly, his elbows close to the creator's side. He lowered his center of gravity, a yellow light surrounded his body. He shouted, reversing the aura. Suddenly he closed his mouth tightly, seemingly unable to breathe. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Ningingu fell down, face down on the ground. Chu Thong stood outside the cage and sneered, "Haha, this trash can't hold on anymore and now I'll deal with him." Tavu approached and raised his voice full of caution, "Wait, be careful of being tricked." Chu Thong retorted uncomfortably, "Women worry too much, are you doubting the power of my beast trap?" She was thoughtful, not daring to say anything, standing and hiding behind Chu Thong. On the ground, the blue light was gradually absorbed and disintegrated into small pieces. The formation has been withdrawn. He pulled himself out of his life and waved in the air in a majestic manner. "That trash who dared to hurt me, did he really think that Dry Leaf Academy would protect him?" Chu Thong turned his sword and stabbed it straight down, arrogantly saying, "You're just a big cricket worm, now this guy will strangle you to death." The tip of his sword pointed straight at Ningingu's head lying on the ground. He seemed to come to his senses, his eyes squinting in alertness. His body reflexively turned to avoid the attack, his hand knocked his sword away. He panicked, it couldn't be. Suddenly he disappeared, leaving only the open air on the ground. He stood frozen. He glanced at him, threw himself behind Chu Thong, used his hands on the ground as support, and kicked him hard in the stomach. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened in pain, he could only scream, "Ah!" He staggered and fell, landing safely in the distance. Tavu shouted, "The trick is right, everyone should quickly take action." O Duong Min waved his hand and signaled, "Kill." He opened his hand and palmed it, a powerful flame flared up. The fire rushed straight to where he was standing. He quickly dodged, joking in a low voice, "I hid." Ningingu stood from afar looking at the crowd, laughing hysterically. Tavu pursed her lips and said nothing, her expression darkened. He turned around, smirked and said, choosing a soft pink to squeeze. She shouted, blocking it. Above her head is a purple vortex like the Milky Way. Suddenly, 3 shields appeared in front of him blocking the way. He swung his fist, speaking softly, unable to withstand a blow. The 3 shields immediately shattered into pieces. He rushed towards her child, she quickly ran away, shouting, coldly determined. Suddenly she stopped. Under his feet in the bowl was a thick, slippery layer of blue ice. He smiled lightly, held 2 fingers together and raised them up. Ice-cold decision, I also know. Behind Suyu, a series of angular blue fragments were slowly gathering as ordered. They formed sharp ice swords towards her. She tilted her head in surprise and exclaimed in shock, why? The swords received the order and rushed towards her at breakneck speed. She rolled her eyes and shouted cowardly, save me. Ningingu suddenly discovered something. He promptly leaned over to avoid it. What attacked him was the savage wind created by the king's iron fan. He raised his weapon and said, also with courage. Then he put all his strength into the strange fan and shouted loudly, loudly. He looked up, signaled, surrounded and killed him. Duangmin shouted, yes, his hands gathered fire, preparing to strike. Chu Thong stepped back, posed, he said, let's finish together. Nin Chan raised his hand to create a move and said seriously, not knowing whether he lived or died. Tavu leaned forward to create a piece of ice, scowling, I will kill you. Different moves simultaneously flew toward Ninningu. They were like hungry tigers prowling, just waiting to tear him into 100 pieces. He was surrounded in the middle. There seemed to be no way back, no way to escape. They thought he had no choice but to face the difficulties ahead and stand still and take the beating. He smirked, thinking how beautiful it was. Then, as quickly as lightning, he found a loophole and escaped from the dangerous situation. Their attacks were easily left behind. Unharmed, Ninningu rushed towards the deep green jungle. Duangmin shouted, determined not to let him run away. Fast as the wind, he weaved through old trees with luxuriant foliage. He stopped when he found a suitable place to stop. On the hem of his shirt, there was still the tense atmosphere of the deadly battlefield just now. 4 men ran frantically to find him, shouting, boy, stop for me. The king held out his fan, he was proud, and then rushed towards my great river, looking for death. He threw the fan into the air. The fan spun as fast as a tornado. It gradually became larger. The king agreed to climb up first. He took the initiative to call the rest to climb up here. So all 5 people sat on his giant fan, flying high, moving above even the highest treetops of the jungle. He shouted, the giant sword flew, his hands clasped with luck. The fan rushed through the air, its speed comparable to the wind. His arrogant voice echoed in the air, look where you can run to. Ninningu in front glanced back, seeing that they had caught up. He let out a soft click. He observed and said firmly that he could only go to the abyss of his mountain range and take advantage of the demon beasts there to create trouble for them. Having said that, he focused on running straight ahead. Behind, Chu Thong and Nin were proud. They were about to catch up and this kid couldn't run away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ninningu made a decision, no way, we have to speed up. Suddenly his feet stopped on the ground. The feet sank deeper into the ground. He lost momentum and kicked into space. Looking down, he saw the ground crack in two, forming a huge gap. He suddenly exclaimed, what? The ground closed as before. The ground was flat again as if nothing had happened. It seemed that the scene just now was just everyone's illusion. 5 people, Tavu, Chu Thong, Duangmin, Nin Chan, and Vuong Tuan, quickly landed on the ground. When they stood firm, they looked at each other suspiciously, usually speaking first, no one else. Duangmin frowned and clenched his fist. Small sparks of fire flashed in his hand as if to express his anger at this moment. He gritted his teeth. The ground was still intact and there were no signs of cracking. As if to relieve himself, he punched the ground hard. He hated the supernatural power that opened the way for his prey to escape. The fire hit the ground and suddenly flared up, hot air radiating strongly around. The ground sank a little but it didn't matter. The old man stood up straight, clenched his fists. Damn it, someone must have saved him. The other 4 people stood far away watching him vent. They also had the same thoughts. The crowd chatted loudly. Tavu said his guess. Could it be someone from the Dry Leaf Library? Chu Thong immediately retorted. It was impossible. If the Dry Leaf Library really respected him, they would absolutely not let him enter his cloud mountain. The king calmly reassured everyone. There was no need to rush. If he came to Van Sun he would definitely go to investigate the matter of the chosen person. Sooner or later he would run into us. Chu Thong clenched his fist with determination. He praised his reasoning. Not bad. Black Cloud Mountain will definitely be the place to bury his body. All 5 people gathered together in one place. Chu Thong stated the group's immediate task, the current urgent task, so they should first investigate the strangeness of Black Cloud Mountain. Duangmin, unable to think of a better solution, had to helplessly agree. In this fight, he will die anyway. They stood under the blue sky discussing without knowing that right now, right under their feet, deep underground, Ninningu was standing stunned in an underground cave. He looked around, wondering where this was. He walked quickly, cautiously observed the surroundings. He thought, how did we get here? Why did we fall into this place? Then he waved his hand decisively, punching hard at the cliff in front of him. The cliff only sank slightly. His fists were not strong enough to move anything here. Ninningu touched the cliff to check. It didn't work. His fist was like a cotton bag, without any strength. He quickly came to the conclusion that it seemed impossible to break out the idea. Standing in front of the seemingly endless row of stones, he told himself, she could keep going and see. Suddenly he heard something. Ninningu was suspicious. There was a sound here. He followed that sound, to a strange space. This place is brighter than the dark cave just now. In the middle is a large square stone table with 4 chairs around it. The table and chairs are covered with moss, proving that it has been here for many years. Seeing that, he looked around, observed more closely. He said, "It seemed like there were people living here. I doubted that person's identity. Who would come here?" An unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke in the silent space, startling him, his body tensing up. He immediately turned around to look for the owner of that sound, whoever it was. The ground beneath his feet shook slightly. He looked down and wondered, what is that? Below, right in front of him was a sky-blue turtle. It held its head in anger. "What the hell are you?" he asked again. "Are you talking?" The turtle lies face down and crawls up. On its back is a yin and yang circle. He thought about it. Monsters that opened their mouths and spoke in human language did exist, but basically, only monsters that had the level of the primordial realm became fully capable. But right now I can't even feel any presence of spiritual energy on my body. The turtle jumped onto the stone bench. It sat up straight like a human, with its arms leaning back and its legs crossed. He puffed his cheeks and let out a breath. "No, I could still be your ancestor." Ninningu raised his finger to poke this lovely animal. He asked it, "Is that why you brought me down here?" The turtle arrogantly waved his hand and boasted, "Of course, sir, my magic power is boundless. If you want to play with anyone, you can play with him." He asked in surprise, "You and I don't have any feelings or resentment, right?" The turtle seemed to be irritated. It jumped up and let out a loud hissing sound. He pointed at him, opened his mouth and shouted, "Boss, I have a big grudge against you. Mother, what have you done that you don't want to take responsibility for anymore?" He stood in front of the tiny turtle, scratching his head suspiciously, wondering what he was saying. The turtle put one hand on its shell. It guided him to remember, "Did you kill that tentacle monster last time?" In the cave, Ninningu knelt down in front of the green turtle and nodded to confirm that this was the case. The turtle propped himself up with one hand and pointed towards himself with the other hand. He was angry and said loudly, "That was the bodyguard sought by the 4 tycoons. You killed him and hit me in the face, do you understand?" He helplessly laughed it off. "This." The turtle crossed his arms, pretending to be tolerant, and left. "Sir, I'm not an unreasonable person. Give you a chance to commit suicide." Ninningu seriously asked if the person was drunk. The turtle saw that he was still leisurely and calm. It sighed, "Hiya, I'm angry to death." "It makes you frown, but you don't know how to repent." He raised his hand. "Do you want to beat me?" The turtle jumped up. He replied, "Of course." It turned upside down and rushed towards him. He frowned and observed. He raised his fist to block it. The two colliding forces create a not-so-light vibration. After holding on for a while, he realized something was wrong. Immediately, he and the turtle moved to opposite sides. He still stood firmly on the ground, clenched his fists and complained, his shell was too hard. The turtle stomped his feet. "Haha, the strength of the 4 giants is not something anyone knows." He clenched his fist. Ninningu rushed forward and hit it. He shouted, "Continue." "The turtle's shell is covered with a layer of blue crystals," he said, coldly determined. It turned out that ice had covered the turtle's shell, causing it to freeze. The turtle grimaced and made a clicking sound. He glanced at it slightly, still holding the fist position. He asked, "What's going on?" On the turtle's shell, the thin layer of ice disappeared, replaced by a ring of bright yellow light, with letters constantly moving on it. The ice he created on the turtle's shell turned into sharp pieces, like darts, rushing straight towards him. He quickly moved to avoid it. The turtle somersaulted many times before landing firmly on the ground. He was surprised. The ice-cold decision was ineffective. The turtle's shell still glows. It moves quickly between cliffs, creating bright lines in space. He strained his eyes to follow its path, the little turtle, watching its moves. Suddenly it rushed straight towards him. Its force hitting him was like the force of a giant iron ball. The thrust caused him to step back and fall. He exclaimed, "Ouch!" It quickly flew back into the air, spinning around in place, looking at him sitting on the ground. "He is proud. What's the matter? Are the 4 giants cold?" He looked at it uncomfortably. The turtle in front of him was indeed a bit strange. Its defense was much stronger than his own. The turtle continued to rush towards him. It boasted, "Next the giant will show you his true technique." He stood up and speculated about the turtle's attack. He realized his eyes couldn't keep up with its movements. It was too fast. In a moment, he fell backwards, not knowing whether it was because he wanted to dodge the attack or because he wanted to punch the turtle. It shouted, "Hegemony." In front of his eyes at this moment was a streak of green light rushing through the air. In the cave, the turtle cornered the fisherman against the cliff. It strikes again and again. The human eye could only see many streaks of blue light rushing towards him. He raised his hand to fight back to reduce the damage coming from the turtle. Before that action, the turtle seemed to get angrier. It moved faster, howling, "I fight, fight, fight." After a while, the streaks of blue light stopped rushing towards him. He fell down, the stone wall behind him peeling off in large pieces. His face contorted in pain, he fell to the ground, rocks and dirt flying up in the air. In the distance, the turtle was also thrown into the air. The blue light that covered it disappeared. He opened his beautiful blue eyes and looked at it intently. The turtle was still in the process of flying out. It tilted its bald head towards him, obnoxious, completely not an opponent. The turtle stood up straight, opened its mouth and asked, "Are you scared yet?" The more he spoke, the more his mouth opened wider. He propped himself up with his hands and raised his face to ask again, had he been subdued by the four giants? On his chest, something was glowing. It was a very bright yellow halo. Turns out, it was the stone face of the necklace that was still hanging around his neck. The stone surface has the shape of a crescent moon surrounding a four-pointed star. The turtle was startled by that sparkling light. That halo of light became increasingly brighter and larger. The yellow color gracefully spreads throughout the space. Because it was too bright, he had to raise his hand to cover his eyes. He exclaimed in panic, "That is." It seemed that he and the turtle had fallen into another dimension. It is a giant stone cave with a row of golden columns. The turtle asked him suspiciously, "Where is this place?" With his face smeared with sand and dust, he muttered, "It was the person in that iron prison who dragged me and this turtle here." The turtle looked at the huge iron bars. Anger welled up in his heart. "Who dares to lock you in here? If you have the ability, you will break your head." A golden light softly appeared in the dungeon. It was a pair of bright eyes opening. Uncle noticed that person. He whispered, "Hiya, is it you who dragged my uncle here?" Ninningu realized the intention of the man behind bars. He asked softly, "Were you interested in it?" Uncle shouted angrily, "You dare to drag me in here? Don't beat your butt, you don't know what respect is." A beam of light rushed towards it. The light quickly engulfed the tyrant, forming a vortex. Soon, the light formed a cocoon that held it. Receiving the owner's orders, the cocoon quickly rushed into the iron frame, to the place of the mysterious person with supernatural power. Ninningu was also stunned. He stared at what was happening before his eyes. The turtle was pulled inside. After being dragged in, the boss was thrown out in an instant, lying at his feet. The turtle lay still without moving. There was something very different about it. He wondered, what did he do to this tyrant? He stared at the turtle, then he realized, the mysterious rune on the turtle's shell had completely disappeared. He had turned the uncle into a normal turtle. The uncle raised his face, he shouted seriously and shut his mouth. And as if seeing a 180-degree change, he quickly stood up and flattered the person imprisoned in the iron cage, saying nothing but just calling me little king. My little king has eyes and can't see the mountain. I hope you don't miss me. It seems that the person in there has enormous power, causing it to change like that. Ninningu was speechless at that scene. He spoke helplessly. The contrast between before and after was a bit big. The turtle stood in front of him, his attention still focused on the person in the cage. He was humbled. "You can rest assured, I will definitely not do anything to this little brother. From now on he is my grandfather, my uncle is his grandson. We'll definitely serve him comfortably and comfortably." It seemed the owner of those eyes had warned it a few things. Those eyes looked back at him. Then suddenly all the scenery before his eyes disappeared, and he and his uncle returned to the cave. The uncle leaned against his leg and panted, "Hey," he was scared to death. It really feels afraid of the other person's power. Ninningu thought to himself, I don't know what kind of tricks that guy used to be able to scare the tyrant like this. When the uncle saw him looking at him, he jumped up threateningly, looking at him, carefully. "The uncle cleaned you up." He crossed his arms seriously, reminding him of what just happened. "Is that so?" He forgot what he said before, "I am your grandfather." Under the towering cave wall, the uncle leaned on one hand, the other pointed straight at the person in front of him. His face was red with embarrassment. He shouted, "I spat, brat, you dare to talk about this outside, uncle, I will kill you." Ninningu found it very interesting. He carefully observed its expression, his mouth slightly raised. He teased it, his mouth stiffened. The boss reluctantly turned around. He went ahead and led the way, not daring to turn back. He called out to you, "Follow me." He asked it in surprise, "What to do?" It seemed profound. "Guessing the purpose of your coming here, don't you want to know the story of the Chosen One?" Bat Jia led him to a large old door. He waved his hands and the door slowly opened on both sides. Behind the door is a solidly built room. Bat Jia comes in first. He calls me, "Come in." Ningingu also slowly entered the room. The end of the room is a rough stone wall. Under the ground, rays of light from unknown sources shine down, drawing a dim circle. Bat Jia lay down and crawled down. Beneath it right now is a formation made up of many golden concentric circles. On each circle are intricate ancient symbols. The position in contact with the turtle's belly is brighter than the outer circles. Once the formation is deployed, an illusion appears. Those are 5 people: Tavu, Chu Thong, Nin Chan, O Duong Min, and Vuong Tuan, who are searching the ground. Bat Master pointed at the illusion and asked him, "So this scoundrel wants to kill you?" He replied firmly, "Yes." Bat Master clasped his hands on his waist. He smirked. 4 children, 1 refining weapon can force someone into a dead end. It's not that my uncle looks down on you. You are too weak. Ninningu was silent and awkward, not knowing what to say. In the illusion, the other group of people were tired of looking for him, but they still did not give up. The group of people still looked around trying to find it. The uncle said mischievously, "Look at the uncle showing you something interesting." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of demonic beasts surrounded the group. 4-legged beasts carrying a dark purple aura with sharp teeth and claws slowly narrowed the circle. The group of people were forced into the middle of that circle, their backs to each other, constantly alert, on guard for demonic beasts. Chu Thong shouted, "What's going on? Why did these demon beasts suddenly appear?" A monster rushed towards him. It had 3 heads, bright eyes, sharp teeth and claws. Demonic energy filled the space. He quickly drew his sword and powerfully cut a long line. The demon beast was split in 2 in an instant. The demon beast seemed fearless. They continued to surround the group. Chu Thong shouted, rushing out first. So a chaotic battle began. The moves of the sects were released consecutively. The sounds of fierce fire and great waves mixed with the sound of rushing. The sound of battle echoed throughout the space. There are countless demonic beasts. When one animal is killed, another will rush forward. Uncle saw that so many demon beasts had been killed. He sneered coldly. He was mistaken. These 5 guys aren't that trash. Are they forcing me to be serious? It raised its hands up, its whole body forming a big letter, its hands dancing in the air. The 8 masters shouted, "Come out here, my treasure." The demon beasts seemed to hear what he said. They raised their mouths to the sky and howled. Chu Thong's face turned pale when he saw the strange phenomenon. He turned around and asked the others, "What are these demon beasts doing?" From far away a golden light flashed. A giant purple-pink worm burst out. Its body is incredibly long, its mouth has round and sharp teeth that seem to be able to swallow everything, its skin is covered with a layer of mucus just waiting to fall to the ground. It appeared suddenly, and soon stood tall in front of the group. Chu Thong controlled a sword to fly towards it. The disgusting thing killed me. The sword did not cut into its flesh but just grazed it. The attack seemed powerful but had no effect. He was shocked. Not good. This beast had strength comparable to that of a young monk. The demon beast curled up and attacked the crowd. Everyone quickly shouted and quickly got away. They jumped up simultaneously, wanting to join forces to destroy the giant monster. The king took out the iron fan. He used spiritual energy to control the fan and shouted, "Look at me." A series of iron fans appeared from nowhere and flew up in the air. He landed on a giant fan in midair, shouting as hard as he could, spreading martial arts formations. In the deep forest, the giant worm was quickly subdued, and the king refused to forgive the worm and still intended to continue to use magic on that worm again. An animal is still just an animal. The worm tried his best to lie down on the ground, so the king immediately created 10,000 swords to kill the worm. When Ninningu saw this scene, he could only exclaim that this worm was so heavy that he was afraid it was not their opponent. When the uncle saw it, he just smiled and comforted the worm to rest assured. "My dear, how could his strength only be that much?" That pink worm heard the uncle's words and roared angrily. It opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp teeth. After a while, its body radiated bright yellow energy surrounding its body, and a horn sprouted from its head. The pieces on its body broke one by one. Its body has many layers of yellow scales surrounding its body. When the king saw this, he was frightened because he was using that talent. On this side, Chu Thong and O Duong Min, after seeing the king say so, did not worry at all and rushed up together. Some of them used swords to attack the worm below. But the worm below was unharmed after the magic attack that the others created to attack it. The 5 people were surprised to see this scene. Why were they not injured at all? Suddenly the worm stood up and roared at Chu Thong. He only knew how to use magic to save his little life. "You guys stop it." Then he said, "Where did he get the red bag from so I could arrange the battle?" The other 4 people also used all their strength to control the worm. Seeing this, the worm roared with anger and pain. Chuthong took out the green jade from the red bag and placed it on the ground around the worm. "When you're done, shout to the other 4 and lure that animal inside." The other 4 people heard the order and all ran towards the pine tree while the earthworm followed closely behind. When the money earthworm comes in, then the spiritual energy in the gem began to radiate. Fasten the approaching worm. Chuthong and the other 4 people proudly looked at the tightly tied worm, waiting for this animal to have its blood sucked dry, then we would have to use its body to make a full body armor. 5 people of Chuthong gathered. Chuthong's face was full of joy. Looking towards the top of the mountain, purple light appeared from the sky. I dare say that on the other side is the power of the person chosen to become Han Mountain. O Duangmin's face looked serious as he looked in the direction of that purple light column. "What are you waiting for? Quickly go over there and take a look." On the top of the gloomy and uninhabited mountain, the landscape looks peaceful with green grass and trees. 5 people reached the top of the mountain. He noticed a stone emitting bright yellow light on the ground. He came closer and looked intently at what it was. He smelled a strange scent that made him fascinated. Vuong Tuan saw this and also came forward to see if this was the legendary high spirit. Chuthong looked at Vuong Tuan with a questioning face. The king immediately explained further that I had seen in an ancient book of the high spirit sect that the power of the stars had been condensed over countless years of use by cultivators and had the effect of transforming spiritual energy, become a spiritual force. Chuthong heard that and happily turned around to look at the king. Truly, if he could truly convert his spiritual energy into spiritual power, it would be like raising his level of cultivation 1 level higher. Then he touched the gold powder with his hand and let me try it first. He raised his nose to smell. Then he put it in his mouth, tasted the golden powder, and praised it for being such a delicacy on earth. As soon as he tasted it, he immediately opened his eyes. His body emitted a kind of spiritual energy, and when Nin Qin saw that, he immediately backed away. When he saw such abundant spiritual energy, he was surprised. The remaining 4 people saw this and immediately shouted with joy. It was truly spiritual power. The people rushed to try to put the dough in their mouths, not paying attention to the image. "It's so good, I also want to eat it, don't bother with me, I want to eat 3 big bowls." Uncle looked at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. He laughed to death. Ninningu saw you like that and asked why you were smiling so happily. Uncle sat up and still couldn't stop laughing. "Please wait a moment and let me breathe." The uncle sighed, his face darkened, looking at the screen of those 5 people and mocking those 5 trash people. He really thought he was talking big. Ninningu seemed to remember something and said that was not in high spirits. The uncle replied in a scornful voice that of course high morale was not something that was sold in the market, so it was everywhere. I was a bit surprised to hear that. "So what is it?" A bright line passes through Ninningu's face. In front of Ninningu's uncle, he immediately smashed it. Then smiled and looked at Ninningu. "Let's go see a good play." The steel door that had been closed for a long time was now open again. In front of your eyes is a vast and beautiful mountain scene. Ninningu looked and felt overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. The yellow soil shines like gold. Suddenly a spark of fire came out of nowhere. Seeing this, Ninningu also walked behind you. Hurry up, I can't help but want to see the next good drama. This must be seen live at the scene to be the most interesting." On that cliff, I felt a lot stronger. The 5 Chuthong people were lying down and resting after eating that golden powder. I could see clearly that my spiritual energy was being transformed. It wasn't a waste of time. From afar, he and Uncle looked at Chuthong lying on the grass. His expression became even more serious. The stronger these 5 people are, the more dangerous they are. The uncle laughed contemptuously as he watched me perform. Then he said a series of incantations and then used his hand to draw a fire formation on the ground. Immediately the light on the powder disappeared and returned to normal powder. 5 people who didn't feel the spiritual energy in their bodies suddenly wondered what was going on. The purple light on the 5 people disappeared one after another, and the others continued to be confused. The light on them disappeared and so did I. What happened? While the 5 people didn't understand what was going on, there was a voice calling out the 5 waste offerings. The uncle smiled contemptuously, looking at those 5 people. They were very disappointed. Ha ha. Chuthong's face darkened and he looked at the uncle who was laughing arrogantly about the joke he made. "And you did it. The uncle's face was serious. And what does high spirits taste like? The king angrily looked at the uncle, who was full of challenge. It seems like it was really you who secretly played a trick. Hand over the spirit, I will spare your life, you. The uncle looked at the king with a sarcastic face. Hey, do you still think that's high-spirited? The king was so angry that he leaned against his waist and responded with a waste of words. I can see clearly in the ancient books of the sect. Hearing that, the uncle immediately covered his mouth and laughed, trying not to make a sound. But then I burst out laughing because of the king's words. Haha, you really made me laugh to death so you could inherit my property. When the king saw this, he immediately became angry. You damn animal, if you don't show your spirit, I will smash your turtle shell. The monks behind him also continued to say, even if I hand him over, I will not let him go. This is a very rare talking monster. Sir, calmly sit up, he's threatening me to death. The uncle's face also turned black as he looked towards the 5 people. His voice was full of teasing and sarcasm. 5 trash people, you turned your head to see if that was high-spirited. At this time, the 5 people turned around and looked at the brown powder that was simmering, then bent down and took a bit of that brown powder and brought it up to their nose to smell it. His face was dark. He was panicked when that thing smelled terrible. Tu Vu, standing next to him, had to cover his nose with his hand. Why did it become like this? Why did it smell so bad? Oduang-min also came forward to smell it. It smelled like feces. His face darkened when he thought of something. Hey, he's still a smart trash. At this time, my uncle happily said loudly, congratulating you on correctly guessing that this is indeed pure feces. 5 people listened but couldn't believe their ears. Vuong Tuoyen clutched his chest in panic. He couldn't have had the spiritual power just now, and I also felt that my spiritual power was transforming. The boss just helplessly scoffed. If it was all an illusion, then why did you fall into the illusion in the first place? Nin Chen and Tu Vu still had a dark side and still wanted to make sure they hadn't heard wrong. The uncle stood in front of 5 people and loudly declared that there was no need to think anymore. That was my trick. What you just ate was the old manure that I had accumulated for so long. Chu Thong's face was bloodless and his expression was filled with disgust. Chu Thong vomited right on the spot. What he vomited was a pile of feces. Others also continued to vomit non-stop. Ninningu sat in the grass and said with a gloating expression, it was the first time in his life that he had eaten feces until he was full. He didn't expect that he could be so despicable. Chu Thong crawled to the ground and repeatedly vomited what he had just eaten. The uncle next to him said cheerfully, ha ha, no surprise, no surprise. Chu Thong turned around and shouted angrily, I want to kill you, you beast. Immediately he swung his sword and slashed at the uncle. The uncle immediately jumped up to avoid it and turned around to say to Chu Thong, if you don't go out yet, my uncle will obey your orders as arranged. Ninningu was startled, oh my god. Having finished speaking, Chu Thong appeared in front of Ninningu, swung his sword and slashed, stealthily, come out to me. He was startled, dodged and jumped out. Chu Thong said in a mocking and indignant tone, it turned out to be you, this trash, I was worried that I wouldn't find you. Today I will definitely cut you into thousands of pieces. Uncle jumped straight onto my shoulder, Ngu brother, I help you with the work, you must protect me. He was speechless as he looked at the uncle and said, shameless. Chu Thong didn't give him more words so he stabbed him with a sword. He quickly dodged to the side. Tu Vu next to her shouted angrily, this time she definitely couldn't let him run away. They immediately surrounded Ninningu, using their strength to prepare to attack. O Duangmin, heavenly fire. The king acknowledged his gratitude, and the great Ha gave his opinion. He kept it and quickly mobilized his energy, and the body was determined. Suddenly, Ninjia's patriarch Ninkin appeared and attacked from behind. He turned around and punched Ninkan straight, get out. On this side, Chu Thong immediately prepared and had to make a killer move. Hands holding seals ready to strike, hundreds of swords. Thousands of swords appeared to attack Ninningu. With the help of O Duangmin and Vuong Tuyen, they spoke in unison, I will help you. Immediately followed by killer moves aimed directly at Ninningu. Chu Thong proudly spoke up, ha ha, I'll see how you resist, you scoundrel. He tried his best to run and avoid Chu Thong's 100 sword moves, exclaiming that he was trapped by his father. I'm trapped by this turtle, I have to run away. Ninningu quickly ran to find a way to escape. Behind him, the other 5 guys continued to follow, wanting to run away. It wouldn't be that easy. He ran as fast as he could, but ran straight to the cliff. While he was busy escaping, the uncle mocked again, ah yeah, you trash, you're so useless. You can't even collect those 5 trashes, you're losing face, you're losing face. He ran and protested, if it wasn't for you, we won't be discovered by them. The boss was angry. He put his hands on his hips and spoke angrily, how, is that your fault, Huya? I'm so angry that you're dead. If not for giving you a chance to show off, I can beat 10 people with this kind of trash like this. I'm so lost, I have never had to endure this kind of humiliation in my entire life. The uncle kept making noise all the way to escape, so Ninningu suddenly thought of a way to reduce the noise and also cut off those people. He stopped, smiled meaningfully and looked at the uncle in bewilderment. What do you want to do? As he finished speaking, he picked up the boss and threw it straight at those people, giving you a chance to show off your somersault flying skills. The uncle was so scared that he closed his eyes and screamed in a tumbling state, scattering bullets, you unscrupulous thing. Flew straight to the magic weapon where the group of people were chasing him, fell down. Some trash, no, some big brothers. Chu Thong laughed, raised his sword in joy and said, I just took you to cook soup, you damn turtle. Before he could finish his sentence, he jumped up and landed his turtle legs right in Chu Thong's face, damn it. The invincible Turtle King's fist asks for guidance. The tyrant entered a provocative position, he was so angry that he ordered to kill it. Realizing that the situation was not good, he quickly jumped down and ran away. At this time, Chu Thong was so angry that he didn't want to chase after Ninningu anymore, but instead turned to the uncle and ordered that group of people, I'll chase this turtle, you guys go kill that trash. Ninningu ran ahead and kept paying attention to this direction, need to think of another way. He formed a seal to split himself into 5 different directions. Only then did the king pay attention to you, it's not enough, that trash is about to leave us behind. They were in a hurry and chased after him quickly. Deep in the jungle, the king's people carefully searched. O Duangmin said, split up and search, we can't let this trash escape again. Tavu appeared to agree. The 4 people immediately split up to look for Ninningu, who was right above. 4 idiots. Tavu was looking for Ninningu when he appeared right behind him, eyes flashing with cruelty, swinging his fist straight down. There's no one, don't run this way. She screamed in panic, this is not good. Was immediately punched far away by his punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His whole body slammed against the tree trunk, he took the opportunity to execute a deadly move and kill. 6 swords stabbed straight at her. Tavu creates a defensive shield immediately, up for me. Broke Ninningu's killer move, panicked, stood behind the defensive shield, and shouted. Ninningu was determined to break this shield, put all his strength into punching straight at the shield, breaking it for me. The shield was broken, Tavu was scared now, what? Die. As soon as he finished the sentence, he was punched by his fist and sent several meters away. Tavu was really scared this time, her teeth clenched. His eyes were filled with tears and he lay motionless, obnoxious. Can't you forgive me this time? He stood up and said with cold eyes, that year you set a trap for me, destroyed my dantian, today you only have one way to die. Tavu was still smiling and said, okay, you and I have decided to fight to the death. Ninningu still spoke coldly, it was over. Bull, huh? Asked, do you know why I want to destroy your dantian? Ninningu was about to finish her off when he stopped, she laughed, ha ha. Now I will tell you. She laughed loudly, using her whole body. Ninningu realized the urgent situation and jumped away. What was the situation? What was in front of him made Ninningu not dare believe his eyes. Ninningu looked at Tavu who was laughing loudly, ha ha. Black wings sprouted from her back, and strange marks appeared on her face. She said, it was because you forced me to appear. Ninningu wondered, this is. She raised her hand, a golden light gem appeared in her hand. She smiled sinisterly and said, in my hand is your dantian. He looked at his dantian in her hand, he asked, why are you keeping it? She opened her mouth and put the dantian in her mouth, biting and swallowing while explaining, your dantian is my best tonic, you should feel honored when I use your dantian. She continued, without dantian, you should kill yourself, instead of always appearing before my eyes. She announced that you could die now. She jumped up. He looked at her flying in the sky. Her hand gathered energy into a ball. Then she used that ball to hit him. A beam of red light hit directly where he was standing. Ninningu quickly dodged aside. He moved behind her. Tavu was startled and looked behind him. She didn't see him anywhere. He moved behind her, holding her hand tightly. He then threw a series of punches at her, but she blocked him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, obnoxiously. She smiled disdainfully, using a physical body compared to a demon body, "Are you worthy?" He dodged and shouted loudly, "You use your body to nourish the demon's mind." He thought to himself, the path of practice is extremely dangerous. Anyone with a slightly unstable mind will be invaded by demons and die suddenly. I remember, but there are also some cultivators who have a different approach, using the body as a container to imprison and nurture the demons inside, nourishing them with treasures from heaven, earth, and matter, or objects containing spiritual power. Over time, the inner demons become one with the body, and cultivators can borrow the power of the inner demons, and this type of person is also called a nurturing demon. Tavu flew high. She applauded, "Ha ha, but you should understand." She rushed forward and shouted, "The difference between you and me." He gritted his teeth and summoned a series of ice daggers. The knives rushed to attack her but shattered when she touched them. He said in panic, but he couldn't hurt her. She rushed forward, raised her right claw, then attacked him. Ninningu quickly dodged, but was slashed in the neck. He complained, "Obnoxious." Tavu's eyes were white. She raised her hand to lick his blood from her claws. She smiled and praised, "Hee hee, what a delicious dish." Then she kicked one foot on the ground to gain momentum. She shouted loudly, "Come on." Ninningu clenched his fists and smiled. A ghost's body is not necessarily invincible. The two rushed at each other, continuously throwing punches. He fell back, slid a long distance. She took the opportunity to move behind him and raise her hand. He panicked, "What?" Her jet-black claws stretched out from her hands. She happily shouted, "It's over." But he quickly used his left hand to hold her wrist tightly, and his right hand to hold her wing. She cried out in panic, "It's impossible." He quickly wrestled her, threw her far away. Her body flew into the tree trunks, then was stopped in front of a giant tree. She coughed up blood. She shouted angrily, "Absolutely, how could a human body be stronger than a ghost?" He calmly replied, "It's so embarrassing. Compared to my physical strength, I have never lost." She replied, "If it weren't for my limited physical training, I could easily kill you." Ninningu replied, "Unfortunately, you don't have this chance." He rushed forward. Hands clenched, fists aimed at her body. Tavu shouted loudly, obnoxiously. Suddenly there was a red light in the sky. He still kept rushing forward and asking, "What was that?" Red light shot between him and her, causing him to quickly move away. Someone shouted, "On this side." It was someone from the three great sects who chased after him. Duangmin shouted loudly and finally caught up. Duangmin looked at Su Vu. He assessed, this is a trick to use the body to raise the devil, but he did not expect that she actually had this kind of determination. Using the body to raise the devil was like walking on a cliff. If not careful, will be swallowed by the demon body. The old man continued, "Nurturing a demon is truly something that can be created." Tavu interrupted, "3 people." She stopped showing her true form and said, "The mission is urgent." She shouted loudly, killing Ninningu first. Before she could finish her sentence, Duangmin burned himself on his fist. The old man rushed to punch Ninningu, but he dodged in time. He moved behind the old man, smirked and raised his fist. When the king saw this, he shouted a warning, "Be careful." He was a step slow. Ninningu punched Duangmin straight in the back. The old man coughed up blood and spit it out. The old man fell to the ground. Ning Chan rushed to the ground. The king also jumped down, scolding him as he rushed down, "The treacherous little beast." Ninningu smiled and said, "Next, cleaning you up is simple." After speaking, he jumped up. He rushed to the king. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You little beast, dare to look down on me." He used his fan magic weapon, fanning it at him and challenging him, "Watch me split you into thousands of pieces." From the fan, a hurricane arose and swept towards him. Ninningu frowned, and right when the hurricane was about to touch his body, he disappeared. The storm rushed towards him, but Ninningu quickly dodged. Duangmin still kept coughing up blood. Vuong Tuan shouted loudly in panic, "Stopped him." He quickly appeared and replied, "Understood." He blocked in front of him, summoning a wall of fire to prevent him from moving forward. Behind him, the king summoned a whirlwind and cursed, then died. The fire and whirlwind collided, creating an explosion. To avoid spreading out, Vuong Tuan and Nin Chan gasped for air. Nin Shok looked through the smoke. He said in surprise, "What?" Ninningu had avoided the attack just now. He clenched his fist and aimed at him. He said, it's over. He angrily shouted, no. He didn't hesitate to punch him straight in the stomach. His eyes were full of red blood. He vomited blood. Then he fell to the ground, moaning and groaning. Ninningu defeated Nin Chan. His hands were covered in red blood. He waved his arms, ready to compete with the next person. The king was stunned. He did not expect that he could defeat him so easily. His face darkened. Grasping the iron fan firmly in his hand, he struck continuously, screaming, I want you to die. Each sharp wind created from the fan flew one after another. Faced with a persistent attack, he quickly dodged. When the attack ended, he was still standing there without any damage. The air was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth, but you managed to avoid it. He moved forward to attack him. To defend, he continued to attack. The wind rushed towards him, then he left it behind. His attacks were neutralized by Ninningu's demonic speed. He threw the move while stepping back, trying to create distance from him, but it was too late. He walked right next to him. The two people's eyes met. He looked into his sharp eyes. His throat suddenly tightened, and the feeling of not being able to breathe came. As it turned out, he rushed forward and strangled the king's neck. He regained consciousness and cried out, "Save me." He glanced back, and the hand that was strangling him suddenly loosened. Behind him were three sharp swords rushing forward at the same time. Their owner, Chu Thong, also followed closely behind. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, he was able to hold his hand and try to struggle free. The three swords came closer and closer. He couldn't fight back if he wanted to kill his servant. Ninningu regretted, damn, this is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Chu Thong thought he could easily attack him to save him. He warned him, boy, let go quickly, you will die. However, those sharp swords were broken in half, flying in all directions, followed by a powerful, regal sound. It turned out that the boss had come and rescued him from the difficult situation just now. Chu Thong panicked and couldn't believe his eyes. A once-in-a-100-year opportunity had slipped through his hands. What? Ninningu returned to the main task. He stared at the king and smirked. It was over. His body was drenched in cold sweat. He struggled and screamed, begging for you. Ah, no, I don't want it. He coldly looked up at him. Gradually, the body could no longer move. At that moment, he immediately let go and dropped him to the ground. The uncle jumped on his shoulder and stood. He was friendly. Oh yeah, he almost passed away. He turned to look at it, wondering, weren't you very powerful before? I think about the time when I was sweating in the secret room. In the secret room, you caused me a lot of pain. Uncle put his hands on his hips. He patiently explained to him, my uncle's condition has some problems. His strength is very unstable. He propped his hands up like it and asked again, what do you mean? To be honest, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Chu Thong stood dumbfounded, looking at the two people talking passionately, treating him like an invisible person. He frowned, it seems I still look down on you. But today you can't escape my hands. Immediately, a purple aura slowly enveloped his hand. Ninningu widened his eyes in surprise and let out a doubtful voice, Chu Dong proudly raised his hand. In his palm, purple gas gathered into a strangely shaped mass. Bat Jia opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered something. Perhaps out of surprise, his mouth opened wide. Bat Master whispered in Ngu Nin's ear. His tone was serious. The so-called illusory spiritual energy is a disposable item created by cultivators, and the price to pay is their thinking. It retains most of their thoughts. The behavior of a cultivator is, moreover, closely tied to the intention of its creator. Ngu Nin was also quite surprised by the origin of the object in his hand. He and Bat Jia were even more cautious, thinking and predicting Chu Thong's next action. Chu Thong seemed to be determined to defeat him. He seemed to have nothing left to lose. He said softly, I said before, you can't run today. He crushed the illusory spiritual energy in his hand. Because the object shattered, it quickly formed a purple gas cloud surrounding his body. Ninningu and Bat Jia stared at his actions in shock. The pine tree creates a giant purple ball. That ball grew bigger and bigger, expanding to where he was standing. Suddenly someone appeared. Instead, respectfully clasp your hands into fists and call that person, Master. Ninningu cautiously asked again, is this person Tu Luong, an elder of the Cheu Van sect? He was quite suspicious because he didn't think the person who came to aid him had such an identity. He immediately replied, unexpectedly the old man saw wrongly. But if you want to kill my disciple, you must die. He asked again annoyed, didn't the person who was really an elder of the Van sect ask what the reason was? He was at least 8 levels or higher. Tu Luong reached out his hand and moved it slightly. He was arrogant. What do you think? Do you even deserve my attention? This old man can easily crush people like an ant. Ninningu raised his hand into a fist and rushed forward, provoking him. So let me see, am I really that ant? His fist was close to his face, but the salary still stood still and did not move. He raised his hand in front of him to make a decision. Suddenly a stream of air appeared, its pressure pushed him away. He couldn't defend himself against the sudden attack, blood rolled up from his throat and spilled out, he fell to the ground, unable to get up immediately. After a while, he held his chest and stood up, his back slumped from the aftershock of the fall. He continued to want to make a move. Luong firmly said, "Immediately send you on your way." Having finished speaking, he turned his hand upside down and pressed the air down. Ninningu immediately felt a huge pressure on his head. In an instant, he fell again, his face hitting the rocky ground hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was also dirty with dirt. Tu Luong raised his hand, a giant force forced him to float in the air. At this time, he continued to mock him and died without regret. A stream of purple power enveloped Ninningu, making him gasp. That stream of power took the shape of a giant hand, imitating the action of the food squeezing the air, but this time, what it squeezed was not air but fish. He cried out in pain, "Ah, ah." He squeezed harder and said harshly, "I won't waste any more time, you could be dead." Immediately, Ninningu's eyes widened in pain, blood continued to flow from his mouth. He frowned, his face darkened, pale from losing a lot of blood. He thought to himself, "I don't want to die, looks like I'm still too weak." His eyes blurred, the image of Luong gradually blurred. A gust of wind blew in, diluting the strong smell of blood in the air. The foodman's hand suddenly became empty. He glanced suspiciously at his hand, wondering, where are you? He looked in the opposite direction, his eyes wide with surprise. Before his eyes, the Ninningu that should have been crushed was wrapped in a column of light the color of a sieve. His purple hand couldn't reach him. The octogenarian suddenly appeared on his shoulder. He raised his hands and shouted, "Aya, we still have to rely on him." Luong regained his composure. He said, "I almost forgot about you, you cruel beast. I just happened to be missing a medicinal guide when I was refining my pills. It was you." The boss angrily shouted, "Real people know how to pretend. Boy, I'll give you 5 minutes to defeat this bastard." At this time, it jumped onto Ninningu's head. He also immediately opened his eyes. The tycoon became serious. He opened his arms and legs, preparing for war. A golden light with a hint of red covered Ninningu's body. Something about him is gradually changing. He hesitated whether his judgment was correct or not. This was it. Tu Luong's moves were destroyed, becoming scattered fragments in the air. He is equipped with solid armor plates that sparkle in the night. The boss loudly commanded him, "Come up." It shouted as if to gain courage, defeating him. From the egg sky, he rushed down towards the food. The stream of golden light made him even more majestic. He quickly took a stance. Ninvu gradually approached. He unleashed his attack, erecting a thick purple shield in front of him. He disregarded judgment. The grasshopper kicked the car. Ninvu wrapped his fist in the light and shouted, "Breaking." His fist crashed into the shield, causing it to burst. The salaryman stared at him trying to find an opening. From the empty egg, he took out a blue sword. He danced in one direction, said loudly, "And beheaded." The sword drew a beautiful arc, close to his body. He didn't even look at the old man and quickly flew away. Suddenly he threw a punch, so fast that before he could see him strike, the sword broke into 2 pieces. He exclaimed in surprise, "How could this be possible?" In a moment, he approached him, one hand held him, the other raised to prepare to strike. He did not hesitate to announce that he must die today. His strong fist rushed forward. Tu Luong's eyes widened. He trembled and screamed, "You dare!" Ninningu smiled slightly. He shouted, boldly. Both his body and the landscape behind him were engulfed in the ball of power. That ball grew larger, lighting up the dark night. It stood out among the tall, dark old forest. It got bigger and bigger and then exploded in the air. He still maintained the attacking posture. The strong killing intent had not yet dissipated. The place where he stood became empty. In another place, under a spacious communal house on a brick courtyard, there was a man sitting cross-legged. That was the private Luong. He rolled his eyes and his face darkened. He gritted his teeth, "Brat, you dare do that to me." He summoned a sword and quickly flew away. Willow Tuktan and the people of the Dry Leaf Library standing on the high mountain seemed to know everything. She discussed leisurely, not expecting that Ninningu was so strong that she could force Tu Luong to take action. The old man replied. Tu Luong personally took action. Nininggu had no chance of survival. She turned her back, walked forward, and said firmly, I can't let Tu Luong kill Nininggu, nor can I let Nininggu make a big deal out of it. Returning to the place where the last battle took place, Chu Thong sat on the ground. He begged Nininggu, you can't kill me. My teacher is a private teacher. I am a disciple of Cheu Van sect. If you kill me, Cheu Van sect will not forgive you. After he leisurely carried him, he wanted to punch him. He said, I can't handle that much. His fist came close to his face, but he groaned and cried out, I don't want it. A strange airflow appeared, separated the two people, and Nininggu was thrown out. He thought or hummed, thinking about who was coming. His body immediately reacted instinctively, turned around and landed on the ground. Nininggu was startled, half believing, half suspecting, and asked softly, this is it. But he was extremely scared. His face turned pale. Behind him, Tu Luong quickly walked closer. Chu Thong saw that he had found safe support and immediately rushed to hug his leg. He called loudly, Master. Luong stopped, shouted at him, stood up. What else could he say? He stood up and hid behind him, wiping his tears. His face was still red and he whispered, Master, you must help me kill this bastard. Tu Luong turned back to reassure him. No need to say any more. The old man came personally, just to kill this mongrel. Nininggu stood still in place, preparing to fight. He focused his attention on observing him. Tu Luong stood in front of him. He clenched his fist and scolded him, actually destroying the old man's illusory clone. He opened his hand, put it in front of his face, and shouted, otherwise it would break into a million pieces, making it difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. From the air, a series of long purple swords appeared. They hovered high above waiting for his orders. He used his strength to shout, thousands of swords arrayed. Hundreds of swords rushed as one, rushing towards Nininggu. He was a little worried. Tens of thousands of blades with great power rushed forward. A defensive membrane was quickly built. The swords collided with it, creating many vague cracks. The uncle grimaced in horror. Damn, it hurts. This old bastard is already half a step into the needle. Nininggu clenched his hands in front of his face, gritted his teeth and asked uncle how long he could resist. He replied tensely, with his current condition, he could at most last 10 breaths. His eyes lit up. He reassured it. That was enough. The pressure of the 10,000 sword array caused the defense layer to soon collapse. Nininggu had time to escape. He rushed towards the fourth man. He raised his hand to provoke him. The old man will tell you what the gap in strength is. He shouted, stone wall. Around all four sides of the place where the fourth monk stood, rocks and soil rose up in series to protect him and to clear the way from the upcoming attack of Nininggu. He resolutely raised his hand and punched it down. A terrible force surged out of his body. The rock and soil broke into pieces, splashing out. But soon, those pieces of rock and soil, carrying purple light, gathered again. He turned pale, clicked his tongue. It was over. The stone wall regained its original appearance, standing there as if it had never been broken by his punch. Tu Luong laughed heartily. Ha ha, the light of fireflies is brighter than the moonlight. A series of swords rushed forward again. They stabbed towards him but were stopped by the purple membrane created by the tyrant. It is now gritting its teeth and enduring to protect him from the power of the 10,000 sword array. The battle space around Tu Luong was filled with the smell of murderous aura. He warned Nininggu that our Zhao Yun sect used earth element spiritual energy to establish a sect. The strongest was of course earth element magic. Nininggu frowned in thought, trying to guess his opponent's upcoming actions. He continued to say, now, the old man will send you on your way. Meanwhile, pieces of rock covered in purple light slowly flew up, floating in midair. He spread his legs wide, lowered his body's center of gravity, and put his 2 fingers forward to condense his strength towards Nininggu who was right in front. Tu Luong said the name of the move without being too slow or too fast. A beam of purple light hit his hand, creating a powerful thrust. He exclaimed softly, obnoxiously. His move pushed him to slide backwards. Nininggu tried to put one hand down, both feet firmly planted on the ground to stop. 2 purple lights soared on both sides of his shoulders. The uncle who was standing on his shoulder fell backwards due to shock. He let out a cry, ah. The uncle frowned, his sweat flowed down his face. He lamented, Mom, I can't stand it anymore. In the distance, a low voice said, oh, can you stop it? Tu Luong held out a finger, a purple halo of light accumulated on it, and fragments of stone gathered there. He said, so try again. A small block of rock covered in purple light rushed through the air. He quickly dodged to the side, he signaled to the uncle on his shoulder, and ran. He raised his finger to the sky again, continuing to provoke him, wondering if he could run away. In front of him, a large block of rock crashed down, blocking his escape route. Following that, dozens of other large and small rocks formed a solid siege blocking his path. The original small purple rock continued to rush towards where he stood. The uncle had tears in his eyes, he covered his face with both hands, panicked, his life was over, it was really over. The purple light rushed close to his face, Uncle cried out, my uncle immediately buried himself here. Suddenly there was a loud bang, a series of hard rocks shattered and shattered, a stream of power fell straight in front of him, dispelling the sand and dust. He and uncle exclaimed in surprise, this is... Tu Luong was equally surprised, he loudly questioned who it was. A large sword with a square blade and a hilt wrapped in red cloth stood between him and Ninningu. A resounding sound resounded from the sky, me. Tu Luong saw the person disrupting his party and his face turned pale. He was half trustful, half suspicious. How could this be? It turned out that the people who came were Willow and the old man from the Dry Deep Library. Tu Luong lowered his voice and respectfully said, I have seen Miss Willow, seen your foot bow. Lu Xuantan gracefully raised her hand, she spoke in a pleasant voice, silently mocking Si Luong's purpose. A few juniors took action, Elder Si has already appeared, rare and rare. Tu Luong pretended to explain, but in reality he was defaming Ninningu. Miss Willow, this kid is extremely hateful, yet he dares to kill people from our three great sects. This old man is also doing harm to the people. The boss standing on Ninningu's shoulders refused to be outdone. He immediately exposed his true face. His voice was mixed with a bit of anger. I spat. You thick-faced shaggy old man, do you dare to turn black and white upside down? It's obvious that those people who signed her wishes bullied a child who was in the process of cultivating weapons, and now it's also the child's fault for practicing weapons. If it hurts, my uncle really wants to peel off your face and see how good the shoes are. Tu Luong did not expect that he would dare to denounce him. He angrily threatened and sought death. Unexpectedly, the more he talked, the more aggressive he became. He was not scared by him but was even more energetic than before. He raised his hands on his hips and responded to him. Why, he still wants to kill me. Don't you look at me, Miss Willow, whether people agree or not. Seeing its adorable angry appearance, Willow Tukton also wanted to tease it a bit. She was behind to try to scare it. If you still seek death like that, I agree. The uncle was a little frightened when he heard that. He lay down on Ninningu's shoulder and cooed, I fainted. Ngu brother, leave the rest to that person. Seeing him like that, Tutan immediately felt happy. She laughed softly like a spring breeze. Then she stood opposite Luong, quietly discussing with him, but in fact she wanted to protect Ninningu. The elder Tutu highly valued Ninningu's potential, so she would give him a chance, participate in the Dry Leaf Library's examination. He immediately protested harshly, Miss Willow, he had killed the benefactor of the Great River sect, such a crime must be owed by blood. She smiled softly and asked again, so what? In a moment, her face stiffened, she said in a harsh voice, our Dai Hai sect will give them the answer, you don't need to bother. He hesitated to stop her, but... She glared and asked again, what? He has an opinion. Tu Luong was afraid of her power. He clasped his hands into fists, bowed his head and said, don't dare. Everyone listened to Miss Willow's instructions. Standing in the middle of the crowd, she said sternly, from now on no one is allowed to kill anyone, so let's disperse. Chu Thong walked closer to where Ninningu was standing. The fear on his face completely disappeared. He whispered confidently, although I cannot kill you, I will not let you go. Your house. He proudly threatens, has the ability, every day you look after him. Otherwise if there is a chance, I will behead him in the afternoon in front of my Van Sect court. Ha ha. He walked past him with his hands behind his back, his laughter getting louder and louder as if to provoke Ninningu. His face darkened and he shouted, wait. The uncle next to him widened his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly he jumped up. In a split second, Ninningu appeared behind Chu Thong. He clenched his fists, preparing to strike. The boss on his shoulder had to try to hold on tightly to avoid being thrown out by the resistance. Chu Thong suddenly turned his face and looked back. Tu Luong was afraid that he would be beaten to a pulp, so he shouted a warning to him from afar, being rude. Ninningu didn't pay attention to what he said. He quickly punched the monk straight in the stomach. Tu Luong took a stance preparing to punch. His palm was raised in front of him. A series of purple rays of light were converging there. He shouted, little mongrel, die. Willow turned into a calm look at him. She spoke up and stopped him. The old man following her immediately stepped forward and struck a blow. He shouted and stopped. Before the move could even take shape, the luang was beaten to pieces. He turned towards her, clenched his fists and said with a serious face, "Miss Willow, this type of thief has turned upside down and should be killed." She replied leisurely, "I have my own plans." She turned back to look at Ninningu. She told him, "I need you to give me an explanation." Ninningu looked at Miss Willow and said that from the beginning to the end, he told me not to make any killing moves against them. I only destroyed his dantian, and did not kill him. Tu Luang, standing behind Ninningu, angrily shouted, "He could not make excuses, he was the one who attacked his disciple, this matter definitely cannot be solved easily." Willow Tuktan heard him finish his sentence and let out a small gasp. She looked at Elder Tu Du and gently asked Elder Tu Du if he thought my words didn't carry enough weight. He looked at her, silently snorting in disapproval, his clenched fists showing veins. He clasped his hands and asked Miss Willow for permission to leave. He then quickly stepped on the big sword with his disciples and flew into the sky. Miss Willow then reached into her lap and took out the card with the word Willow engraved on it and gave it to Ninningu. To his surprise, she told him that the Dry Leaf Library's examination time is 1 month later. If you hold this token, you can participate in the test. With this token, you can also find Ling Yun's CAC closest to Dry Deep Library to help take care of your father. Ninningu received the token from Miss Willow, not forgetting to say thank you. Willow Tuktan turned around and left. Before leaving, she called Ninningu and confessed her wishes to him. She hoped that when she returned to the Dry Leaf Library, she could see you. He looked at her and replied, "I will try my best." As soon as Ninningu finished speaking, Miss Willow quickly disappeared, leaving Ninningu and his uncle to look in her direction. The uncle sitting on Ninningu's shoulder let out a cry that caught his attention and glanced at it. The uncle still crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes somewhat judgmental as he told Ninningu that this girl was not bad, her butt was big. Being able to give birth to a son makes me angry and yell at him. If one day you are stewed in soup, it will definitely be because of this foul mouth. Hearing that, the uncle did not give up and argued with him, asking him who dared to belittle my uncle. Unexpectedly, he remained silent and did not answer, just slowly sat down, making the uncle curiously ask why he was silent and did not say anything. Ninningu did not answer the uncle's question but asked him if he could tell me his true identity now. The uncle looked at him, his voice filled with pride and said to him, "You finally see the abnormality of my uncle." He stretched out his arms, lay on his back on Ninningu's shoulder, and continued to say that it is not convenient for me to reveal my background to you for the time being. But, surely you know the mysterious beast's body. At this time, Ninningu looked at it and guessed that perhaps you were the next generation of Wianvu. The uncle put his hands behind him, crossed his legs, and with a proud voice replied to Ninningu that he could say that. Then he continued to explain his relationship with Wianvu. The magical beast Wianvu was the second big man of the neighbor's nephew of the third brother of the second and of the ancestor's grandfather. It made Ninningu listen and feel dizzy. Even though he didn't seem to understand, he still kindly complimented me. Truly beneficial. The gentle morning sunlight shines down on the tiled roofs of the houses, creating a peaceful and warm scene. The rays of sunlight filter through each tile gap, highlighting the lines of the roof. The entire street was deserted with no one passing by, making the street, although filled with the warmth of sunlight, still look desolate and lonely. In a room of the Su family, everyone from the Su family is sitting together. One person shouted loudly that the head of the family to Min Chen died. The eldest lady to Vu was missing. Another person spoke up and said that the whole family had never suffered such a big blow. Another person suggested that we must choose a new homeowner to overcome this risk. As soon as the opinion was raised, someone immediately agreed, "Yes, the Su family's internal affairs are still there, the old ancestors are still there, our Su family is still the first family." Another person is gay. "That's right, when we return as before, we will definitely kill Ninningu and avenge the homeowner." As soon as the words ended, suddenly the door was opened by a very strong force, causing everyone in the room to be confused. Someone shouted loudly asking who. Ninningu majestically walked in, his voice full of challenge. "Now I will give you a chance to take revenge." Seeing Ninningu's silhouette, a person asked him why he came here. He turned his eyes full of murderous intent towards the crowd and said that at first I destroyed my dantian, causing me to suffer all the humiliation. Now I should completely settle my debt. One of the two family members shouted at Ninningu insolently. "Do you really think that our family no longer has you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he was sent flying several meters by Ninningu, hitting the pillar of the house, making the people there even more confused and scared. Ninningu waved his hand, his voice filled with disdain and said, "Carry away, next person." His arrogant appearance made the family's people feel despised and become angry. Another person immediately performed magic. 4 sharp swords flew towards Ninningu, but his magic seemed he did not harm him at all, but on the contrary, he was punched in the face by him, sending him flying a meter away. He formed a fist with his hands and raised his voice in challenge. While the family's people were still panicking, suddenly, a voice came from behind them, attracting the attention of everyone present. When attacking the family, maybe Ninningu didn't consider the old man non-existent. Where does an old man with white hair and beard come from? Long landed in the middle of the room. He shouted that with Ninningu, he couldn't leave the house today. All the people who saw him couldn't hide their joy and exclaimed, old ancestor is out, we are saved, please ancestor kill this enemy. The old ancestor of the family put his arms behind him, looking dignified. He called Ninningu very contemptuous of his juniors. Meeting me would be considered unlucky. Before he could finish his words, Ninningu moved like a gust of wind in front of him, making him extremely confused, as if he couldn't believe what he had said. Ninningu just used a punch to the chest to make the old ancestor of the family spit out blood. Ninningu looked at the old ancestor of the family, his voice filled with contempt, and cursed him so much. He waved his hand, causing the blood of his ancestors to fall to the floor. The descendants of the family saw their ancestor being defeated by a single kick from Ninningu, and couldn't help but be scared. Everyone was sweating and asked each other, why was the strong ancestor dead as soon as he showed up? This is not true. Ninningu ignored the meaningless words behind him. He snorted softly, then turned around and left, not forgetting to throw a meaningless sentence back at them. He walked out of the family, and this time his goal was Ninjia, the next house, Ninjia. On a beautiful morning full of warriors. Suddenly there was a cracking sound inside. It turned out to be Ninningu's. He kicked the wooden door inside. He opened his mouth, saying that everyone was here. Nin Kinkon glared at him and replied to be polite, you're still here. Another person in the Nin family also spoke up. If he didn't suppress Ninningu, the Nin family would have a peerless genius, a chosen one. He remained silent and said nothing. Just let him continue. How good it is, what a pity, it's too late to regret. Now that the Nin family's ancestors are dead, they are no longer qualified to join the ranks of the 4 great families. He clasped his hands and quickly responded, from today, the great elder will be abolished and locked into a dungeon, and I will also give up the position of family head. In conclusion, even though he did not want to, he still tried to say in a convincing voice, this answer, you are satisfied. He replied, okay, then turned around and left. After Ninningu left, Nin Tan came and told Nin Qiankan, when my wound heals, I will definitely kill this trash. Suddenly a sword flew and stuck into his back. Ninningu was startled and shouted loudly. He turned around and saw Ninningu chanting a spell and saying, I won't give you any chance. 3 days later, in a field where Nin Chen was sleeping soundly, Ninningu told Uncle, I knew long ago that Dry Deep Library was so far away. At that time I asked Willow Huyen Tan to take us apart. Uncle replied, it's a small matter, wait until the tomb snake passes here, it's convenient for us to hitchhike. Ninningu questioned and said, I seriously suspect you are lying to me. Uncle laughed and said, my uncle has been going south and north for so many years, how many coins is worth deceiving people? Ninningu wondered and immediately asked, so we waited 3 days, why hasn't the Fargrave arrived yet? Uncle crossed his arms and replied confidently, it seems I really have to teach you a lesson. Do you know how far the library is from Han Mountain City to Silver Light City? Ninningu calmly replied, he didn't know. The tyrant raised his hand to the sky and said, those 30,000 miles, the entire Lingzhou is divided into 4 regions, east, west, south and north. Cold Mountain City and Silver Light City are both in the northern region. Do you know how big the northern abyss is? Ninningu still calmly replied, I don't know. The uncle said with a knowing expression, that northern abyss is several thousand square miles wide, in which there are 12 large mountain ranges, 18 citadels. If you go all the way to Dry Leaf Library, you'll have to travel more than half a year. That's why Uncle told you to wait here to save your energy. Ninningu had just sighed when a creature came flying out of nowhere, startling them both. Ninningu suddenly said, that is a snake star. Uncle replied, yes, tools are a must when traveling long distances. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can go anywhere you want. Seeing the tomb snake coming, Ninningu waved and called, this side. A man wearing a purple outfit saw him and immediately pointed his finger to order the tomb snake, go. The tomb snake immediately opened its mouth and used its tongue to wrap around Ninningu, swallowing him and the uncle into its stomach. The space inside the snake tomb also has a few other people sitting and waiting. The man in the purple shirt approached and asked Ninjia where he was going. He replied, Silver Light City. The man raised his hand to bid, a total of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Ninjia was startled by that price, then took the bag of spirit stones and gave it to the man and thought, it's really not cheap. A while after he and everyone waited, suddenly the man in purple shouted loudly, wake up, wake up. Please go down immediately and give space to the nobles. Everyone was angry and immediately protested, what is the basis? We have already paid the fee. That's right, you business people are also too dishonest, then go ahead and kick people out halfway, that's a bit too much. The man didn't care and said, where do you get so many unnecessary words? We will refund all your money. Suddenly a man wearing a yellow suit approached and said annoyingly, why haven't these people gone away yet? A tall man came up and patted him on the shoulder and said, where does that brat come from? He speaks rudely. He just glared and said, looking for death. Immediately the person next to him waved his hand. The other man immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground dead immediately. The people around were talking, they actually dared to kill people in the snake tomb. Why was there no one around in the snake tomb? That middle-aged man was a bamboo cultivator, how could he manage it? He held up 3 fingers and said, give you 3 breaths. If you don't go away, this young master will kill them all. Everyone was scared and shouted loudly, let's go, we can't make fun of them, then left the snake tomb. The purple-haired young man looked careless as he watched everyone move. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, he huffed and then called Ninningu to stop. Wait, he asked me to leave the turtle on your shoulder. The young master took away the stew. The uncle sat on his shoulder, his face dark, and Ninningu did not yield to the arrogant young man who asked him what he relied on. That gentleman was still arrogant, slowly walked towards him. As he walked, he asked him how many spirit stones he had. You bid, this young master will give it to you. He just glanced at him, gave him 4 uninteresting words, then turned and left. The man who came to follow that gentleman couldn't bear it anymore, so he swung his fist at him, his voice growling, who gave you this confidence, daring to talk to young Master Chu like that? Responding to his aggressive look, Ninningu did not even look back, he swung his hand and punched him, leisurely cursing him out. His punch caused the young Master Zhou's subordinate to spit blood and fly away in front of everyone present. Everyone there couldn't help but marvel, this young man actually dared to attack the people of the tomb snake merchant, is he crazy? Young Master Zhou was not happy but slightly frowned, thoughtfully thinking that the people of Tom Snake Tianjhan would dare to provoke him. However, when he opened his mouth, he spoke contemptuously to Ninningu, what a powerful waste, do you know who I am? Ninningu looked bored and replied that he didn't know. Mr. Chu still persisted in introducing me as Li Mok. As soon as he introduced himself, the atmosphere suddenly seemed to explode, whispers arose, he was the 3rd young master Li Mok of the wealthy Li Tan silver family, no wonder he was so arrogant and overbearing, he couldn't help but be reasonable, family is inherently arrogant. Ninningu looked at Li Mok with sharp eyes and asked him back, Li Jia. He's still arrogant, acting like he's talking to you, like, are you scared when you hear my Li family's reputation? As long as you hand over that turtle, kneel down and bow to me 3 times, I will forgive you. The male Li didn't seem to pay attention to Li Mok's nonsense, he threw a sentence back at him, he had never heard it before. Just those 4 words were like a thunderclap in a clear sky hitting his ears, making him stand still in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and uttered 2 hateful words. So embarrassed that he became angry, he immediately ordered the subordinate next to him to beat him, save him, and kill him for me. Take that turtle back and stew it for the young master. The uncle was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he raised his middle finger and said defiantly that he wants to stew my master, my uncle will take your whole family to the stew. When Li Mok heard his uncle's voice, he smiled happily and thought he was just a normal monster, but he didn't expect that he could speak human language, that's great. The 3rd-class subordinate smiled pleasantly and said to the male Li that he was a bit interesting. He raised his hand to perform magic, his mouth still did not forget to say contemptuous words, his strong body was nothing more than a target. After finishing speaking, he used magic to attack Ninningu, he also reacted quickly and created a solid shield to fight against the spiritual energy of the 3rd generation. He was a little surprised and exclaimed, you can use spiritual power. The male Li didn't care at all about what Li Mok's subordinate said, but like a gust of wind, he rushed to Li Mok's place to Lu Tam's surprise, he couldn't hide his confusion and blurted out something. Li Mok was so scared that he fell to the ground, his face darkened, he sweated profusely, his mouth shouted loudly, please help. A whirring sound across Ninningu's ears caught his attention. Lu Tam used a long stick to hit the male lead strongly, shouting, "Don't try to hurt my young master," but he blocked his stick with his hand. Soon, both of them slid away. Suddenly, the turtle, which had always been sitting on his shoulder, jumped down, his voice full of triumph, so he came on stage and then flew to Li Mok, making him turn pale in fear and scream loudly. The third-class subordinate saw that his young master was being attacked. He cursed, "Tyrant, cruel beast, you dare!" He tried to rush forward to attack the tyrant but was stopped by Ninningu. He looked at him and raised his voice to say that your opponent is me. Over here, the uncle cursed and hit Li Mok. "Let you stew, white-faced guy, you dare to provoke the uncle has no authority, do you really think of me as a king?" Every punch it landed was a cry of pain, I-oh. Out of nowhere, a blow came, accompanied by a loud voice, looking for death. The uncle took all that blow and flew away, still not forgetting to curse, "Damn, who is that cruel?" Fortunately, Ninningu reacted quickly and caught it in time. In front of him and the uncle was an old man with white hair and beard, standing majestically. The male protagonist secretly thinks that this person is extremely powerful. The sound of commotion filled the room again. It was the copper nest that the Tomb Snake Merchant Guild served. That was a 5th-level bamboo cultivator. This kid is in trouble. Li Mok held his puffy face, extremely unsightly, pointing at the male lead and ordering you, Copper, to quickly kill him for me. He listened to his orders. He screamed and attacked you. Boy, you deserve to die. Ninningu did not give up and shouted back, fighting. The two powers directly confronted each other. A powerful purple aura emitted extremely terrifyingly, and then, both of them were knocked back. The copper man praised him. He has such strength at such a young age. Young man, tell him his name. He was filled with doubt. Could it be that this guy comes from a big family? Ninningu snapped, not interested in talking to him. When he heard that, he didn't say much and flew up to him, saying loudly, "Then go and die." Ninningu narrowed his eyes and said to Uncle, "It seems there is only one way now." The uncle replied with his hands on his hips, "I feel the same way." As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead laughed, scratched his head, and continued speaking. Then they merged. The boss got angry, pointed his finger at him and scolded him, "Stop talking vaguely like that." After cursing, he and his uncle immediately merged, forming a suit of armor with the male lead. The purple aura radiating from the male lead's body when wearing the armor from the fusion with the tyrant's family made the bronze man extremely surprised. "What, this force?" Before he could finish his sentence, he punched him and made him spit blood. The uncle said to the male protagonist, "The armor form can only last for 8 breaths. Take me, you, run away quickly." Ninningu immediately hugged his body and ran away, saying he agreed with the uncle's opinion. "I also thought the same." Just as he ran towards the door, he was stopped by Li Mok. Li Mok's face was puffy and he shouted loudly, "What do you want to do?" Ninningu was carrying a person on his shoulder, happily smiling and replying, "Hee, leaving a small gift for you." Then he threw a punch and hit Li Mok's lower body, causing him so much pain that his whole face was deformed. He covered his lower body with both hands, screaming in pain, "Ah, you actually stabbed my dantian." Ninningu went to a wild canyon, covered with fog, making it impossible to see the road ahead clearly. He asked the green turtle with a frowning face, "Boss, where is this place?" The green turtle raised his paws to block the sun and replied, "If I guessed correctly, this place is the Dragon Mountain Range." Having got the clue, the path seems to have been opened. The turtle continued, "There are still several hundred li from the Silver Light City." Suddenly, Ninningu asked an unrelated question, "Now that I remember, people are getting shorter and shorter." The tortoise heard this and immediately protested, "How short? My uncle that year was 17 times a night, and was deeply loved by the female tortoise." Ninningu rolled his eyes in confusion. "I don't know what this turtle is thinking about. I was talking about the shape of your armor." Only then did the green turtle come to his senses. "Oh, you said this." He still kept his frowning face and replied, "No way, this toy can only be used once." Ninningu turned around and wondered what the cause was. "The turtle is upset. If you shouldn't ask, then don't ask." He crossed his legs in front of his chest looking serious. "Since you've come to play with the Dragon Mountain Range, then my uncle will also teach you some skills." Ninningu does not believe in gossip, relying on you. The green turtle fumed angrily, his legs akimbo, not taking the boss in his eyes. The male lead was scolded and slapped by him. "I told you that back then. Many people from all over the world came to me to learn skills. You were the person I met and had the lowest level of cultivation." Ninningu didn't want to argue with him anymore, so he asked directly, "Okay, teach me something." The green turtle said mysteriously, "This technique is called 10,000 beast body. People who practice this technique will have the power of the king of the forest, using the blood of monsters to train their bodies and practice to the extreme, and can have a body stronger than monsters." The turtle continued seriously, "The most important point is that after cultivating the 10,000 beast body, one can also use the magical talents of the demon beast, and even has the effect of scaring some level demon beasts, short." Hearing that, Ninningu was very excited, "So what are you waiting for, let's practice quickly." Uncle shouted, "That's good," said happily, waving his arms and legs, "From now on, you need to gather the blood of 1,000 demon beasts on the 9-level chi refining." The male lead enters the cultivation state, starting with a standing movement. He shout out, "It's my day." The first monster they chose was this horse-headed, dragon-bodied beast. When attacked, it screamed in pain. But Ninningu did not soften his heart, both hands tightly grasped the monster's horns. He used all his strength to knock down the demon beast. Ninningu happily sat on it, punching and rubbing it. "Be a little good, I just need a little of your blood." Uncle pulled out a cloth bag, looked for a suitable location, and came here. Once it has chosen a spot with lots of blood, it uses its claw to poke down. The cloth bag looks ugly but has the ability to absorb blood especially quickly. One person and one turtle wandered around to collect the blood of monsters and only got a small bag. Ninningu shook the bag. His face was not very happy. "It has been more than 10 days, just collected the fresh blood of 94 people. Monster beast, it's still a long way from 1,000 beasts," the uncle said with his hands on his hips. "You already know enough. It's not bad that the surrounding dragon mountains can have such a big harvest." The tortoise seriously explained, "Deep in the mountain range there are countless demonic beasts, no one dares to enter." It was dark and the air also became colder. A warm fire flared up to dispel some of the coldness of the night. Nin Chen hugged a bottle of wine and leaned his head against the cliff, sleeping soundly. On this side, Uncle and Ninningu were sitting next to the fire to warm themselves. He calculated the time. There were less than 20 or 10 days left until the exam. Dry leaf library. If the speed cannot be increased, there will be no time to train it into 10,000 beast bodies. Uncle Ninningu Town, rest assured, when you enter the library, you can still practice. Ninningu frowned and said, "I and the grudges of the 3 great sects cannot completely erase them. Based on my current strength, if I encounter them, I will undoubtedly lose, so I must quickly improve my strength." Meanwhile, the uncle suddenly discovered some movement. He shouted, someone was there, startling the male lead as well. Ninningu ran out of the cave to observe the movement. Lam Kiem was being chased and beaten by a demon bird. She screamed loudly to beg for her life. She turned around to fight back. The bird demon was hit but remained unharmed. As soon as he saw it, he knew the identity of this bird demon, a tiger eagle, a bamboo realm demon beast. Ninningu firmly said, "It's none of our business, go back to the cave." Lam Browse flew past and noticed Ninningu turned around and left. She still wants to try her luck, continue to scream loudly, save her life. The uncle turned his head to observe. Seeing this, Lam took the opportunity. She stopped and landed on the ground. At this time, Ninningu also turned his head to look and saw Lam Duan running towards him. The tiger eagle opened its beak and shouted. Ninningu realized that the situation was not positive and wanted to quickly leave the scene, but it seemed too late. Damn it, it couldn't be avoided. Lam Q grabbed Ninningu's arm and urgently said, "I beg you, please save me." The male lead coldly pushed her hand away, not interested. Being rejected so harshly, Lam Browse was very dissatisfied and hateful. She ran past. The male lead suspected that she was planning something. What did she want to do? Lam Q ran as fast as he could, not daring to look back. Only then did the male lead realize that something was wrong. It was broken. The tiger eagle appeared right behind the male lead, his eyes looking at him with murderous intent. When Ninningu saw this, he was quite frightened and rushed towards me. The tiger eagle rushed forward and kicked it down. Fortunately, the male lead was able to block this blow. Although he was not hurt, he was also pushed back a bit. Nin seemed to enter a fighting state, not forgetting to exclaim, his strength was truly terrifying. Ninningu didn't want to anger the tiger eagle, so he had to compromise. "I'll give you someone to take away." He thought to himself, "I don't want to mess with the demon beast's cultivation base." The tiger eagle seemed to be staring at the male lead in disbelief. In the end, he nodded and chose to trust Ninningu. At this time, Lam Browse was sitting huddled in front of the fire. Ninningu quietly walked closer to her. He pointed pointedly, I don't want to waste words, what have you done, say it yourself. Lamdam objected, I didn't do anything. Ninningu coldly said, still not telling the truth, uncle, give her some knowledge. I cleared my throat and prepared to lecture. He put his legs on his hips very confidently and said, okay, little girl, looking at you growing up you have a very pure appearance, why do you like to lie? Lambrow said loudly, what do you mean, I don't understand. You're so cute and scary when you're angry, okay, I'll let you open your eyes to what is called profound knowledge. It flew in the air and turned to face Lam Q, making her pale in fear. First, the tiger eagles in the Dragon Mountain range are located deep inside, and will not easily appear outside. Second, although the fox is a bamboo-level monster, it has a gentle personality and will not easily hurt others. The uncle has another guess, unless he just gave birth to a baby fox, his personality will change drastically. It looked at Lam Q suspiciously, it wasn't you who secretly hid the eagle's eggs. She felt guilty because she was said to have hit her in the heart. Security guards quickly caught her in case she ran away. The male lead asked her with a cold face, where are the things? Lam Duan was so scared that he was sweating profusely but still tried to deny it. I don't know what you're talking about, bullying a weak woman like me, what kind of man is that? Ninningu's hand seemed to tighten tighter, okay. He lifted her up and threatened, then I will throw her out. Lam Nguyen turned pale and quickly said, don't, I'll give you the things. She finally agreed to hand over the egg. Seeing the evidence clearly, Ninningu understood the cause of the incident, as expected. The uncle crossed his legs in front of his chest and angrily said, a tiger eagle can only lay one egg in its lifetime, and even humans can kill it. Lambrow still remained speechless, these monsters should have been tamed by humanity, they were born to be humanity's pets. Ninningu pointed and said, come out with me. Lam Kiem obediently held the egg and went out with the male lead. She put the egg in front of the eagle, I gave it to you. Then she threw the egg at the tiger eagle. But this action made it angry. Lam saw the tiger eagle's eyes and realized that what he had just done was wrong. Lam Duye fell down and sat down on the ground, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He panicked and said to the huge tiger eagle standing in front of him, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your eggs, please spare me my life, save me. She continued to say, I swear I won't do that again in the future. The eagle squinted his eyes and carefully observed the forest for a while. Then it turned around, spread out its huge wings, glided through the air and left. Ninningu and Lam Kiem stood still and looked in the direction the tiger eagle flew away. Suddenly, a beam of blue light hit the tiger eagle's stomach, causing it to tilt its head back and scream in pain. The sudden attack made Ninningu and Lam Duye stunned, both of them widened their eyes. Ninningu shouted loudly, what? The tiger eagle was hit and fell from the air, its feathers fell and scattered everywhere. From the forest behind, a group of people with swords rushed forward. When Lam Kiem saw someone coming, she immediately turned around and saw Ninningu's surprised and bewildered expression. From her humble and pleading expression just now, she immediately changed to a cheerful and smiling face, her eyes shining brightly looking at the group. Is coming, she said, my brother quickly kill this evil beast. Kushuyan led the group, flying from the sword and gently landing in front of Lam Q. He said, Sister Lam Q, we have finally found you. Lam Q sobbed and rushed into Cao Shuyan's arms. He stretched out his arms and hugged her. Seeing that someone had his back, she spoke in a condescending voice, Dear brother Cao Shuyan, I almost died. Cao Shuyan frowned, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and asked in a serious voice, what happened? Lam Q nestled like a baby bird into Cao Shuyan's arms. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, pretending to be weak and pitiful, saying, I got the egg, I could have escaped, but I was caught by that bastard, this prisoner, quickly help me kill him. Ninningu crossed his arms across his chest, the boss on his shoulder also crossed his arms across his chest, both frowned, their faces were cold and silently watched her act. After listening, Khu Shuyan gritted his teeth, looked at Ninningu with a ferocious look and said, Brat, are you tired of living? Dare to touch my cousin? Lam Q nestled in his arms and turned his head slightly to look at Ninningu. His whole body looked pale, sweating. She rolled her eyes filled with guilt. Ninningu crossed his arms over his chest, calmly and naturally said, She is lying. On the contrary, I am saving her life. The uncle sitting on his shoulder also imitated, crossing his arms over his chest. His small face also tried to widen your eyes to appear angry. Lam Q clung to Cao Shuyan's body and looked at Ninningu with a guilty conscience. Cao Shuyan raised his eyebrows and pointed at Ninningu and said stubbornly, These things are not important. He rolled his eyes and stared at Ningingu. His right hand raised a palm. A huge blue energy shot out, flying straight towards Ningingu. Cao Shuyan shouted proudly, "My cousin captured you. Die, you must die." The blue light rushed towards Ningingu. He still calmly stood still. His sharp eyes stared at the green light. The uncle on his shoulder stood up. His eyes full of murderous intent looked towards Cao Shuyan. Ningingu still stood still, ready to attack, but before he could make a move, the blue light was blown into many pieces by a gust of wind. Ningingu was surprised. His eyes turned around. His eyes stopped at one point. Ningingu turned his head to look back. It was the tiger eagle from before. It was waving its huge wings, creating a wind that blew away the attack just now. Its whole body was landing close to him. Seeing that his attack was easily blown away, Cao Shuyan angrily gritted his teeth. His eyes were fierce and he shouted loudly and cruelly, "Even daring to be insolent in front of me." He angrily rushed forward and shouted loudly, forming a formation. The three young men with blue, pink and yellow hair immediately received orders. Their faces became serious, their eyes also became more ferocious. The feet began to move, stomping hard on the ground to gain momentum to quickly get off the ground. The four people began to stomp on the ground, using momentum to rush up to surround the eagle. The eagle was holding an egg at its feet. Seeing that it was surrounded, it narrowed its eyes and began to panic. The four people shouted at the same time, "The heavenly destiny ruled the beast." Four people stood at four corners to set up a formation. Then a circular formation appeared on the ground, reflecting bright yellow light onto the tiger eagle flying in the air. The tiger eagle immediately fell from above. A loud scream echoed from its mouth. It helplessly let down its wings. The egg that was carried between its claws also fell out. When Ningingu saw this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered, how strange, clearly the cultivation level of these four people was not high. How could they easily control the tiger eagle in Bamboo's strange state? The tyrant crossed his arms in front. Ningingu's chest sat on Ningingu's shoulder, also attentively observing what was going on. He frowned tightly, his face serious as the old man said, "They are beastmasters." The image of a beastmaster holding his hands together and chanting a spell. Behind him is a large furry monster with sharp teeth and ferocious eyes. Surrounding the monster is a dark atmosphere. The uncle spoke up to explain, "The so-called beast tamer is also a type of cultivator. They are not good at controlling spiritual energy to fight, but they have the secret method of demonic beast armor to fight it." The uncle continued, "So these four people were able to control the tiger eagle in such a simple way. They must have used a secret technique." While the uncle explained, the four people from Khu Shuyan's side raised their hands to pour spiritual energy, entering the formation. The formation changed from yellow to blue. Countless chains covered with blue spiritual energy emitted from the formation and tightly wrapped around the tiger eagle in the air. Ningingu stared at the formation that was tying the tiger eagle and asked Uncle, "Should we do anything?" Uncle put his small hand on his hip, the other hand pointed forward, his eyes narrowed tightly. "Again, I remember that Trash said he wanted to clean you up." Ningingu glanced at the uncle and said, "Apparently." The uncle put his hands on his hips to answer him, "Then let them." Ningingu left a word, "Did it?" Then he immediately rushed out. Ningingu stomped his foot and used the momentum to rush forward. The uncle sat firmly on his shoulder. Lam Q was about to rush in to stop her. She swung the purple whip in her hand at Ningingu and shouted, "With you, I want to attack my cousin." Ningingu used a raised tav to catch her purple whip. Then he used his strength to pull her whip. Ningingu bent down and used his force to whip it, throwing Lam Qium flying high into the air and flying far away. Seeing this scene, Kushuyen's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you, little thief!" While Cao Shuyan was concentrating his attention, his hands were clenched and raised but his eyes were still focused elsewhere. Ningingu moved quickly and suddenly appeared behind him. He raised his fist and just laughed and teased him. "Hee, I still dare." Then, at extremely fast speed, he punched him in the back with a strong fist. Cao Shuyan grimaced in pain and cried out, "Ha!" The remaining three people saw that Cao Shuyan was being attacked by him. They immediately turned to attack him. A blue light appeared in their hands. They attacked Ningingu. In their mouths, all three said in unison, "Shout loudly, the little thief will die." When three streams of blue power were about to hit Ningingu, he braced his arms, clenched his teeth, and emitted a red defensive ring against the three streams of blue light. Suddenly, Cao Shuyan frowned, shouted loudly, and changed his mind. At this time, the chains wrapped around the tiger eagle's wings were broken, and the streams of spiritual energy disintegrated into pieces. Ningingu unleashed the power of spiritual energy with red light, breaking the blue chain. The eagle escaped, spread its wings and soared into the sky. The Kushuyan group could only be bewildered and raise their heads to look at the eagle in the air. "Fly away." Ningingu's power sent out countless lines of red spiritual energy that passed through the people of Cao Shuyan. They had no time to move, they winced and gasped after being hit. Ningingu's spiritual energy flashed past, and Cao Shuyan's group fell everywhere. The uncle on Ningingu's shoulder frowned, pointed his finger and said, taking advantage of his injury to take his life. Ningingu glanced at the uncle. At this moment, Cao Shuyan rose up, he activated the power in his body, a source of green spiritual energy enveloped him. Cao Shuyan clenched his fists, stomped his feet and shouted loudly, really thinking that the beast belonged to Cao Shuyan, am I a vegetarian? The uncle stood on Ningingu's shoulders and put his hands on his hips, he glared curiously and asked, how many green hats does this guy wear? Cao Shuyan glared, frowned tightly, gritted his teeth and shouted, gathering, his two-hand seals were wrapped in a magical green spiritual energy. Cao Shuyan stood with both arms raised high. Immediately the green spiritual energy from the three fallen entourage in the whole forest gathered together and poured into Cao Shuyan's body. He widened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face, his two fingers closed and pointed straight to the sky, a stream of green spiritual energy surrounding his hand. Cao Shuyan said, now, I will let you know how powerful it is, of our family's royal beast. Then the green spiritual energy merged into his body, covering his whole body. Cao Shuyan's body gradually grew larger. When the green spiritual energy fully integrated, Cao Shuyan became many times larger than Ningingu. His whole body was enveloped in green light. Ningingu now stood in the shadow of Cao Shuyan, looking so small, little. Ningingu stood below, clenched his teeth and raised his head to look up at Cao Shuyan. Countless green spiritual energy radiated out and hit Ningingu's armor. He glared at the giant body and said, too strong. Cao Shuyan's eyes turned green. He clenched his fists and raised them high, smiling widely, ha. When Ningingu was in a ready position, he suddenly said, I dodge. Right after that there was only a ring of dust and smoke left where he had stood. He took his accomplices and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the smoke and dust in the air, Ningingu's face was full of bewilderment. The uncle who had just appeared on Ningingu's shoulder also stared in bewilderment. Ningingu looked at this scene and felt speechless. The boss put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly, what, is this trash doing this just to escape? Ningingu bowed his head to look at Uncle Ho and said, cool, this is the first time I have seen such an artistic way of running away. Uncle raised his small finger and said seriously, worthy of being a master of beasts, the technique of running away, very fluent. The eagle tilted its head and spread its wings to look at Ningingu. He walked up to the eagle and stroked its head, telling him, you should go quickly, I guess they will still come back. The tiger eagle's eyes looked intently at Ningingu, it opened its beak and let out a loud cry. Ningingu and Bajia stood there watching, spread their wings and soared into the deep blue sky. Right now in a dark cave not far away, there was a green light flashing inside the cave. Cao Shuyan's face turned black and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Three entourage and Lam Q stood next to observe Cao Shuyan. Lam Duye bent down and asked him with concern, is your cousin okay? Cao Shuyan's whole body emitted green spiritual energy. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his eye. Mouth and evil eyes said, it's okay, wait for me to recover a bit. Lam K looked at the back of Khu Shuyan and asked, what should we do now? Cao Shuyan turned his back to Lam Q, bowed his head and replied that of course we have to take revenge. Cao Shuyan's eyes became resentful, his eyebrows furrowed, he opened his mouth to shout loudly, kill that little thief. The blue-haired follower spoke from behind Cao Shuyan, but young master, we still have important matters to do in Silver Light City, we can't continue to delay. Cao Shuyan's face turned black, he frowned and bit, clenched his teeth and thought for a moment. Cao Shuyan turned his head and gritted his teeth and said, I know, killing them doesn't necessarily mean we have to do it ourselves. The blue-haired follower sweated, his eyes widened, his eyebrows raised and he asked, what is the young master's doctor? Cao Shuyan held out his hand for the crowd to see. Everyone around looked at the lock of hair in Cao Shuyan's hand in bewilderment. Cao Shuyan stood opposite Lam Duan and held out his hand for her to see the lock of hair in his hand. Cao Shuyan said to Lam Duan, this is the hair that I took from that little thief's body. Lam Huyan happily confirmed, wait a minute, it's not like my cousin wants to use beast control to kill him. Cao Shuyan put his hands on his hips, his eyes serious and said, yes, even though I can only control the demon beast's weapon refining realm for 3 days, that's enough. He continued to say, as long as these demon beasts remember the smell of this hair, we don't need to do anything at all. Hearing him say that, the three followers' faces showed a proud smile. Cao Shuyan tightened the lock of hair in her hand, her eyes were sharp, she smiled slightly and continued, these demon beasts will tear that little thief to pieces. The blue-haired follower said to Kushuyan a little worriedly, "But young master, performing the beast control technique requires a lot of effort, and the damage to the body is huge." Kushuyan opened his hands, a strand of hair flying between his hands. Kushuyan said leisurely, "Not caring that much, at most I digested a few more precious medicinal pills." Cao Shuyan started to concentrate, his eyes became serious, he raised his hands to concentrate his spiritual energy into a green ball that covered the previous strand of hair. He held his hands in front of his chest, turned to the right, green spiritual energy surrounded him. He turned to the left and pushed his hands back, a blue ball of spiritual energy swirling in his hand. Then he pushed his hands up high. From within his arm a stream of green spiritual energy burst out strongly and soared into the air. Kuzuian opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Cao Shuyan stretched out his arms toward the sky. From under the cliff countless green rays of light rushed into the air. An entire huge mountainous area, the air was filled with green rays of light. All kinds of monsters in the forest suddenly became violent when the green light entered them. They bared their teeth and screamed. Their eyes also became extremely ferocious. After the demon beasts were completely absorbed by the blue rays, their eyes simultaneously turned green. Then all the monsters in the forest rushed in the same direction. Kushuyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Two entourage came to support his hand. Kuyuwai had blood on his mouth, his whole body leaned weakly against the two entourage, looking into the distance with resentful eyes and said, "Then let's quickly go to Silver Light City." Lam Duan and the remaining entourage approached Cao Shuyan from behind, their eyes looking towards him filled with worry. A peaceful and beautiful mountain and forest scene appears. Ninningu carried the uncle on his shoulders and walked through the forest. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes looked around cautiously. He asked, "Uncle, did you hear any movement?" The uncle stuffed Ninningu's shoulders and frowned. He looked ahead. It frowned, pursed its small mouth and said, "It seems like there are a lot of things facing us this way." Suddenly, Ninningu and uncle heard movement and immediately looked up to the sky. In the air, there were many huge wings surrounding them. The huge wings created huge shadows on the ground. The uncle panicked and pointed to the sky and shouted, "Quickly look up at the sky." Ninningu raised his head and looked up. The scene that followed made him stunned for a few seconds. The sky was filled with demonic beasts moving towards them. There were so many demonic beasts that their shadows were about to cover an area of the sky. He was surprised, asked, "What's going on here?" Ninningu observed the demon beasts flying until their eyes turned blue. Ninningu raised his head and looked at them as he spoke. "Why are the eyes of the demon beasts so blue? And they all seem to be looking in our direction." Uncle frowned his little face and said, "Could it be that above? Do we have a special place?" Suddenly the blue eyes of the demon beasts became ferocious. The whole person began to rage. They rushed down from the air to Ninningu. Their mouths kept opening and screaming. The uncle's eyes widened, his mouth opened so wide that his chin was about to fall to the ground. He shouted with all his might, "Damn it, it's clearly coming to us, run away." Ninningu was no less competitive. He rolled his eyes, opened his mouth as wide as he could and screamed. The scene that followed was Ninningu carrying his uncle, arching his back, clenching his teeth, eyes widening and running as fast as he could. Behind were countless demonic beasts with murderous auras chasing after them. Suddenly a demon beast caught up with Ninningu. He looked up to find that it had chased right next to him. He said in confusion, I'm done. Ninningu immediately threw a full-force punch at the monster's neck, causing it to painfully open its mouth and scream. Ninningu punched down the monster. As soon as it fell, he carried Nin Chen on his shoulder. He had not yet retracted his fist as soon as he threw it out. With a serious expression, he said, "Kill it." The uncle sweated and reminded him, "With only breath time, we will have to die without doubt." Ninningu carried Nin Chen on his shoulders and immediately used all his strength to run as fast as possible. In the crowd of demonic beasts chasing Ninningu, suddenly a red light flashed past, causing some of the demonic beasts to stagger. At this time, Ninningu was surrounded by countless demon beasts. In the sky, on the ground, everywhere, Nin Cheu was still unconscious on Ninningu's shoulder. He looked around a little worriedly and said, "This quantity, it's too much already." Ninningu's eyes were filled with worry. He clenched his teeth and looked around. His uncle cried on his shoulder, "It's over, I have to accompany you to death together." All kinds of demonic beasts rushed down from the sky at the same time. While the demon beasts frantically rushed down, suddenly the eagle appeared. It opened its mouth and shouted. The demon beasts suddenly stopped their actions. Ninningu was being surrounded by a group of demonic beasts forming a circle on the ground. A ray of red power swirled around, affecting the demonic beasts surrounding Ninningu, causing them to stop their actions. The uncle sitting on Ninningu's shoulder saw that he was saved and opened his mouth to breathe. Ninningu carried Nin Cheu on his shoulder. He looked in surprise at the tiger eagle slowly landing in front of him. He said, "This is..." The tiger eagle landed on the ground, a stream of red light surrounded it. Ningingu carried the eagle while looking at the tiger eagle and said, "Saved, this tiger eagle actually came to save us, it looks like he is the one, still have to make many good relationships." The tiger eagle's red eyes stared at Ningingu, it opened its mouth and shouted a few times. Ningingu glanced at the price on his shoulder, it immediately said, "It is urging us to leave, saying it can only temporarily suppress these monsters." The uncle sat cross-legged on Ninningu's shoulder, looking intently at the eagle. Ninningu carried Nin Cheu on his shoulder, but his actions were extremely relaxed and gentle as if nothing happened. He looked straight into the eagle's eyes, smiled and said, "Thank you very much." The tiger eagle looked at him with his mouth slightly open as if answering him. Suddenly the uncle frowned slightly and said seriously, "Wait a minute." Ninningu glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The uncle sat on his shoulder, put his hands on his hips, and asked with a smug look on his face, still remembering the demonic beast blood that all beasts need. Ningingu looked at it. After hearing what the uncle said, his eyes were deep in thought, a little bit. Looking towards the forest, there were countless demon beasts rushing towards them. The boss's voice rang out, "This place is ready."